too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem
Championship Sunday for the last online event of the Rocket League Championship Series 23 season, folks. Welcome back. Get up and get loud. It's game day. We've got some wonderful games in store for you all with some hot teams. Only one of there's a group of three, the only one of which gets to go to Boston. We might be playing a tiebreaker at the end of this. So much coming down the line. Welcome back, folks, to the pre-show. We've got 28 minutes and 31 seconds until Space Station faces off against Furia in the upper bracket. I'm Wavepunk. I got Gibbs, Jorby, and Turtle. Turtle, it's a big day.
Yeah, we've got 28 minutes just to relax here and try and calm our nerves before things become absolute chaos on the pitch.
I'm not relaxing. This is
okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Gibbs, this is not relaxing.
We're not having a fun time here.
We're having a fun time, but I'm gonna be like,
it's fun. It is very nerve-wracking for sure. But I just want to say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there that are watching.
Wishing yourself a happy father.
No, yeah, he's putting himself on the pedestal.
Congratulated himself.
Just trying to point out that none of the rest of us are fathers here.
There's other
Happy
fathers,
Day
not
to
you.
all the members of the Rocket League community out there,
Yeah,
folks. It's a big Father's Day. If you have a father, make sure you call him. Tell them hello, folks. And man, yesterday though, we gave everybody, Optic gave everyone a Father's Day gift with some of the greatest Rocket League we'd ever seen. Here's the schedule of the season, folks. This started all the way back in October of last year. We're currently there in the spring split, the kind of aquamarine bar in the middle, and we're playing the Invitational. Today's the last day of the Invitational. And if you can do your math and read correctly, that means we have the spring split major, followed by the Rocket League World Championship wild card, followed by the main event, the World Championship, Rocket League Worlds. All we have left is majors after this. All we have left is in-person Rocket League. I'm so excited about it. We also have some first touch shows coming up. This is the schedule for this week, so you can see there Sunday, June 18th. Today's broadcast is the last thing on this schedule. A few more first touch shows always airing on Wednesdays at 10 a.m. Pacific, right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. So make sure you follow the channel so you can check out all of the action. I'm sure they're going to have a lot to talk about. I'm actually very excited to hear Roldiz talk about the rest of the stuff in reverse sweep on that show. He's going to have some choice words, I'm sure, folks. But if you want to go to the Rocket League Spring Split Major in Boston, !tickets in chat, rl.gg/spring tickets live. That's July 8th and 9th. We'd love to see you there. Please come and attend, folks. But let's talk about yesterday, because so Optic was the hot story, Jorby, but there was one other story that I know you in particular are very keen about right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's about dang time for Furia against G2. Look, last year, G2 owned this team. Furia would lose in 6 every single time. But the story was a little different this time. This time, it was G2 pushing up his third man, not Furia. It was G2 leaving open nets for Furia. And then even when G2 put the pressure on, Furia were able to stop them. Furia were able to put them back and really put the good pressure on them. And Atomic, he tried, but he failed. And how about Lost in this series? Everybody, including myself, have been quite critical of him. And how about that? The wall bump meta. Everyone get walls next to you. That's the biggest knock to me.
But then we were going to have a short day. We had FaZe, Optic, and last time they played, FaZe 4-0'd Optic. Optic has lost 19 games in a row at best of sevens. And look at this, game 3 overtime. It was over. But Turtle, no one beats Optic 20 times in a row.
It doesn't matter what the record is. 19 games in a row. You can always flip the script. And it started out with a lead blocker of AJ in game number 4. And then all the way through, they kept pushing, their limits to see what they could really bring to this FaZe Clan defense. And people were counting them out. I certainly was counting them out. And I'm the one who predicted them to win. But they pulled off a reverse sweep in a best of 7 to qualify for Boston. We also got a flip reset bump from Reynolds. We got historic plays, monumental movements down the other side. Optic Gaming, it felt like they did the impossible to make it all the way back to Boston.
Reynolds went full vintage in those back 3 games. I actually think he elevated his demo game to a level that he's never even known.
Yeah, you say it's vintage because it's like, oh, he's going for all the demos, but we haven't seen people demo like this. Every demo, look at this, gets the setup immediately in the air, missile guidance system onto miss to take him out, get the lead back. He did it over and over again. It was so impressive.
And these last 2 games were insane. insane. Look at it. And finally, AJ just ices it for them.
at the
Optic
hype.
knows that they won. But the last 2 games had 9 goals each. It was 5-4, 5-4. FaZe came back in game 6. They were down 4-0 to tie it. And Optic somehow won that overtime and then won game 7. Reverse sweep to clinch Boston. Optic, it's their first LAN of the year, but they made it just in time.
Man, we heard Rettel say in the interview afterwards. He's been to the World Championships before. He's had some huge wins. He won a DreamHack back in the day before he was signed to any team, and he said, without a shadow of a doubt, that win yesterday, the reverse sweep against FaZe, the biggest win, the most important win of his career. Well done. We'll get to see Optic play a little bit later on today. Furia versus Space Station, though, in the upper finals will be our first match. One of those 2 teams going to be playing in the grand finals of the Spring Invitational, and we'll be finding out here in just over 20 minutes, folks. So we got so much incredible action. 4 wonderful teams, each with a very important story to tell, and a reminder, if G2 does not make it into the grand finals, all they got to do here is beat two incredible teams to get there. If they don't make it to the grand finals, we will have a tiebreaker between FaZe and Gen.G following this broadcast. So don't tune out after the grand finals if G2 doesn't make it. And if they do make it, stay tuned in. I don't know, the credits are kind of cool. Let's talk about the craziest stuff that happened though yesterday. The top 3 plays. Always my favorite segment of the pre-shows. Jorby, take it away.
Oh, we lost
Jorby's
Jorby.
gone.
He was too excited.
Too good.
So let's talk about Reynolds here real quick. We love flip resets, but they normally involve trying to go for a pass or go for a shot. But it's Reynolds. He's going to go for a bump off a flip reset. No one does this but Reynolds. What a fantastic play there. Moving on. One more time we'll see it, and then we'll go to number 2. And what's the top 3 plays without a first killer? This is game 7. FaZe has lost 3 in a row, and first killer's like, I'm putting the team on my back. Full court aerial dribble flip reset by all 3 defenders. This is what first killer does, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't enough. Optic takes the win. And finally, number 1. We got Nolly going off the ceiling. The flip reset so incredibly quick, and the placement on the shot was perfect as well. Brilliant play by him. No one talks about his mechanics, but he put them on display on this shot.
He's just, I feel like so many players that are just overshadowed all the time, but like, Nolly, incredible stuff. Off the ceiling, Jorby.
Off the ceiling, for sure.
Okay,
Jorby,
Jorby's back.
Those plays were so good, Jorby. You couldn't even say anything, huh?
I'm sad because I had a whole.
The win was taken out.
I had a whole thing written out for it, and I didn't get to do any of it. I wasn't even. It wasn't even my fault. I want everyone to know I did not hit the mute button.
What was the best part? What was your favorite?
Well, I was calling
line
Reynolds
you
a
were gonna
battle
say?
bore with wings. I said that Nolly.
Oh, here
we go. Top plays.
Whoa. All right, fine. Number 3. All right, Optic. They got a bear, but they also got a battle boar with wings. Who in the world goes for a flip reset and thinks, oh, I could get a bump? Literally only Reynolds. He's the only guy who would do anything like that. And let me tell you, that's a whole hunk of meat coming at you in the Fennec. Number 2. All right, you saw it before and you saw it again. Here he comes, first killer. He's a squirrel who got into your espresso machine, ate all your beans, and laughed at you as he put the ball in your net, all right? Does the analogy work? No, but I don't care. First killer's done it all the time. It's like Groundhog Day when this guy's in the air behind the ball. Now, number 1, we got Gen.G. Namely, Nolly flipping his pancake out of the frying pan right onto the plate. And whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to say, you can not deny that this boy absolutely cooked that defense.
So I feel like I am set up for failure on this.
Yeah.
Because I go Gibbs.
Poor Gibbs.
Just
One's
take
in
the top
chat for
3.
Gibbs. Two's in chat for Jorby. Let us know who you thought did a better job.
It's Father's
Gibbs, who
Day.
didn't know he was
Come
gonna
on,
have to do
guys.
it beforehand,
Come on.
or the professional play-by-play caster
it's
with prep
Father's
time.
Day, though. Everybody remember it's Father's Day.
Also remember
Before
it's
you
Father's
pick.
Day, so I better see a lot of ones here. folks.
Shout out production and the rest of you guys.
All right. Well, Gibbs, let's let you do what you do best. Talk us through boring math and crazy stats when it comes to the format of this tournament. How does this all work? What are the contexts for Boston and for Worlds?
All right, let's talk about Boston most importantly. So we'll talk about that here. Spring points, bring them up. It is a very tight race. We're going to talk about where each team will land. But most importantly, obviously, you have to make top 5. Top 4, is locked. Furia is in there. Complexity, Optic, and Space Station all go into Boston. That last spot is up for grab. FaZe and Gen.G are tied right now, currently 5th. We talked about it earlier. G2 has to make the grand finals. They have to win 2 matches in a row to move up above them, and then G2 will advance. FaZe Clan and Gen.G are both out. There will be no tiebreaker. But if G2 loses, we play an extra match today at the end between the number 1 and number 2 teams in North America. So that'll be a lot of fun. But for seeding purposes, as we look at the Boston bracket, and this is where all the international teams are, here's where each team has a possibility to land. Space Station will be seeds 1 through 3 based on today. Optic will be 1 through 4. Furia 1 through 5, so they can get any of the seeds. G2 will either be seeds 2 or 3, or they will not go at all. Then we got Complexity will be seeds 3 through 5, and then FaZe and Gen.G obviously could be seed 5, or they won't go at all. So that's what we are playing for today to fill out that Boston Spring Major bracket.
That's crazy to me that like almost every team in NA can still get the number 1 seed depending on what happens today. I mean, I don't think that's ever been a championship Sunday thing where you have more than one team that's fighting for the 1 seed.
And one very important thing, if you're NA seeds 1 through 3, you avoid Vitality until that upper final. You don't want to be on the Vitality side of the bracket after what we saw in Europe where they went 3 for 3 in regionals. So I think every single team in North America is going to push for those top 3 seeds.
So what is the highest G2 can finish again?
G2 can go 2 or 3, or they miss. That's the only thing they have.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's how tight it is between all these teams. They have to move up that far by going to a grand finals, but that 4-point bump will actually move them ahead of a bunch of teams. So, yeah.
Okay. So who are the most likely teams to end up on the side of the bracket with Vitality here, the 4 and the 5?
The 4 and 5 will be like a FaZe, a Gen.G, a Complexity, because Complexity only has like 1 road to get seed 3. So they're very likely to go down there. Then it really comes down to, who loses in that lower bracket earlier. Mostly.
Man, that side of the bracket is so difficult. Like we keep talking about Vitality, but like your round 1 matchup is either Liquid or BDS.
I know.
They're both so strong right now.
I don't want to be on that side, to be honest with you. And also the difference between, playing against Power versus playing against BDS, seeding is so important. And in this format alone, you want to make sure that you can stay alive in the upper bracket for as long as possible.
I kind of feel bad for Crew because you have to go into Rule 1. Falcons, they haven't performed well at the last few majors. Now Rule 1 gets there, and they're a great team, and that's tough for the SAM 1 seed there.
Yeah, or your reward if you manage to get past Rule 1 is BDS or the team that just beat BDS.
Yeah.
Like,
have fun.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a crazy one, folks. Let us know who you're rooting for in chat out of all of this, all the teams that have made it to the majors so far. We're excited to see again. Boston, ! tickets if you want to watch that bracket happen live in front of your very eyeballs. You can be there in Agganis Arenas, folks. It's gonna be pretty crazy stuff. And again, this is all of this is leading up to the World Championship afterwards. Here, Gibbs. This is the season points leaderboard, so a lot more points as they've been accumulated over the entire duration of the season.
Yeah, so North America very likely will send 6 teams to the World Championship. That's like a 95% lock. They could send 1 additional team. It's probably about a coin flip chance. So that's where Optic is right now. But this is very important for Optic, not only for seeds, obviously, but they want to get as many points as they can now, because then when they go to the Spring Major, they have a chance to leapfrog over version 1, which could be the last spot to the World Championship. The same thing with Furia. They're only 4 points behind Optic. They want to get as many points as they possibly can so they have a shot, like easier shot. So they don't have to finish like grand finals of Spring Major. They might be able to finish top 4, or something like that to move into a World Championship spot to be safe. So very, very important. All the points, it comes down to the very end of the year. And then, of course, we got to talk about Gen.G and FaZe. They have so many points. Both those teams had a fantastic fall and winter. One of those teams might make Boston Major. So if they play a tiebreaker later, whoever wins that not only goes to Boston, they clinch the number 1 overall seed for North America. Absolutely huge for that World Championship. So that game means a whole lot.
It's crazy to me that we might be in a world where we have a tiebreaker between the 2 teams to make it to Boston, we have a tiebreaker between the two teams from NA who have already locked, the only two teams that have locked the World Championship at the top. Yeah. What a season it's been, folks. So, all right, we're going to continue to talk here now. Jorby, I know you wanted to do a big old rant about Furia, but I'm being told we have a more important segment to get to here.
We got a more important segment. We have a more important segment.
Space Boy?
It's me. I'm in the clouds.
What are you doing?
I'm upstairs. I escaped from the green room. I was not released. I escaped.
Why? Are you talking to me? What's happening with me?
Hi, welcome to the 2 Box, you handsome man. First of all, it's Father's Day. Wish me happy Father's Day. Do it right now.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. My good friend Isaac got the rapper.
What is this?
Talk to me a little bit. Do you know what today is, friend?
I don't know what today is.
Do you know what today is? I'm going to ask you again. You don't know. I'll tell you. It is 6 years, chat. I'm going to look at you now directly, you little gremlins. It's 6 years to the day since Isaac App decided to make top 4 at a DreamHack Summer in 2017. You know what that means. We got to run through the top 3. Let's get through the top place. All right, let's talk about it. Number 3, you got to love what you're seeing. Look at the young lad. He's so handsome. He's so happy. Look at him.
This is ancient.
Tango, we understand. He's got a good career in front of him.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's such a baby. He's got the little baby powder. He like pushed him in a stroller inside the cart. All right, let's get into it. Number 1. Look, this is where Isaac got his name. His start, the turtle. He's in the air. Look at him go. Look at this setup. This was recorded on a Game Boy printer. You love what you're seeing. It's set up perfectly, and he comes into the box like Turtle does so often. I love it. Offensive surgeon, number 1, steady hands. Look at that placement. My goodness. You gotta love what you're seeing from Sizz. Look at him, the young man back early in his career, and Turtle kind of just getting involved. Nice 2v2 upfield. Give me the number 2. Thank you so much, production. All right, here it comes Matt. That's just his name. And off the backboard, here comes Turtle. It's down to the ground. It's a pitch. It's the ground game. It's great. Turtle's so good at playing from the midfield. We've seen this time and time again. He's like a young Tony Timber. It just comes up when it needs to. He steps up from the ground game. It's like he's allergic to the air. There's too much gluten up there. And guess what? That's also a fun fact. Curly doesn't like to fly because there's gluten in the sky. That's a lie. Let's get to number 1. All right. Number 1, OT winner. Are you kidding me? To the midfield? Is this Isaac App? Is this the Turtle? Is this the young gun from the midfield?
Look at that.
Open net. I mean, there was no defense, but open net. Are you kidding me? An OC? That is just so much great ground game. It takes 2 to tango with a little money flow. Don't you like it? You know what rhymes with that? Obito. Go check it out. Look at the midfield. It's perfect. My goodness. He escaped. He's upfield. He's so good. OT winner. DreamHack, where you going? Oh, look at my young one. That's fantastic. And that's even better. Oh, happy anniversary, Turtle. I'm so proud of you. What a great father.
Why is this a thing? This should not be a thing. I had no idea that this was even happening. That might have been the worst top 3 plays I've ever seen in my entire life.
That was objectively better than the other top 3. All right. That was
Thank you so much to Spaceman for that one. I will stand by vouch for Turtle that he scores better goals than that in ranked right now than
Hey,
than
but that was game 5 overtime winner on stage. You know,
my God.
That's tough.
That was
tough.
clutch.
But Turtle, you know,
Put me in the
happy
Hall of
anniversary.
Fame, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
It's Matt. It's just his name.
It's just his name. Matt wasn't expected to catch strays in 2023. I love how he went for Corelli on that one too. Talking about gluten in the air.
Poor Corelli with celiac
whoa.
disease. Didn't have to come out.
What was
that?
what was that event like for you, Turtle? Like you guys spent so much time in the air.
Dude, I honestly don't even know what was going on half the time at that DreamHack. Like, we're talking about 6 years at a DreamHack top 4. Like, that's all I have credit to with my name is 6 years ago with
top
a top
6 at
4
Worlds
placement.
as well.
Yeah, I guess.
That's
I mean,
okay, yeah.
can you beat those top 3 plays? I don't think so.
You were such a happy little kid, though, Turtle. Like at the very start of that clip, you're just so happy. It makes
Yeah.
It's all
Just a
gone
comfy
now. I'm not
chair.
happy
You know,
again.
like how was that chair feel?
It's like the same type of chair you're sitting in, Gibbs. Like,
Dude,
I used to
I got nervous too.
Alex.
I got thrown into like a 1v1 with Spaceman. I'm like, what is happening? I didn't know. It's that Jorby hour. I thought we were celebrating Gibbs as well with Big Father's Day. This is crazy.
Nope.
Hey, team, well done to everybody, including production, for being able to keep that one a secret. That was a shout out to Stacks. He thought of that, and then Spaceman made it come true. So we appreciate everybody making that happen there, folks. We also have a special announcement about tickets. We've been talking about the tickets for the Boston Major, but the tickets for the World Championship sold out very, very quickly. Luckily, there are more seats in the arena in Düsseldorf. The Rocket League World Championship tickets will reopen this Thursday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. Pacific. The upper bowl tickets will be available. We've just sold out the bottom bowl, but there's so many of you that wanted to be there. We're now selling the upper bowl tickets. They will start at 79 euros. You can get them before they're gone, folks. Hashtag RLCS. Let us know if you get your ticket. We'd love to see you there. Feels great, Gibbs. Feels great to have an arena sold out quickly to the point where we need to sell more seats.
Not only that, we built the upper bowl just for but yeah, like it's great that everyone is so excited to go to the World Championship. So why not just open up the whole arena? Let's have some fun. Let's make it as loud as possible. It's going to be a great time.
I have a question for all of you real quick. This is about like going to a LAN. This is super random, but I was thinking about this the other day. The most satisfying thing for me about being at like a World Championship or any Rocket League LAN is hearing the boost of all the cars through the speakers, the Alpha Boost specifically, echo throughout the stadium. Like, I get goosebumps just thinking about hearing the Alpha Boost when you're walking around the hallways and you hear the bass of the cars jumping. There's something about that that's just special. I don't know if you guys agree with me on that.
You know, I'm surprised no one has like sampled the Alpha Boost sound and like made that like a bass line in a song. Someone should do that.
Yeah, so some rapper we know should use the Alpha Boost.
Yeah, and with samples.
No.
Yeah, no, there's something else. If you've been to sporting events but never been to an esport event, at sporting events you have the experience of like you see what happens, you know that the goal was scored, but you always kind of need like a little bit of confirmation from either the players on the field that yes, in fact it was a goal, or from the referee or the umpire that yes, in fact that one counts. And there's kind of that lag of like you saw it, you think it was special, and then you get to celebrate. Esports has none of that. The impact of the goal explosion and the bass boom happening at the same time, the players popping off. There's this wonderful like impact that you really can't replicate with sports. It's maybe the one thing that like esports absolutely blows sports out of the waters on in person. So it's a really special experience. Highly recommend going if you guys have the opportunity here. Folks, we've got 7 minutes until Furia plays against Space Station. We've got 4 matches to get through, maybe 5 today, and they're playing for the lion's share of, I don't know, like $100K here, $30,000 going to first place on this one, folks. That's going to be a lot of money, but really that was 24 points to guarantee your spot, and Boston to guarantee to help you secure your spot at Worlds as well. What's more on the line here? One last look at the bracket before we start to get ready for the matches, Gibbs. Big matches all day, best of 7s. Could have a bracket reset in the grand finals. If people don't understand that, you got to lose twice. It's double Leland.
And we got 4 teams left, and they've played in 8 regionals so far, and they're combined 0 regional wins and 1 grand finals appearance between all 4. That was only G2.
Call clutch squad, Gibbs. Call clutch squad.
Yeah, exactly. All 4 teams are showing up at the right time. So we'll see who runs this bracket and gets a top seed to go into Boston and potentially the World Championship. Everything is still on the line.
Here is the schedule of how we will play today, folks. We're going to have 4 matches guaranteed. We'll have the grand finals, the lower bracket finals, and then the matches we saw on the bracket as well. But there might be, if G2 does not make the run all the way to that grand finals, we will have a 5th match after this between Gen.G and FaZe, all dependent on whether G2 makes it there and forces them to play, or whether G2 does or does not make it to the grand finals and forces them to play a tiebreaker here. So, first match of the day. The Cats are back out. They're trying to take on a celestial building. Not sure how they're going to get there. Maybe there's Panther-sized spacesuits, but Space Station versus Furia can be our first match of the day, Jorbs.
It is going to be our first match of the day. The Panthers are, trying to magnetically levitate up to the space station. Don't know how that's going to work, but is the best that Furia have looked all season. They've been consistent this split. I know some people out there might go question mark, but the reality is two straight top 6 finishes, and they keep running into these guys. Namely, they keep running into Hoxer. And Hoxer is 4-0 on 2 different teams against Furia. Now, here's the big difference here. What has been the difference? Why has Space Station been able to do it where FaZe couldn't? Well, it's the mental. Furia uber confident that they can beat FaZe. Against Space Station, I don't know what's in the water. I don't know what happens. But now that Furia have clinched the major, I don't think that this is going to be the same story anymore. 0-4, Furia were 0-7 in best of 7s before yesterday. So I'm going to say what I said yesterday is that they might be due, but look at that man right there. adding onto Space Station Gaming. Nobody gave him a lick of a chance to replace Daniel. Yeah, that's right. Adjust that cam, sir. You absolute goat. I love Hoxer. But these guys are so good because it's not just him.
Yeah.
Like Arsenal and LJ have looked excellent so far this split.
Dude, it's not just Hoxer, of course. I mean, Arsenal specifically, I think, has been popping off. Of course, LJ on your screen right now, showing up huge. Sad Jr., the coach coming in and guiding this squad to such consistently top finishes in North America. And for me, it's the fact that Space Station can make any opponent that they're up against feel uncomfortable on the pitch. It's with the demos, it's with the solo plays. There's so many different outlets that they can go through, so many different approaches towards the net that they can have, whether it's a solo play, you got demos, you've got Hoxer passing into the midfield, LJ cleaning up in every single department, the dribbles from Arsenal. I mean, you can go on and on about what that squad can put up against Furia, but for me, I agree with Jorby. I think it's going to come down to the mental game. How do they approach this with confidence, Jorby? I mean, what's it going to take to make them feel better? Is it just going to be a good start with the first 2 games? Like, do they need momentum to take down Space Station Gaming here?
I think it always came down to pressure for Furia, namely Lost. Like, Lost started feeling pressure. You know, he came into a really hard situation. Furia, who had just moved to South America, and then make a roster move to switch to him. And you see that nervousness in those high pressure situations. But the pressure's gone now. So I don't know if they're going to have that same mental. I know that they want to beat Space Station. I remember talking to Card when I was in Wynwood when they were playing there. And, you know, he told me how much he wanted to beat them. He does not like losing consistently to anybody. So I know that Card, you know, shout out to my headsets. Look out, because one might get smashed today. Be careful.
And the thing,
just
though,
bump it with your hand. Just bump it to refocus. It's not about the focal. Yeah. Okay. All right.
but we have.
It's not working.
But just push your hand at it. You can't.
Don't
twist
worry.
the lens.
Don't worry about your gameplay. Don't worry about that. But we have to talk about Space Station.
Is there a favorite in this match?
Yes, there is a 100% favorite. Space Station has been on fire. They've played 11 games in this tournament.
Oh.
They've lost
Come on.
1. Their goals per game are at 3.55.
Hey.
The next highest that is in this tournament still is Furia at 2.5. They're leading by more than 1 goal per game right now. Then goals conceded, they're also number 1 throughout the league, 1.2. So it's insane. And they're leading that by 0.5 goals as well. Space Station has been destroying literally everyone. So if they play like they have been, it's going to be a very, very difficult task to beat them. But it's a new day, right? It's a new day. There's no pressure on Furia, so I could see it. But like, if Space Station's playing how they have, I don't think Space Station's losing this. They might lose a game.
It's actually
That's
ridiculous.
Right, right in the song. Go ahead, Turtle.
I mean, just think about the run that they've had so far in this tournament alone. They're in the upper bracket final, 1 series away from making it to the grand final. And they are, what I believe, 10-1 right now in series individual game score. That is unbelievable from Space Station. They've got the ice. They're building confidence now. And at this point, I feel like we talked enough about what they used to be like with Daniel. This is a completely new roster. They've elevated their play style, and they're hitting new peaks that we've never seen before.
That's the thing is, like, this team is legit, and I still think some people are maybe underestimating this team, not just regionally, but like, I think the way they look, their synergy, like, they could do some damage at LAN if they keep up this level of play. This is Space Station, the surprise of the split for sure. I've been so impressed watching them. I think Sad Jr. A big portion of why he's able to make that work, or why they're able to make that work, having all of that experience behind you. And you know, Hoxer has been underrated for a long time, but it's not always about who's the most individually skilled player that we can go and grab. It's about a player who has good skill, but is consistent and has the synergy to work with your teammates. And I think that's exactly what Hoxer has brung to this team, because everyone's been talking about LJ too, and how well he's looked. And LJ was absent when Daniel was on this team, but now he's kind of taken center stage for Space Station.
Yeah, this is also a huge match historically for specifically the players in this matchup here. Gibbs was talking earlier about like how this will be the first grand finals for most of these teams. This will be of the 6 players on the pitch in this match. 5 of them, it will be their first grand finals ever across RLCS. For anyone in Furia, for Hoxer and LJ, this will be their first RLCS grand finals. So you know that there's a certain way, Gibbs, where like you can do a good job of just push all that away, just play the game. It's the same game you've been playing the whole time, but they've had 12 hours to sleep on it. You know it's crossed their minds that if they win the match, the next match they play, they make it further than they've ever made it.
Yes, and if they win this, we've seen bracket resets are very, very difficult. There's only been one, and that was in Sam. So, like, if you win this, very likely you win the entire tournament as well. So everyone knows how important the upper final is. But again, like, I think these teams know it's like, all right, we got the first job done, and that's to go to Boston. That was most important. Now, everything's icing on the cake. So I do think there's some pressure, but it's nowhere near as much as day one of this tournament when they knew they had to perform to even make it. So I think they've gotten over that, and I don't think that either of these teams have to worry about that at all.
It's one thing to be able to say it on paper. It's another thing to be able to actually strengthen your mind's walls and push away the thoughts that are trying to stop you from playing well by getting lost in the spotlight, the spectacle of the moment, and just play the game. Honestly, my eyes are on this man here, Arsenal. He's the only player on the pitch who has been this far before and taken that next step. It's going to be super important for him to be the strong anchor for Hoxer and LJ to encourage them the same way we were talking about with Reynolds yesterday. When he was strengthening the Optic in that best-of-7 matchup of like helping his teammates know how to get in the groove, Turtle, and just focus on playing Rocket League. Yeah,
and it's really important to have an anchor like that on your team. One specific player who has the experience, who's been a veteran, who's been in these situations time and time again. And Arsenal, 100%, is that guy that Hoxer and LJ, who we talked about, are new to grand finals if they can make it. They can rely on Arsenal to give them confidence and just make things comfortable in the communication, in the comms when you're talking to each other. That is crucial. And to be honest with you, we talked about, the pressure not being there and people not feeling super stressed about the results of this because they've already made Boston. But we were looking at the seeding, okay? And it's very important that you avoid Vitality as much as you can. And these players are already thinking about the future as we head into this matchup.
It's time, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'll make our picks up here on the desk. Jorby, you've been valiantly defending both sides of the conversation.
Do we even need to ask him who he's going to pick?
Segment. I want to give you the moment, the floor, to just go as wholly biased as you want. Tell me, who are you picking for this match?
Oh, well, everyone was saying, yeah, they should have went back to South America. Oh, they've been figured out. Oh, yada, yada. Oh, yeah, they need to replace, or Yan needs to go to a real team so he can actually get real accolades. Well, guess what? Who's laughing now? Obviously, I'm going to pick Furia. There's a phrase in Portuguese. It's aqui acabou, and that means here, it's finished. And that's exactly what's going to happen to Space Station here in the upper bracket. I got Furia. Bora Furia, they got it.
Well done, of course, for sure. Gibbs, you're going Space Station with me?
Space Station, yes.
We're going Space Station. Turtle, who you got?
Gimme Space Station, Jorby. You are going to be silent when we come back to this death segment. I'm sorry.
Wow, we're giving them all the underdog energy they possibly could handle here, folks. But Space Station, the favorite on the desk, of the favorites in the chat. They're leading the series. They're on a 3-game win streak against Furia. But this one means more. First ever grand finals for players on both sides, folks. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
A trip to the grand finals and an extra life there as well are on the line here at Chiefs. We've got Space Station going up against Furia. Waypunk called them the underdogs. Well, I thought Furia were cats.
Yeah, it's true. They do have that big panther, and they're going to need that type of energy if they want to take down a team that has consistently stymied them throughout. Not to mention, looks like Space Station playing their best Rocket League of the season so far. So a big hill to climb if you're a Furia fan, but no better time to do it than now. The big thing to look out for, Arsenal. He was a great type of disruptive and decoy type player yesterday, so keep one eye on him if you're Furia, and then figure out LJ and Hoxer afterwards.
All right, well, keep your eyes on those players. Arsenal, one of the most creative players and a nuisance to play against. We'll see who is that impact player here today. Arsenal, first touch over lost. LJ getting 50 by card. Hoxer. Stay behind the ball, a pinch down, lost. looking for some help. Slows it down, actually, and Yan is there to pick it up. So that was smart play from Lost to get this ball downfield.
You're really looking for Furia to find ways to control pace of play, like that touch from Lost, bring possession in your favor, guaranteed, but oh man, that's the problem. Hoxer's always been the problem for Furia, just in the right place, understands where the play's headed against these guys, it feels like.
SSG has kind of been the problem for Furia in the past, but so far in game one, Furia getting off to a good start.
A lot of space here in the midfield. Card really just driving that ball up the pitch and kind of just surveying what's available. He spotted Lost on the far side, was able to dish that one with pace all the way across the pitch. It's a lot easier said than actually done to get that type of power on that type of crossing play. So really nice execution from Card and a great shot from Lost.
Lost having a couple nice plays already. You saw him defensively on his own backboard, slow the ball down, getting help from Yan. Now Yan will leave that for Lost. Lost the 50 in the corner. High up above the net. Arsenal trying to keep it close. Does beat out the oncoming challenger. And now will go for a backboard pass, but Lost keeps that in the Furia corner. Arsenal, a little tip. Here's the Arsenal disruption game. And it results in a ball out for LJ. You can see the chaos still ensuing. And that is the Arsenal effect.
Just let that guy work in the corner. He does good work there. And the scary part about it, as soon as he's done in there, more often than not, he comes right across that goal line and puts a lot of pressure on the second man. Yang's trying to recover, and Arsenal will come break it up, not even going to give him the chance to score.
Breakout attempt. Hoxer will get a tip up to LJ. LJ going for a double tap. Doesn't get the read. It bounced a little further down than LJ was expecting. Again, downfield LJ in his own corner gets demoed. Slight smokescreen. Card going for a self-pass off the backboard, but it's broken up by Hoxer. Card has had a phenomenal event this weekend. Was looking to score there, but well defended. Now you can see Arsenal going for that underflip.
Wanted a real juicy one, but this one's back across the box and Yan all over it. Arsenal just delaying here, throwing it into that Furia corner, but until you're feeling good if you're Space Station, if you're starting to go for pre-flip shots into the net this early on.
Whatever works. Not much has worked for Furia this season against Space Station. But will this be different? It seems like this event has been different for Furia as they've been looking to break through to the top of North America, and this might be the moment they finally do it. They have secured a spot at the major, but they are still behind when you look at the points for the World Championship. They need every point they can get.
Ooh, really nice control there from Yan. Knew he just needed to get the ball back and away from Space Station. Somehow they just stalemate the ball there up on the back wall and prevent what could have been an awful counterattack. Here comes Arsenal. Just trying to keep things in the mix.
Yeah, that was a bit of a heavy-handed first touch there from Arsenal. Had space. Did to keep that ball a little bit closer. We'll have another opportunity. Just takes the shot this time, being low on boost. Hoxer and Arsenal both stay upfield, leaving this ball to LJ. Finally rotating back. LJ playing keep away. Now backward pass. Shooting opportunity for Hoxer. And Hoxer drills it in.
They get punished here. Yan misses that ball in the midfield, and it allows Space Station. You don't really see it on the replay. It was right before it started, but he was trying to get one up the wall and just completely missed. And Space Station kind of jumped all over it, took possession, and drove it back the other way with force. And it doesn't really seem like it's that big of a mistake in the moment, but all it takes is a few nice touches, and Space Station tie the game up.
And what we were talking about it. Oh, hold on a second. Yan just following the kickoff takes a hard shot. LJ was the last one back. Low boost for him. Wow. Didn't have enough to get the save.
And really nice job from Lost as well to get one to that ball, but the harder part, getting back behind it to dish it back middle. Very difficult approach on that ball, and boy, did he nail it. Got that ball out to Yan on a dime.
And Furia, they clawed the lead right back after giving it up. Space Station now moving upfield. Hoxer will look for Arsenal off the sidewall. Card interrupts the play, but it's right to LJ. Pre-jump from Lost. Lost jumping a bit too early. That's going to give some space to Space Station here. Floating high above the net, but LJ has to flip back. LJ having very little boost, concedes the rebound, and it's still loose in front of net. Card trying to get back behind it, and LJ flipping to it, only a small pad to his name. There's a 50, and Hoxer was hoping to chip that up to take the shot, but is shut down, and we might see another goal. Lost! Where did he find this?
It's kind of just following the play forward, gets tipped away from him, and
Wow.
says, oh, just bounces right back to me, so just take what's coming your way. And boy, did he not disappoint. Slotted top right corner.
I mean, he did not, like you said, did not miss a beat. It was hit off of his hood, bounces hard off the corner, and that was a pinpoint accurate shot. Furia have a commanding performance in game one. And Lost, I think, had the standout performance in that game for Furia.
For sure. Well-deserved. 2 goals, 4 shots, 1 assist, 1 save, getting it done all throughout on both sides of the ball. That's what I'm looking for. But the big thing, I think, is keeping Space Station out of that offensive half, only allowing 5 shots. That's not something that a lot of teams have been able to do, especially this weekend. As Gibbs said, Space Station putting up over 3 goals a game. So to be able to control the game like this in the first 5 minutes, impressive.
And what I was trying to say there for a brief moment, too, and when we were just watching that game at Chiefs, is that Space Station has had Furia's number this season. I believe they are 6-1
Correct.
on the season against Furia. So Furia, it seems like Space Station's their kryptonite, but maybe today is different. It does seem like a different event for Furia. They're finally breaking through and reaching new heights. So this would be huge for them to get past a Space Station team that's had their number, to get to the grand finals with that extra life, which in these events has been the decider.
More often than not, it would be Furia's first grand final in North America. Certainly no stranger to that type of pressure back in South America, of course, but a whole new level of difficulty, it would seem, when they came over to NA, so very validating for them to arrive at the top. Nice fake from Card. Hoxer all over it. Way to cover up a difficult misdirection play to read. And Yan and Lost actually kind of miscommunicate there. They make the good play, but then they give it right back, and Space Station still pressing.
Yeah, the good play being that demo, but now the 50 from Lost. We'll get this ball out of harm's way for Furia. Corner bounce. There's a demo. LJ taking out Card. Now LJ will try to slice through the defense. Arsenal with a 50. LJ cutting across, but nobody's there. LJ, though, will break up that second hit. Furia hoping to get a breakout play, but they were not able to. Finally, they do get it out to the Space Station corner. We'll see what they can bring now. Card up the corner. Slowing down, has some help. There's the shot from Yan. That one's going to be high. Rebound out to Lost. Will not go in. And now Hoxer will tip it up to Arsenal. Arsenal, a light hit. End-to-end action here. Card back flipping off the ball. It actually works out. He's bumped off the play. Pull shot into it, and it bounces off the ceiling.
And Yan was expecting a different type of touch. All of Fury are going to be in a bit of a precarious spot here. Not a lot of boost. Yan, the only one with it. He will delay. Is it enough? Lost just in time. Was able to grab some boost on the opposite end of the pitch and make the stop. And Furia just trying to clear the space now.
Lost. Will boom it downfield. Arsenal turns out of boost. Will give up possession. Hoxer going for a 50. Card wins it downfield. Card staying in the play. Working the corner. LJ trying to get it past him. Yan is right behind Card. SSG stuck. Boost starting to run low. Arsenal did grab that corner, but Card is trying to pass it high out to Yan. The 50 will kick out to Lost. Now back to the middle. It's a 2v1. Card has to defend this. Hoxer can turn. Does it bounce far enough out? No, it doesn't. Hoxer can't make the angle work.
Yeah, Hoxer had 0 boost, so while that pass did come through, he was already committed to going and taking away that corner boost, so wasn't able to capitalize on the open net back the other way. But Hoxer's been trying to play very patient in that third man role. He knows that Furia are capable. He's just making sure to keep his eyes open and wants to try and take away everything. He gives up a little, and Yan is going to take it all.
The musty pass from Lost into a double tap from Yan. That is a highlight play. I don't even need to watch the other series at Chiefs. That one's got to make the reel.
Juicy one for sure. And again, Furia on the board first. Keeping a lot of pressure on Space Station. Gotta like that approach. Finally meeting their match, so it would seem. Furia, you've lost to him 6 times. You know, you gotta win at least one.
Oh, and LJ, that's a big time response.
Man, how does that work? That's a crazy challenge from Hoxer, and LJ just really some intuition there that he can stay on the attack and read that 50 off the corner and get a really tight squeeze shot into that top left side.
And not only was it a tight shot, but it was a flip reset double tap that close. And LJ really coming into his own, especially, you know, now that Daniel is no longer on the team. LJ, I think, has looked to quite a bit to bring that offensive prowess, and he did not disappoint there. Huge shot. Space Station tie it up. Arsenal now in the air. Will pinch it off the ceiling into the corner of Furia. Card will try to clear it right down the gut. Yan up to help. Yan back to Card. Card off the corner. LJ, weak clear to the middle. Lost will be able to take the shot. And LJ got enough of the shot to let his teammate get back in time to clear it out.
Looked like a dead ringer of a goal. It was 3-on-1, and finally Card will come back through. Hoxer's been trying to grab boost and get back into position, but Yan has been doing an excellent job moving that ball through the midfield to his teammates. Space Station hasn't been able to keep up twice now in this game with that passing play.
Yan and Card working those counterattacks, and now we see some kickoff shenanigans from Furia. Furia, one of those teams really not afraid to work on some set plays for the kickoffs. Hoxer will pass it up to LJ. LJ over one, but lost on the backboard, denies it. Hoxer, very tough angle, lost, got back in time. You can see, though, Furia scrambling a bit on defense. Shooting lane open, potentially. Yan will try to clear it out. Arsenal will stay in the play, doesn't make contact. It also gets around Yan. 50 coming in from Hoxer, it goes up. Now LJ moving in, demo from Hoxer, 2v3 for a brief moment. But Card did well to keep the ball close. Now going for a musty shot himself, but that one's tipped aside. Seconds ticking away. Now lost to Card, and LJ will poke it. Lost, keeping it in the zone and getting another challenge on the ball, but still Arsenal now. We'll get it out to Hoxer. Hoxer to LJ. LJ will hit that, and it's tapped down, and Furia win back-to-back games.
Great show again here from Furia. Just able to find which direction that ball needs to go on defense. And again, same thing. 3 shots for Space Station. Not able to get the offense going. 2 games in a row where Furia has just been dicing them up, moving that ball through the midfield, and a much needed timeout here for Space Station.
An early timeout as well. They got to try to put the brakes on Furia and figure it out, because Furia has been driving circles around them. They have not been able. I mean, really, the one goal we saw was that play from LJ, the flip reset double tap, but Furia had the speed on him. Furia has been all over.
Exactly, and I think that speed has really been coming into play on the defensive half. It hasn't really necessarily been the offense. Yeah, they've outpaced him with one like big pass across the middle, and they're right there for it, but that's just good positioning from Furia and good execution on the passes. But that speed on defense, it's not allowing Arsenal, or anyone for that matter really, on Space Station to really get in there and throw some wrenches in some of that Furia defense and kind of blunt that counterattack. Space Station just not been able to keep up with Furia moving the ball in their own zone.
Yeah, and when Furia does move it up into the Space Station zone, we've seen a few times how they've been able to just keep the ball there and start boost starving Space Station, keeping Space Station locked down, whereas Furia has been creative on these. I mean, look at that play, the musty to the double tap from Yan. That was an incredible highlight play. This was the one goal Space Station got. It was a nice shot. Don't get me wrong, but just that little extra bit of speed to those passes in the midfield Furia's been able to get there first.
Because you can see, it's like Space Station's got a hand up. They're right there. It's like they're like, hey, you don't just get to go right towards the net or make this pass. It's gonna be contested. And it's been a big test there for Furia to make sure they can get that real nice quality touch. It's got to go across. It cannot get tipped, or else you're allowing some type of strong counterattack. And they are moving that ball with precision and accuracy and power. Those three things combined is a dangerous combination.
And maybe one more thing, whatever music that Yan is listening to, you can see him. Oh yeah, he's in the zone right now. Furia locked in, even playing rock, paper, scissors there. It looked like for those, I don't know what that was for. Can't turn off
the competitive mindset for a moment.
Yeah,
gotta crush somebody.
The gamer's gonna game, no matter what. So Furia, they got the first two. Will they be able to move to match point? That is a good start. Furia has been a kickoff team, and they show you why.
Oh, and I love Card sitting there in the midfield thinking, you know what, we don't have to rush this. He lets Space Station rotate out, give away all that open space in the midfield, and then when Space Station comes to try and take it back, he just lets him hit the ball off him and let Lost take it.
Was that a, like, what was that? It looked like Card and Lost both combined on that shot. And they're able to get some extra unexpected power. Already playing from behind. Space Station, what will they be able to do now as they are down 2-0 down in game 3, 1-0. They need some kind of spark.
We're in an okay position, but again, Furia just able to move that ball across and staying in the box. Lost will not have a look at it. Arsenal the first one to cover it up, but it's just the offensive situation comes out of nowhere, and it feels like Furia always ready to go. And Space Station happy they're not down 2 here.
LJ gets the boost, but gets immediately demoed. Ball floating up in front of the Space Station net. Yan will have Lost in the middle. Yan good, 50 there, but can't get it around Hoxer. Hoxer gonna get to the sidewall. Card back down the mid. Now Lost will test the backboard. It's caught by LJ. LJ 50 by Yan. Furia getting another demo. You feel like they can smell blood in the water. Space Station calling a timeout already. Furia, they can just sense it, but maybe Space Station will be able to claw back. We'll see.
Oh boy. Talk about managing challenges. Arsenal, that's the only touch for him, and he's actually going to make the second stop. Massive stand from Arsenal in the net.
Arsenal was all alone. I thought it was going to be a goal. Now another chance for a flip reset here, and it's a late one. Not the prettiest, but Lost gets enough of it to weave this ball around Hoxer.
And you said it, not the prettiest, but that's what makes it work. I mean, he just comes so far off the ball there, and he realizes he's got an extra touch all the way to the backside of the net, and Hoxer's thinking, man, you popped off that ball so hard with that flip reset, and you got back to it?
And it was an awkward-looking flip as well, a side flip to be able to get back to it, to hit it with the back bumper of your car. It was enough, and that is all Furia needs. Lost, who had, I think, an MVP performance in game 1, and out in game 3, Lost has 2. Card gets 1 here.
Why is it open? There's Arsenal, there's Hoxer, they're all back. Arsenal got the boost in the corner, but he turned forward, assuming that LJ was gonna get a hand on that ball. It went through clean though, and nobody from Space Station thinking they needed to defend the net there.
The Space Station, they've been the only North American team to make top 4 in every regional this split. They've been very consistent, but once they get to that top 4, well, hold on. I was gonna say they've been sputtering out, but Arsenal shows some life here.
Yeah, you'll take the gimme here. Big mistouch from Card, and Arsenal with a tester. That certainly isn't free. There's a lot of people in the net, but does a great job of picking his spot and did not disappoint. Beauty of a shot. That was clinical.
Lost, back to work. Gets the bump on Arsenal. Yan wanted to go for the double tap. LJ has been doing a good job of controlling the ball on the backboard. Yan, though, will keep the pressure on. Saved by Hoxer. LJ. And Hoxer now moving upfield. Lost. finding the hole at the midfield. Doesn't get the 50 though. Arsenal winning back-to-back challenges. And now a shot towards the net. Card tips it out to the corner. Hoxer also is thinking about going for that bump on Card. A loss takes out Arsenal instead.
Space Station, I think, really trying to keep Furia honest now when they want these long touches and they're going straight towards that Furia net to try and get them to rotate a little bit further back, maybe find a little space in the midfield. Yan just steals one away, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to score this one. Drops it straight down, and Hoxer will poke it out to safety. And Space Station Gaming, again, time a factor. For the third straight game in a row, under 5 shots. They're at 3 with 90 seconds.
Still, though, time to work. You see Arsenal trying to get the lead block play, but lost. He saw that, dodged the bump, made it look easy. LJ back to the ball. Will go for the ground pinch, but Card somehow read it.
Keep your eye on the player. He wasn't playing the ball there, and they get countered. Oh, it's devastating if you're SSG. That type of fake gets so many people, and here it costs you.
And also Arsenal, I mean, he goes for the infield pass there. His teammate decides to go for it when he just was not going to be there anytime before Furia. Yeah, you know, so it's risky when you're doing a pass to your third man. You better make sure your third man can get there first. Otherwise, you will get scored on like that.
Ooh. Score that, Hoxer. You deserve it.
Went for the flip reset. Now going for a flip reset 50, but nothing doing on that play. And the quick counter, LJ.
Boy.
Did LJ get back? No, but it bounces off the crossbar and out. So the rebound goal, it doesn't bite Space Station, and now they have a chance. This one off the crossbar and the post, and finally blocked out by Card.
Oh, Card, head on a swivel there to figure out where to go in the net, where his teammate had covered and what needed to get covered. I don't know how you pull that one off the goal line, but well done.
Now a dish goal potentially, and lost. Couldn't get a touch on the ball. Lost 7 boost. Tip it up for Card. And Card air dribbling around one. LJ to his own corner, but time running out, and Furia will be up 3-0 against Space Station. The timeout did not work, and Furia is now 1 game away from going to the grand finals.
Cruise control right now for Furia. Now you see Space Station, they did put up a few shots there towards the end. Remember, they only had 3 at 90 seconds. So they're able to put on a barrage of shots towards the end, but ultimately doesn't feel like there was a ton of structure behind them. It was really just maybe something will go in because we have to score 2. We have to try everything that we can think of to try and get one in the back. But oh boy, this is has been Furia up and down the pitch.
Yeah, like you said, Achieves, it has looked like Furia has been on cruise control. They have been in control of this series since the very beginning. For Space Station to call a timeout in Game 2. Game 3, the timeout did nothing for them. Immediately, we saw the kickoff goal from Furia. They're locked in. They are looking to make their first ever North American Grand Final, a team that dominated South America, that wowed us at the World Championship last season. And they are about to add even more to their resume. 1 more game win is all it will take to send them to the grand finals.
Now be careful. We've already seen 1 reverse sweep this weekend. I know anything's possible right now. And if anything, Space Station Gaming not the type to take a 4-0 laying down. They're going to throw everything they got at you, and it's going to come in the form of an air dribble bump. LJ says goodbye, and give me the goal.
We saw a flip reset double tap from LJ. Now we see a flip reset demo to clear the goal line and to guide that ball in. LJ, that was a premium play. Arsenal off kickoff. Trying to get another one here for Space Station. Yeah, no. Tested. Man, still in the corner. Lost. He lost delaying that shot. Was trying to figure out a way through.
Went a little drop down as well just to keep Space Station boxed in. Fury doing a great job knowing where the ball has to go to at least give them a chance to stay on offense. And finally Arsenal able able to exercise a bit of uncontested control on the ball, but he gets out in front. LJ with an aggressive challenge.
That was. LJ was the last back there. That was all in from LJ. But LJ feeling confident, and when you're hitting shots like he has been this series, I think you can afford to be confident in your own abilities. Corner boost steal from Lost, opted to go for the bump on Hoxer, didn't land it. Now LJ on the dribble. Over Yan at the mid. Hoxer trying to control it, does get the demo. Possession still for Space Station. Arsenal couldn't land the double tap. And now it's back going the other way. LJ running it down the sideline, trying to get something going for Space Station. They've got this 1-goal lead, but can it be enough? Here's a double tap ball from Yan, and it's denied. Hoxer, big time save. Rebound though, still a chance for Furia to score. It's off the backboard, too high over Lost, but there's bumps and demos in the net. It's off the crossbar, still a precarious spot, but Space Station survive.
Oh, the safety of the sidewall. Never been more happy to see it if you're on the orange team. They combine in front of the blue net. Unfortunately, out to a stalling touch with the corner. LJ picks one off, but I don't even think he was really expecting to be able to win that so clean. And Furia gonna stymie the Space Station approach. Arsenal getting physical in the net. Card need to buy time. He got pushed into the back, and he will somehow come out the top and push LJ out to the safety of the sidewall.
We're seeing goal line stands on both sides of the field. There's another bump, and this time it pans out. Arsenal taking out the last defender.
Oh, you thought it was Space Station who was going to crack under the pressure. Finally, it's Furia. They run out of pieces to throw. And 2-0 on the board. Space Station battling back here in fine fashion.
I think this is the Space Station we expected coming out of the timeout going into game 3. And now we see a team bump. Hoxer and Arsenal actually ran into each other on the other side of the field, and it costs them.
That one actually hurts real bad because Arsenal picks up 100 boost, but he doesn't even defend the goal line here. And honestly, I can't say I know why.
Well, they ran into each other.
Go?
Yeah,
but he had the time. Like, he ran into him, he picked up his corner boost, and he could have positioned himself anywhere. And I just don't know why he didn't go on the actual goal line. He was just driving out into the middle of the box and probably thought his teammates were going to make some type of challenge. Was just dead wrong there.
Probably saw stars after bonking heads. Just couldn't get his senses about him. And that gives Furia an opening. Lost. We'll clear it down. LJ has a lot of time. Hoxer is going to go for the pass. Hoxer receiving the pass off the wall. It's tipped. Now Lost. Back to the side. It's a hard roller. Actually tips off the back of LJ, and LJ will switch the field. Hoxer moving it to the backboard of Furia. Out for a rebound, but a nice touch from Yan's going to sail this all the way back. This ball getting boomed back and forth.
Arsenal trying his best, really trying to get up the field, but he just can't seem to make contact on anybody on Furia. He's trying to put that ball into some open space, and again, he's looking for Yan there in the corner, and he's just ranging. He's keeping his eyes on the lookout for anybody he can pick off, but everyone from Furia is so aware of what he's trying to do.
Another chance. Barred down from Hoxer. Hoxer and Arsenal just creeping at the midfield, looking for a gap. You can see Lost giving up that ball. Card lost in no man's land.
He really got scared. Card really didn't have a whole lot of boost, and he might have thought he was beat for a second, so he pulled off the challenge to go defend, and unfortunately, that was the one time where you needed to try and jam one through the midfield, and Hoxer with a big couple of 50s off the kickoff, and Card recovering enough, but they're not done yet. Oh my goodness, LJ with a banger out of the corner.
LJ is hitting world-class shots in this series. Using the underside of his car for a low-altitude, high-speed double tap off the corner.
High speed, I think. That's the killer, right? Because it's like he just hit that, didn't even change the angle of his car, just let it go off the inside edge instead of the outside one, didn't twist, just bang, on you before you knew it.
Precision mechanics there from LJ. LJ has been a shining light, but we actually see a save. Hoxer! Hoxer keeping that out, preserving the 3-goal lead. We've seen some heroic saves from Space Station in this game.
Look, another one. Yeah, okay, a little help. LJ and Arsenal combined and dump pass across. Got pinched over before Furia could react. Likely going to seal the end of it. Down 3 under a minute. Space Station. Whew. They find one heck of a way back into the series, didn't they?
Yeah, where was this Space Station before? We do see one back for Furia. Furia will have to have some planned kickoff plays. We know they've got them. I think we'll see which one they go to. But yeah, Chiefs, where was this Space Station before?
Really struggling to to contain Furia throughout that transition game, I'm going to guess. So let's see what kickoff they go for.
Oh, fake kickoff
with a
from
bump?
Lost.
Not enough.
It looked like Lost may have wanted to just drive around it, go for the demo Spanish kickoff style, but that won't work for Furia. Space Station with an answer in game 4. They fend off being sent down into that lower bracket. And as you already alluded to, we've seen a reverse sweep before the exciting FaZe Optic series. We know it's possible. But what do you think about this situation, the Chiefs? You saw them both.
I think every reverse sweep has to start somewhere, obviously. I think it helps that Space Station got on the board first here early with LJ, and obviously he popped off huge. 4 shots, 3 goals, and a couple of saves. Granted, Furia still, this one could have easily gone to overtime, I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
without,
there were a lot of shots here from Furia in this game. It was no guarantee that Space Station won this one, but they were able to make a lot of clutch saves, so I think while Space Station, this could have easily been a give as good as you get type of scenario, but they managed to dodge a few bullets here.
They did, and I mean, bullet time dodging a few of them, looking like the one. So that one, like the play from Hoxer getting up and blocking that shot, pinching it off the crossbar and out. That was an excellent effort there from Hoxer. And having to dodge the bump, dodge the demos, and make the save. So we saw Space Station really come alive in that game where they were looking very flat. Like we said before, it looked like Furia was running on cruise control. But LJ making Furia slam on the brakes there, and we go into game 5. Another chance for Furia to punch their ticket to that grand final. Will LJ in particular be able to bring that same level of offensive play to this game? He was amazing.
Absolutely.
I think that answers the question.
Oh, Arsenal, first off, great challenge here on the 50-50, just making sure that you don't let him through. But LJ, talk about air rolling the car right. Get all the way around the outside of that ball, bang, back post. Don't see that one coming very often.
He hit that with the corner of his hitbox, dead center on that ball. He crushed it. LJ has been the backbone of the offense for Space Station. Getting that early goal. Will it be enough? Yan going for a triple tap, but he's demoed out of the air. Arsenal staying behind it on 0. Will still stay behind the ball, even though he had no boost to work with. Yan getting the clear out. Hoxer will tip it hard off his own back while Arsenal late to the challenge. Card going for a 50 and lost. Self-pass, you can see how quickly those Space Station are going to dive into this corner.
And Arsenal, he knows he's going to be a little late to some of these challenges. I've been camping out on his camera to see what he's looking for. And he knows, but he just wants to get somebody in their face, and he looks like he's angling when he's going for those late challenges, that maybe he gets the ball, but he's primarily trying to hit the person who's making contact to just pull somebody off the play for Furia, and he's getting real close to him.
I just got to hedge your bets. Can't hit the ball, hit the next best thing. That ball will leak through to Card, and her shot opportunity. Yan sails it high. That was a nice scoring chance for Furia. Could have been the equalizer.
Oh, and again, Card just able to bob and weave around that oncoming Arsenal. It's got to be frustrating. You're going for those types of challenges in the midfield on Space Station. You just can't make contact. LJ almost throws everybody for a loop. And Lost slips by one more time.
Ooh, LJ dodging the bump, but Lost getting around him anyway. Lost finally being shut down by Hoxer, who seems to be the final boss defensively for Space Station. Card tipping off the corner. But you get Yan playing so deep. And LJ still beats it past him. LJ gonna tip it across and sweep. Now going in. Hard hit back to the corner. Yan, center ball. Hoxer challenging Card. Now lost. We'll try to work. Yan bumped a bit. Now demoed on the back line. Space Station march up field. The shot off the post. Rebound to Hoxer, who tucks it in.
You love to see this type of movement here from SSG. They get the demo, they use the space, and they put Lost in that 2-on-1. They execute it perfectly. As soon as they see Lost commit, they cross the ball into the middle for Arsenal. Obviously not into the back of the net, but it's okay. Still perfectly playable. Takes a nice bounce right back into Hoxer's waiting arms.
This Space Station team playing with much more vigor. LJ to Hoxer. LJ off the back wall. Yan will punch it up to Lost, who's a bit behind Lost though. Card, however, still able to read it. Double tap down. Controlled by Hoxer. Arsenal hits the brakes. Hoxer will opt for the quarter boost. He'll still can't get it. Now a pinch back to LJ. LJ won't be able to get the backboard bounce. Arsenal over to the side. Card way too slow. Arsenal beat him by a mile. But yeah, now solo play. Hoxer getting up and over the challenge. And Hoxer again getting the stop. Hoxer has been irreplaceable defensively for Space Station in these last 2 games.
Oof. Some scary passes into the middle, but Furia feels like they're just kind of getting pushed towards that midfield instead of passing it out there. I think Space Station realizing that, look, the way we gotta challenge these guys, we have to force them to the side, because if we know where they're coming from the side, instead of letting them put it there themselves, it's a lot easier play to read into the middle.
It's all boomed all the way back down. Furia, all the things that were working before are not working now. No space for them to get these infield passes. Hoxer going up for the bump. Card back to the corner. Hoxer, lovely first touch control, has LJ in support, and LJ, though he doesn't score, does get an opportunity out to Arsenal, and more time is wasted.
Did have that last man beat in the net, but the second guy came through to cover up. Could have easily been 3-0, but Furia stymied again. 2 games straight. Slowly losing that shot edge. Now it's Space Station with 9, Furia on 5, and that one even will get turned away at the end. The bouncer from Yan will keep them in the mix here. So what happens in the final 14 seconds?
And now things get interesting. Still a chance for Furia. We've seen them go for that Spanish kickoff before when they were in this situation where they needed one. What will the strategy be now? Card going for it, just tries to kill it. It's a tip pass. This is a great kickoff, and it's a block from Hoxer.
Oh, he's right there.
Lost, still going for it. Hoxer again. LJ and Hoxer on the goal line, getting stop after stop.
Ooh, awkward. And he has to use all of his boost. Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Intercept from Hoxer, and that 50 will do it. Space Station win again.
Whew! Hope you guys woke up ready to watch some car soccer.
I mean, even if you're not ready, you just have to just be glued to your set. Because if you weren't ready, then you are now. For what Space Station is doing, back-to-back victories. And you wonder if Furia will call a timeout. And just as I ask that, we get word, Furia calling a timeout to try to slow Space Station down.
Yeah, not a bad idea. And oh boy, it's look at you remember the last timeout? You know, everyone on Furia sitting there, Yan sitting there bobbing his head like, yeah, we're crushing them. Like, ooh, we're playing real good. Now they lose 2 games straight. They don't find the back of the net at all. And it feels
look at Yan now.
Opposite. Flat.
Look
just
at the difference.
Flatlined.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see on their faces the difference now. Yan head down a little bit. Oh man, Card, what's going on?
Heavy.
I think
game is heavy.
You could sense the pressure that Furia is now feeling that now that Space Station has won back-to-back games. It looked like Furia on cruise control. We're going to quickly sweep Space Station, sweep them under the rug, move on to the Grand Finals. Hey, you know, it's our first North American Grand Finals. This is going to be easy, but no. Achieves. Is it ever that easy?
Never.
It doesn't feel like
that
it.
easy. Certainly not in North America. As you see here in Game 5, just got picked apart a little too often. There's that 2-on-1 that lost, tried to defend, unfortunate bounce that came back for him. And Space Station finding some type of a groove, and that was the most frustrating part. You know, it feels like Furia find these real nice breakout plays, and they're like, all right, we're finding some type of attack here, and then somebody from Space Station materializes in the goal just to make some type of miracle save, and it's got to be a frustrating experience for Furia.
It's frustrating indeed, especially after going up 3-0. You can just see how much it bothers those players on the timeout, how serious things get. Furia before able to find those infield passing lanes without any issues, but now Space Station has clogged them up. Hoxer continues to make big-time save after big-time save. LJ scoring crazy goals. This Space Station team are starting to hit their stride. However, job's not done yet. They still need to win one more to even force Game 7. But it's a good start for Space Station. Arsenal with possession, bumped off the ball, but LJ zooms in. Yan around one. It's a 2v1 situation. Yan calling his teammate off, but Arsenal gets a tip.
And it's really good defense from Arsenal because he knows some type of misdirection is coming. Card is not able to squeeze one in. Yan not able to get the follow through, and look at Arsenal just says, nope, we're just going to take this dribble as slow as possible, and he breaks through. Can he catch back up to it? Gets spun out. And unfortunately, Space Station not able to capitalize.
And Card was also on empty. So Arsenal almost taking out all 3 members of Furia. However, Furia able to rely on Card to get that stop. Now Hoxer, the pinch up the wall right to LJ. LJ, he's been the shooter for Space Station, but he creeps up a bit too far. And Hoxer so far back, he couldn't take the shot either.
What do you do if you're Furia trying to right the ship here and prevent the complete capsizing here? Back to basics. You try and execute some mechanical wizardry. A lot of things to consider.
It just felt like so much of Furia's success was on the breakout and finding the player on the wall and then looking for the option back in the middle. And we have not seen any of that. It's mainly just been Furia trying to clear the pressure out. They have not been able to possess it.
Off the ceiling.
It's back to Lost. Lost hard hit off the backboard. Card couldn't wrap his way around it and ends up just hitting it helplessly over to the corner.
And it's that type of approach, right? I think Space Station are willing to accept that. Oh, the demo in the net's gonna open it wide open. Space Station says, yeah, well, if you hit this really difficult shot, fine, you can score. But if you don't, it's a dangerous counter back the other way. And it's in the net.
And I mean, Hoxer is a multi-dimensional player. He can be in the back, he can be that facilitator, but also quickly recognizing that demo opportunity. But the play really comes together when you have that shooting ability from LJ. We've seen that he can work from almost anywhere on the field and find the angle. Pass up. Well, just a lob up, rather, forcing Yan to make the hit. Pass across. Now Hoxer will wait patiently. Arsenal going for a shot. Gets the demo instead. And it's almost like what you were saying before, Arsenal. If he doesn't hit the ball, he'll usually at least hit the player.
Yeah, he's going to aim for somebody, trying to make it as difficult as possible for Furia to execute. Now they're looking for Arsenal on the sidewall, but passes from Space Station, not quite going where intended. One-on-one with Card, little flow towards the net, and LJ's there, and that's what we're talking about. Furia thinking, cool, we made it into the back, and then the second man just appears and pulls out what looks like a surefire goal.
That one, if that ball had a bit more pace, that's getting past LJ. Lost going for a 50. Hoxer going for the challenge. Still on 0 boost. Hoxer has nothing here. We'll need help from LJ. Furia Doing a good job of boost starving. This is going to be tough for Hoxer to get to. That's all the boost he had to get that cleared downfield. Arsenal was challenged. Wasn't able to get that pass back middle. Now Yan, light lob. Off his own backboard, Hoxer will hit it. Arsenal now upfield to LJ. LJ, can he redirect this? No, he can't. You were holding your breath, though, wondering what he was going to do.
Too hot to handle. A very difficult read, to say the least. And delayed flip reset plus demo plus bump, and that is going to be plenty to get into the back. Furia tie it up.
And Furia will not go down without a fight. There's a demo by Lost into a bump from Lost. Lost shredding up the defense, opening that lane. And so Furia showing some life. It's been a while. These last 2 games, Furia has been MIA.
Ooh, they catch him?
Lost has to concede that to Arsenal. Arsenal going for the bump. LJ and Yan speeding to it. Back down to the Furia corner. LJ infield pass, but there's no one there. Yan will go for the shot. It was off target anyway, and it was close to the side the defense was on. Drop pass. Card can't get back to it. Lost. Will go upfield. Arsenal switching sides. Card will have some space. Goes for a pass left, but it was way too far away from Yan.
I don't even think Yan thought that one would be coming right there. And oh, and they just let it roll. Oh my goodness gracious. That is not a good one to let happen here. Everyone kind of congeals into this back corner, and they can't figure out how to challenge Arsenal. And he just drives it through.
Arsenal is like a bull in a china shop. I mean, what do you do to contain him? And then with that pitch to the middle, all the plates came crashing to the ground. Space Station score their second. Now a demo from Arsenal, looking to get another, forces the defender to jump. And it was well played by Yan to prevent another goal for Space Station. But Furia about to concede 3 games straight. Card trying to get Furia back in it. Pitch across, Arsenal will boom it out. Arsenal looking for demos, doesn't find any. And that one cleared all the way across. We are going to game 7.
Oh boy. Oh, North America, you never cease to entertain, do you?
Well,
Furia.
Thieves, this has been a wild ride. I especially after the game 2 timeout into the loss, I thought it was over.
I don't blame you. I honestly, I thought it was over then too, at least at some point. But the huge revitalization from Space Station, Arsenal, again, it's not like Arsenal's doing like a lot of like stunning stuff. He's really
battling
just
in the trenches.
Exactly.
I mean, that play was battling in the trenches. You saw him fighting his way through bumps, getting to that ball and pinching it out to the middle. You don't know how fast it's going to be, but you're just doing everything you can to put that ball in a scoreable spot. Arsenal putting his head down, getting to work, and it paid off. Now Space Station, a chance to reverse sweep. Let's get into it. Game 7 on Champions Field.
You like to see that slight adjustment from Space Station and how they're rotating. Don't let that clear down the middle or out to the side get behind them where they're trying to catch up to the play. They're giving Furia just that little bit of extra space so they can react.
Will LJ be able to bring that level of offense that he has in this comeback to the deciding Game 7? LJ has been that superstar offensively, but Hoxer defensively has been making tons of saves. And this one's going to need the help from Arsenal. Arsenal! Big-time defensive stop, and Hoxer will clear it down the gut.
Not the first time this series either. He's had a couple of huge stands in the net. Now he's going to have to make another one. This is so tough. But his teammate LJ's got the right side covered. Space Station dodge another one.
Oh, that was remarkable. I think it was a squishy save there from LJ. Getting up and around. I have to take another look at it, but regardless, both players getting up there, denying that high option. And LJ having to weave around these boost attempts. Furia are swarming right now, still Good chances for Furia, but Space Station able to stop them. Off the corner, right towards net. LJ making sure the defense is still awake.
Ooh, dish. Ooh! Hello, Arsenal. I mean, the guy's just cutting rotation. He just throws it into the corner looking for the extra chance. Hoxer doesn't think too much about it, puts it off the sidewalk because it's away from Furia, and Arsenal's wheeled right back through and throws it back down to Hoxer, who's recovering in the corner. And Furia are just watching this ball ping-pong around, and they get diced to pieces.
Diced to pieces by Arsenal, but Arsenal, he gave up that shot and it ends up going in. And I don't know if you saw it, Chiefs, but Arsenal had missed the corner boost on that play, which resulted in his late challenge on that.
It was tough. And even then, they still almost pulled it out. But you're right. Sometimes those little miscues cost you that bit of time you need. Furia capitalize.
LJ now off the ceiling. Arsenal looking for bumps, and that shot will go wide. Card up the Furia sidewall. Hoxer at the midfield will stay behind it, trying to 50 it in out of the air. LJ jumping in now. Card can't get to that one. Hoxer bumped off the ball. Yan has the ball taken off his hood, but stays in the play. Hoxer trying to hit this out to the corner. There's a demo from Arsenal, and that took Lost out of the equation.
We came right back to where Lost just was. And Arsenal just containing the ball here, or at least trying to. Pretty much a dead even stalemate here in Game 7.
And you can imagine the pressure these players feel. Arsenal, the only player out there on the pitch who has been to a North American Grand Final. You know that these players are dying to get that experience, dying to be able to make it to that stage. And now LJ going slow, but he's 50'd by Card. LJ was trying to be creative on the goal line. It didn't pan out. Under 2 minutes left to play. LJ up to Arsenal. Arsenal back to LJ, but it's too far away. Hoxer commits heavily, and now the sprint back off the backboard. LJ can't, he doesn't make contact on the backboard bounce, but he did on the shot.
Huge recovery from Space Station. They sent everything, missed it, and they were able to recover on defense. That dangerous Furia counterattack that was so lethal at the start of this series comes up empty, and they're trying for it again. Arsenal, it's a good enough touch to buy a lot of time. Furia not able to cover that much space yet.
Arsenal will tip it back up to LJ. LJ goes for goal. It's blocked by Lost. Follow-up is denied by Card. Arsenal pass out to the middle, but it's to nobody. Lost trying to work with his teammates. Off the sidewall, LJ straight up the middle. Card beating Arsenal out. Yeah, you can see how quickly he was able to get there, and now all the way across net. Will this be an opportunity for Furia?
Not a lot of boost for Arsenal.
And he doesn't get the best challenge either. Arsenal still on 0. Double tap ball, pass out. Hoxer will clear it down, but Yan at the midfield to deny it. Arsenal trying to slow this down. Running on fumes here. LJ did snag that corner boost. Arsenal, he's bumped off the ball, but LJ gets some help. Furia surging in these final seconds.
Oh, and the bump, but look at that. LJ able to finally get a little bit of space. Space Station may have the last few chances here.
There's a pass over to LJ, but LJ doesn't bite. Now turning. Will it drop down? It does, but it's a tip out. Yan versus LJ. Yan going for the bump. He gets it, and Furia score with a single second on the clock.
Oh, and LJ knew he was going to be in a tight spot, and he missed all the pads going back. He was so focused on Yan and thinking about how do I defend the net. He had to play that with 12. Couldn't make any type of adjustment, and Yan says, excuse me, we're winning the series.
Oh, but I am speechless. Furia looked down and out. You can see the hugs and kisses from Furia. Lost, showing his gratitude to Yan for making that big play at the end. a 1v1 situation, and if you're Furia, you are hoping and praying that it's Yan in that spot, and he was.
Oh, yeah. You always hope that when you finally find the one-on-one, game on the line, no time on the clock, you want it to be there, and you see the devastation. They played so well, and now they got to go through this tough lower bracket, and they know they're going to have to go beat Furia twice later on.
And you feel for Arsenal. I believe on that last play, I again would need to see it again, but it looked like maybe, just maybe, Arsenal would have been able to get back in time to hit that out if LJ didn't tip it. Because even though Yan got that bump, LJ was still able to get a slight touch on that ball. I'm sure we'll see it here on the replay, but wow, Chiefs, that was just crazy.
It was close all the way. Game 7, probably the most even the entire series looked for both teams. 1 through 3, all Furia. 4 through 6, all Space Station. And Game 7, it came down to the wire, but what a show it was. And Furia end up the winner, as here we'll see it. Oh, he might have, but I don't think so. It would have been tough.
That would have been, but we're going to go to a break. And when we come back, we've got G2 taking on Optic Gaming.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the side of the field. On the reset, getting up for everybody. That was otherworldly.
sweep by Space Station Gaming. LJ, Arsenal, and Hoxer tried their best, but in the end, Yan and company got it done. And I'm here with Furia's coach, Mateus, STL Mateus. And, I'm not going to ask you how you're doing because I have a feeling that it's pretty good. But I am going to ask you, what was the atmosphere like? We kind of got a look in for a second, but when you guys called the timeout, Space Station are halfway through potentially completing a reverse sweep. What's going through the boys' head in that moment? Like, how were you guys able to get back into form and win Game 7?
I think we were playing like really good games 1, 2, and 3. I think we're playing like the current Furia play style, but after Game 3, after their timeout, they started like to playing a lot better at SSG, and we started playing like old Furia, like not hitting our shots, starting to panic, starting to double commit, like third man going forward. So I was not like wanting to time out after Game 1 because it's just one game, but after 2 games in a row, I was like, okay, if I don't feel like right now, maybe things get messy. So after Game 2, I said, okay, boys, like you're playing like they owed us, and that cannot happen. And let's be calm. Let's play chill. I think even the camera saw like the boys like hanging out like this, so we have like our thing going on over here. And also our out game is going really well. Like we are building chemistry, we are bonding really well, being a team, so that works a lot.
And you guys have had your struggles this season. This has been the best split that you've been able to put together. So you talk about old Furia with double commits, panicking. What if specifically have you been working on with the team to help iron out those issues? Because they are not there as often as they used to be.
Not gonna lie, I think I'm being pretty annoying with the boys, like especially Loss. I think Loss like playing really good right now, but Winter Split as a whole, he was playing really poorly. Like he was pre-jumping, double committing a lot. So like I started working even like off season with Loss, like okay, you gotta do this and this and this. Like during scrims, like he made one mistake, I'm like, dude, you can't just do this, like middle scrim. So I think after 1-2 weeks, he like settled it, like okay, now I can't play like this because this guy like annoying me a lot, so I can't do this anymore. So I think doing that, like getting 3 screens a day, playing 8 hours a day, like we are getting the hours up as well, like so we are in a good spot, really good spot right now.
I saw that you had tweeted out after making it to Sunday yesterday that you guys signed on Buttery Hotness as an analyst, and I was curious, what work is he doing with you guys, or what are you able to share that he's been helping you guys out with?
Well, essentially for the Regional 1, because he was not like with us for Regional 1. I did like our playstyle thing, like our sessions, and also like a study around SSG, Gen.G, etc. And having him like he studies specifically the other teams, like Gen.G, what they do, or let us say SSG Optic, what did Optic do to counter Space Station, or what Space Station does that like is a mistake, or what did we did good or bad against Space Station in Regional 2. So he helped us a lot. Like we have like essentially all NA teams like documented, so he helps a lot. Like I was not be able to help the boys in this way if it wasn't for Buttery Hotness. He's a goat.
Well, Mateus, I want to give you the floor really quick just to shout out anybody before you get the boys ready for the grand finals. Any final words and shout outs?
I want to shout out all of Furia, especially our friends, not like even our bosses, our friends like Jaime and Akari. They helped us a lot. Even if like the Neymar video, I think everyone saw it. It was pretty cool. It was like a promise that they did for us in Regional 1. We couldn't quite claim the prize for Regional 1 because we got 6. So after our winning, like we are such like relief, no pressure, just playing our game. Even if pressure, we were playing really well now. With no pressure, God knows where we can stop.
God knows where you can go. Well, you're in the grand finals, your guys' first appearance in the grand finals in North America. Good luck to you in the grand finals. We're going to send it back to Wavepunk and the boys and move on with the day.
Oh, man. We almost got 2 reverse sweep best of 7s back-to-back, but at the last moment, Furia able to stand up strong and finally get past what was the strongest goal line defense I've seen against. Like, they were defending the backboard Gibbs from the goal line through the entire series.
Yeah, it was nuts. Like, Furia was shooting over 10 shots per game. Space Station was shooting a little over 7. And Space Station needed every one of those plays where they would go inside-out saves. They would make nutty pre-jump saves. There was a lot of LJ and Hoxter doing that work. But then at the end here, we had Yan, the 1v1. And if you can't beat him on the line, bump him out of the way, and Yan does just that. The 1v1, last play of the game, bumps LJ just enough to allow that goal to go in. A huge play from him, and we've seen plenty of huge plays from him on LAN, and we're going to get to see it again from Furia. So very excited for that, and we'll see him again later in that grand finals where they will have 2 lives versus everyone else who has 1.
The headset coming off from adrenaline of a Game 7 last-second goal. We've seen that from Furia before. It's weird. That exact series against Moist in Game 7, headset popping off, flying up as they take the lead at 2 seconds left, James. I don't know. Like, Furia, they are one for telling the stories.
Oh, I mean, they've got a flash and flare about them. I don't think there's any denying that. This team, even when they were in SAM representing South America, they had that swagger about them. And I don't think they've lost that. I think, if anything, it's getting refined here in North America. And this was a huge hurdle for them. I think this whole event, they've been playing with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. And, I hate to always talk about things through the lens of NRG. I mean, I can't fight who I am. I'm just going to embrace it. But Furia is really doing, what so many teams wish they could do. I think about the journey that teams like NRG have had, where they have this one final chance to really make that last push to make the major and make Worlds, and Furia is actually accomplishing that. So, I mean, and to do it when all of the pressure is on, I think it just proves that this Furia team, they're clutch.
They're incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff, and they now wait in the grand finals for the rest of the bracket to resolve. Folks, don't forget, if you want to go to the World Championship and see teams like Furia play, make sure you get your tickets. There's a new round of tickets. Those are going to be going live Thursday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. Pacific. Make sure you're checking the rest of the Rocket League socials to find those links so you can be there. The upper bowl now. We're going to be filling that upper bowl with people. Tickets starting at 79 euros. You're not going to want to miss it, folks. That win changes, again, the point standings here for North America, Gibbs.
Yes, Furia bumps up a lot from that. They were sitting down there in the 5th place spot, and now they have moved all the way up to number 2. So Furia, that is well done by them. They pass a team like Complexity, who cannot catch them, and then obviously like Optic and G2, only one of them has that possibility. So they won't be getting the number 5 seed at this point, or the number 4, I believe. So for Furia, that is very good news. Again, we talked about the top 3 seeds are very important for North America. But now we move on, and now it gets a little interesting because we got G2. They're the last team here that's not in the major just yet. They have to beat Optic and then beat Space Station to make it. We'll see if they can get it done. But we're going to start with, obviously, Optic after that crazy match yesterday playing up against G2.
Optic Gaming, the Green Wall, somehow knocked out FaZe in a best-of-7 reverse sweep. It was the story of the day. They're now taking on G2, the former gatekeepers, trying to get back to the gates here, and Optic is going to be their first test here on Championship Sunday, James.
Yeah, and I mean, this Optic G2 matchup, you just love to see it. This is, quintessential NA players out here. And G2 and Optic, they're both kind of underdogs to me right now. Optic, they, with Magic Bear finally being able to make a major. Optic as a whole, like Reddles, when you think back, he was dropped off of Space Station and had to find a new home. Optic was kind of like a cobbled together team because of that whole situation. So they have been surging. They're finally in the limelight, able to have all this success. And for G2, Gibbs called him mid yesterday. I don't know if you remember. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that he called G2 mid. But I mean, I understand where he's coming from. G2 had monumental success last season, winning a major, making it to the grand finals of the World Championship. They just haven't been able to reach those heights. And now they have to get to the grand finals if they want to make Boston. They have not missed a major before. So G2 also in that underdog position.
Can they do it? We'll find out, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win. I'm excited for this week's first touch. I'm sure there'll be a segment, Is G2 Actually Mid? And just watch. If they make it to the grand finals, it's going to be hard to keep T-Bates' mouth shut at any point during that segment, though, folks. Optic Gaming versus G2. It's time for us to make our picks here on the desk. James, you asked me to not have you go first last time, and then you still didn't know how. Just go first. Who you got?
So I went with my mind last time. I picked Furia over G2. I was right. I'm going with my heart this time. I'm going to say.
We lost.
He said G2 chat. We heard him say G2 right before he cut out there.
I don't know. That's a bad omen. I'm going Optic.
Going Optic on this one.
Yeah,
I will say, surprisingly, all time in RLCS, Optic actually holds the head-to-head against G2 3-2 in this one, a very narrow margin, and they have been rallying. No one expected them to take down FaZe yesterday, and yet they were able to prove us wrong. Can they do it 2 days in a row? I've got Optic on this one. How does chat feel about it? We've got 2 for Optic, 1 for G2. The G2 is cursed, and G2 somehow not the favorites in chat. The green wall continues to grow here, folks. Let's get down to the games, folks. The lower bracket semifinals, 2 teams, both with heavy implications here. G2 trying to make the Cinderella run to the grand finals. The first step starts here.
And now it is G2's turn to run the gauntlet. Can they pull it off? They've got to get, of course, to the grand finals. First step, the army has to march through the green wall.
And they gotta charge hard. You saw Optic Gaming yesterday. FaZe Clan, even though it was on match point, could not take down the green wall. They've ascended to new heights in this tournament. Can they go all the way? They're already starting off with the force. Reynolds is gonna get there, doesn't matter. AJ will get the first goal for Optic.
AJ credited with the opening goal, 26 now on the weekend. Nobody in this tournament has scored more than him. Putting a lot on his shoulders. 11 seconds in here, trying to get Optic into the lower finals.
G2 still gonna try to strike back just as hard. But Optic definitely feeling a lot more comfortable and confident going into today, just knowing their potential. G2 really going to have to show their stuff to see if they can get past this Optic Gaming team that has been kind of a surge here recently.
You know, it was one of those weird reverse sweeps yesterday, Daz, where, I mean, you could tell Optic was getting better with every single game, from 1 all the way to 7, even though things got real hairy in Game 6, that shot saved away by Atomic. I mean, normally it tends to come from out of nowhere, where a team just kind of suddenly clicks. But this was a steady progression for Optic, and it's got to serve them well if that pattern continues. It certainly looks like it has, with AJ getting that opening goal.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about that, though, is everybody on Optic was playing at a high level. It was not just a one-man show. I know you were very critical about that earlier in the series that they played yesterday. Oh, JNAPS is making it a one-man show just there. Forced it through, caught the offense, or the defense lacking on Optic.
AJ scores unassisted, not to be outdone. JNAPS, who has had a fantastic tournament so far. And you go back to the Furia series yesterday, Daz, with JNAPS, and he got his, he scored a few goals. It felt like he should have scored more. The accuracy still wasn't there for the opportunities that Furia afforded him. If he gets going, though, if these shots continue to fall in, all of a sudden G2 becomes that much more dangerous.
Will they be able to give him the ball, though? He's going to be under pressure. He's under pressure right now. Magic Bear was looking for a demo, made it very uncomfortable. That's 2, but AJ had to retreat back, so he's not going to be able to be inside this play. Things start to settle here as Optic try to see if they can work themselves past G2 on the defensive end. I mean, G2 has phenomenal defense themselves. It'll only improve as things go on. AJ trying to get a demo to set things up. Reynolds with the quick shot will be saved out.
Very simple play set up there, well defended by G2. Here's Chicago, he's got a man downfield, but that deflection by AJ really saves Optic. Now Magic Bear going to work. Try to get around JNAPS, could not. AJ back to the backboard, and Atomic's got that one away as he almost got nudged out of the way. Now Reynolds, oh, he was knocked out of control on the side. And he can't do anything with that ball, so Chicago will boom it downfield. Atomic back to Chicago for the lead and denied by Magic Bear.
Well, still a good shot, though, and G2 still trying to keep up that offensive possession. Love what we're seeing, though, from G2 on that counterattack play. Halfway through the game, both teams have sent ample amounts of shots. G2 has only had one. That'll be the second there from JNaps. Finally going networks. Technically, that actually registers as JNaps' first shot of the game. His goal didn't count. So we'll have to change the numbers there a little bit. But 2 minutes remaining here in game one, and G2 still on the press forward.
Inside two as Magic Bear will race downfield, making sure Atomic handles this as well as he should, and he does. Now JNaps will roll it right back into the zone. And it's AJ gonna take his turn now. Reynolds running forward. Averaged over 4 demos a game during that historic series yesterday as Magic Bear just ahead of Atomic. JNaps has options, calling his own number. Deflection off of Reynolds. Chicago can't get around on this. And AJ might have actually helped him out a little bit as that bounces off Chicago's central, and it'll be Atomic bringing it all the way back to his corner and intercepted by AJ. Opportunity for Magic Bear denied by Chicago, and G2 looking to work quickly and denied again.
There's a big lack of fear on both sides. I mean, we've seen some really odd challenges where someone's clearly beat but still wants to go just to even make a light 50 on the play. And it just goes to show you how both teams are playing. If that second man's available, they're going to send him forward.
Chicago jumping in behind JNaps to boom this away, but it's coming right back in. AJ missed it coming off the side wall. It is a free ball that's eventually taken by Chicago. Magic Bear dove in way too late, and Chicago picks the defense apart.
And you saw it with that lapse there from AJ. He's trying to get to this ball as quickly as possible. Chicago, the fake threw him off, and then the flick over Reynolds. So much control from Chicago on that play.
No assists so far in game one, but all solo efforts as Magic Bear goes to work. Looking for a late equalizer, try to drop it down to AJ, not happening, and Reynolds had come up to midfield. He's got to retreat so he can be in position to do this. A little catch on the back wall. Reynolds and AJ couldn't get out of each other's way yesterday, but it's Reynolds setting up AJ, looking for a game-tying goal. Sent off by Chicago, and now Atomic booms it back out to midfield. Time running out now for Optic in game one. JNaps, big win at midfield. Down to 10 seconds now. Magic Bear let it get too far away from him. Reynolds couldn't grab the boost as it spawned. Down to 3 seconds. Atomic try to bring it to ground. Reynolds doesn't let him. And can he get to this? No, he can't. AJ can as it just barely stays up. More late dramatics out of Optic, but it falls short, and G2 hangs on for game one.
Hangs on is definitely good. I feel like they had their struggles when Optic was on that offensive front, but for the most part, G2 definitely did a good job of when they had their space, they utilized it. Obviously, you have that JNaps goal. Like we said, that one shocked the defense. As we take a look at our Mobile One high-performance replay, you can even see here that first goal, that Optic pressure, similar to what we saw on the side of FaZe. But even then, G2 still able to strike here, and the level of control that they have when they are on the ball is something that Optic Gaming are going to have to get used to as the series continues on.
The winner gets Space Station Gaming, who went the distance a moment ago, couldn't quite pull it off, and it's got to be a tough task ahead for G2, of course. As great as SSG has been defensively, it's tough not to start kind of looking ahead a little bit and worrying about all that's on their plate. But G2, throughout this whole weekend, as they have been kind of a well-rounded attack, it hasn't been one standout kind of leading the charge as it has been with AJ, who has scored more than his 2 teammates combined. Everybody right around the same kind of output for G2 as Magic Bear and AJ try to combine on an opening goal. Not happening. They left the gate open behind them, and Chicago will walk right through it.
This was all interesting right from the kickoff because there was a delayed kickoff there from Atomic. It pushed it all the way to the back wall. Magic tried to clear it downfield, but Optic could never really recover there. And then G2 just have an open lane. That, of course, they're going to put that into the back of the net. Watch the kickoffs as this series continues on. First goal to G2.
Well, AJ will have it off this kickoff. looking to answer right back. He's picked his spot, and Atomic was there to rudely greet him. Now Magic Bear, let that one get away again, and Atomic will pop it up for Chicago. Reddles up there as well. Now it's AJ, try to force his way through. Good challenge. Can't do much else with it, though. He's going to give way to Reddles. I think yesterday maybe AJ tries to play that and leaves Reddles kind of hanging there. So some adjustments already being made over the last 24 hours for Optic.
Yeah, which is good, though, that they're not staying complacent. They're not getting stuck or comfortable. Making those adjustments for them are going to be important here in this series. G2 are going to stand a lot of fight. Again, they got to continue to win if they want to have a chance at the major. As Reddles put a quick shot on Atomic, blocked it out early. G2 still kind of managing the pace. They got this one goal lead. You can tell they're not really too keen on overextending here. Playing a good game defensively.
Reddles nearly got to Atomic. He had to jump real quick to avoid the contact. And then Magic Bear just barely making the stop on Atomic. Here goes Chicago. Launch it forward. Have to play it himself. And Magic Bear there to make sure he can't. J-Naps float one to the backboard. Nobody there to follow it up. And it's Magic Bear to clear the zone. AJ gonna take the shot from the wall, and Atomic read it the whole way. Makes the stop. Here comes J-Naps very quickly. And a great first touch by Reddles. What can he do with it?
He's only able to get it off to the side there, too. Optic, bit of a team bump there. G2 won't be able to capitalize. Chicago and Magic Bear get kind of tangled up. They didn't want to stick with the rule one. They'll leave that alone. Play off into the corner once again. Demo's on the play as well. It's J-Naps trying to create some room here for G2 to work. Atomic trying to do it himself. AJ there to deny.
A lot of traffic coming across there, too, and AJ needed a lot of focus. Here's Atomic again. Double tap, no. Follow-up from Chicago. His third and a 2-goal lead.
Atomic doesn't need to score. It's just a threat of what he can do himself. Has everybody on Optic keeping an eye on him, but no one's watching Chicago. Sneaks right in, gets the score for G2. Chicago's been the one that put the ball into the back of the net here all series long so far. His awareness and being in the right position has been key to G2's success.
It's kind of what that Envy team struggled with, right? When they had Atomic and Mist, you had a great defender, you had a great setup man. They didn't have a scorer. And Atomic setting the table yet again. Of course, then when he goes off late in series and kind of stuns teams when they take G2 lightly, as J-Naps has that deflected over towards the opposite side. Chicago will set up Naps, and that just goes wayward to the side. Atomic will keep it alive. Can he do anything with this? No, it's set off by AJ.
This is not what you want to see, though, from Optic. I mean, they get 2 demos. Can they get the goal? Look at that big stop there from Chicago. Last alive on the back wall. Able to shut things down. Now G2 have space up in front, and they're trying to fight to increase the scoreline once again. Optic have been struggling. 4 shots from them this game. Nothing looking too threatening except for a couple of shots from AJ, as he's going to try again, but not able to get that touch. Reddles' shot is high, and they'll have to try to keep this play alive.
Listen, after yesterday and what we saw earlier, the last thing I want to see is a 3-0 lead as Reddles, boy, he's kind of reliving his glory days, putting this one together. What a beauty.
Flip reset, bounces off Naps' car and in. Did not expect that one from Reddles on the side of G2. Optic have some breathing room, but they got to work under the clock. 1:22 to go.
Reddles does well to get that forward, but it's Chicago standing his ground. And all Reddles can do is sky this up and buy his teammates time to get back. AJ can't do anything with this. J-Naps coming up on the final minute, looking to get that one back for G2. Decent touch by Reddles as Magic Bear beat him. He sure did! And this game is tied!
Keep your eyes on the Bear. Gets a free look there. Great touch from Reddles off the setup. Magic Bear hops right on it and just gets it over Chicago. G2's positioning had been so good, but they did not expect that one out of Magic Bear. Tied up ball game, 1 minute to go.
We've reduced this 5-minute affair to a 60-second contest, and AJ could not get that cleanly at all, so it's Chicago who picks it away, and Reddles the easy initial stop. AJ making sure to grab the corner boost and force that ball through, but it falls to J-Naps, down to 45.
JNaps blocked by Magic Bear. Chicago's gonna turn back, and he has to retreat for the moment. Nobody on the weak side, so Atomic can boom it downfield. JNaps waiting for a ball that never gets to him. Demolition again as Naps is deleted off the field. Magic Bear through the air and is denied by Atomic. Watch the follow-up though. AJ got it far down and in.
Give AJ freedom like that. He's gonna ice it up. Gets the double, no one home because Magic Bear's initial shot was so strong it forced out 2. And Optic take this game back into their hands. 23 seconds to go.
G2 fans have to be absolutely sick and tired of this man right here. He scored 18, almost 19 goals against them this season. He has been the guy. Reynolds tried to center one. It's deflected away, and AJ just barely got to it. Atomic looking for the tie. No, Magic Bear with the save. And the final few seconds ticking away. G2's got to scramble here. Oh, an unfortunate deflection, but AJ there to swat it out, and this touches the ground, and we've got a series on our hands.
There will be no sweeps here.
Oh, thank God.
Maybe a spaceman sweep, we don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Optic game and take this one. You take a look at the stats there. 6 shots out of AJ, 6 shots out of Atomic. Atomic gets the assist. AJ obviously had that solo goal to put Optic in the lead. You're starting to see Optic get more adjusted to how G2 are playing. And even though G2 had some strides, they did let this one kind of slip out of their own hands. Just didn't, certain things they didn't expect. They had that aggressive positioning, got caught out there. And then, of course, Optic, team that we've seen just build momentum after momentum now into this series. You know, you got players like apparently Jack and First Killer on standby watching this to see G2 fall out here. They have to play in a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Jack has been chilling over in Johnny Boy's watch party, watching all the chaos unfold. But yes, sooner or later, especially if Optic starts to develop a little bit of a lead here, there'll be time to hit the grind as Magic Bear got this across, and we're underway here in Game 3. Tense moments through all of North America as Reynolds will take his time coming from the back wall, but let Magic Bear take over. Demolition from Chicago behind the play. Now it's Atomic. After the boost deal by Chicago, puts Optic in a real tough spot. Chicago denied by Magic Bear.
And it was a good clear, too. He tried to get the ball to Reynolds, but Reynolds not necessarily having enough boost, so he couldn't catch up to it, and you saw that shot there from JNaps as a result. Giving JNaps a little bit of freedom, kind of dangerous, and same as Atomic. G2 on the goal line here. Already, first minute, 4 shots to their name.
Clear by Magic Bear, has Reynolds still way downfield. He'll just doink that central, but it's JNaps right there to boom it away again. G2 not interested in playing cute at all. We're not seeing any kind of drop down, drop behind the back passes. It's literally just boom it and go chase it down. Here goes Naps. Try to get a little clever around Magic Bear. Didn't work out. Atomic shot on target. Denied by AJ. Already a savior medal for him. Listen, G2, I think, are going to adopt the strategy of just chuck the ball at the net and hope something good happens. And it often has so far this weekend, but they're running out of time now as they only have 3 lives remaining.
You can see that kind of sense of urgency, too, though, in their play. I mean, they are not giving Optic any room to get out of their own half. Have been full control since the start of this game. We're now seeing Optic with a little space, but do they have the ability to hold on or create something? AJ with the ball has the flip reset, but Chicago, good read and reaction to that. Atomic plays it slow and pinches it out, and G2, once again, moving upfield.
Good catch by Magic Bear, and he just clipped that on his way past Atomic. So now it's AJ with Magic Bear maybe threatening to run interference. Now Reynolds up the ladder. Magic all the way back. He's turned quickly around, though, because he's got to watch Atomic.
Oh, boy.
2-on-1 advantage for G2. Magic Bear, the initial stop. Here's JNaps on the follow-up. Everybody back in position. That drops down right in front of Magic Bear. Had to make a quick reflex. And then it goes off of Reynolds. A little pinball action to give G2 the lead.
I mean, G2 had the numbers advantage, but then again, you also just have Chicago forcing his way past everyone. Dunk on the back wall, right on top of Reynolds' car. It'll be an old goal, but it's all Chicago on that play with the help from JNaps.
As Chicago blocked away by Magic Bear. AJ get it back for Optic. And somebody else step up as Magic going across. There's Reynolds, forced it through, and he's made up for it.
All right, we got Muscle on one side and Muscle on the other. Little bit of awkwardness on the side of G2. Chicago and JNAPS both go up. No one has a read on the ball, and Reynolds just plays the 50 on the ground. Optic, once again, back into this game, halfway through game 3.
There goes AJ again. He's got Magic Bear waiting for a rebound, and it's blocked out again. Atomic holds his ground. Chicago as well. G2 weather the early salvo. Now at AJ, putting his car in position, and then Reynolds gets ball and demo. Where's JNAPS coming in? Opposite side, and fortunately so, because Chicago was right there as JNAPS respawned. Had it been on the other side, it might have been a free goal. Here's Magic Bear after another Reynolds demo. He just continues to terrorize G2. AJ's shot blocked out.
I like what I'm seeing, though, from Optic on that press. I mean, AJ decided to switch the lane because he knew Reynolds was on the other side. Even though Reynolds wasn't going to make contact, Reynolds opted to go for the demo. They're being more creative and kind of planning 2 steps ahead. Bump there on the play as well, as the Optic are trying to just push themselves past G2. But G2 has been keen and ready. Even though it's been a little awkward from them sometimes on the defensive end, they haven't given anything up.
Sure, G2 collectively just rolling their eyes when they saw they were getting Optic in this matchup after having to deal with Lost and all the physical play from Furia yesterday. They draw Optic here after the kind of performance Reynolds had. And they just continue to face relentless pressure on the offensive end. A lot of scary moments when you've got to keep your head on a swivel. Atomic got that away from Reynolds. Now he's trying to force his way through the corner. JNAPS coming in as well, looking for cars and finding none. So now AJ can pop it away. Still tied here with 40 seconds left, waiting for someone to blink.
Oh, someone might have blinked there. JNAPS almost hit that one. This one off the corner. Chicago does get there in time. Magic Bear, no, can't beat Atomic. AJ last there. Will try to control it at Chicago. Once again, forcing the issue here for G2. Can JNAPS get there in time before AJ gets the bump? He does. G2 not letting go of things, but Optic have been just so set on their own side. Final 10 seconds.
Keep sending Reynolds forward. They're going to send him again in a moment if they can get out. As AJ will pop it downfield, down to 3 seconds before we go to overtime. AJ got it central. Atomic will try to bring it to ground, and AJ reluctantly allows it. We will have golden goal on DFH to break a 1-all tie. Reynolds with the save after the demo on AJ. That means Reynolds has to lead the charge. This is awkward as it keeps going through. AJ back into the play, and Atomic has to bring it all the way across where he's all by his lonesome, and a great second touch to boom it away. And Reynolds making sure there's no central pass. This one's on target, though, and AJ makes yet another save, double savior medal. He's got 6 out of the 12 saves for OG.
AJ trying to put that shot on. Magic Bear wanted to run interference. So close on the side of Optic. G2, though, you saw the shooting there from JNAPS. Getting better and better. There's more shots he's going to get on. At some point, they've got something's got to give, because everybody starting to elevate here. This is a free ball. JNAPS will opt to control it instead of giving it to Atomic. Questionable potentially.
Get out of the way. That's the problem. He was just kind of stuck there. Chicago to the back wall again. Nothing doing, and Magic Bear will send it out. The games like this, your shooting percentages just absolutely tank. 1-1 with a combined 22 shots between the two teams. Chicago, after the demo, can't get this ball into a scoring position. And JNAPS will try again, but that's Magic Bear in the way. Reynolds can't get the redirect. A lot of near misses here.
Yeah, now you're trying to see everybody just trying to make the net as open as possible. Even Chicago, he couldn't get a piece of the ball going for the air dribble bump. Demos left and right. Definitely need to kind of tally those up as the game ends, but he's still continuing there. G2 looking for a quick pass play. Will be denied from Optic.
Waiting for that one crucial touch, whether it's on a ball or a defender, to break things wide open. Chicago just barely past AJ. There's the demo, but G2 collectively way too far back. Almost like they're trying to just open things up with a solo play and then let the rebound come in from the back like that, as Reddles had to clear that one away. It looked like he was high initially anyways. Now Magic Bear back the other way, denied by Chicago. And here he goes very quickly downfield. Reed trying to set up Atomic. And this goes hard out towards the center. AJ's first touch got away from him, trying to chase down JNaps. He caught up. So it's on Atomic and Chicago. Neither able to jump after this, though. AJ had it all the way.
Pace of play starting to increase. Keep eyes on the boost meters here as things continue on. Everybody's moving really fast, but all it takes is one person to be low, not being able to go for a certain touch. Overtime could end. JNaps got bumped, but it still remained in the play. It was a great save on the side of JNaps for G2.
Atomic hangs in there, got it away before the bump. Now JNaps to center, and Reddles got a piece of it. That slowed it down significantly. Just about killed the ball out of the corner. And now Magic Bear trying to go to work, and that ricochets off of Atomic and to Chicago. So now JNaps on the opposite side, trying to create. Can the wily veteran drop one in? No, Reynolds has it on the back wall. No clear rebounds on either side. This one kicked out though to Naps, and it's off to the corner.
Naps was so quick to that, he almost could have put that on as a shot. Just tried to get there first though. The disruption from both sides has been phenomenal. But the defense and awareness of everybody on the field has been up to par. Again, this has been a low-scoring affair. About to approach 4 minutes in overtime.
Well, Reynolds' first touch, that could have been real dangerous, but AJ reacted to it quickly. And now they've got it going forward. Reynolds looking for contact, not finding any. AJ can't follow this up. So it's Chicago now. Up ahead, JNaps. Magic Bear had to be aware of him, and he was.
AJ in danger.
But now it falls right to Atomic, who absolutely should have put it away. Nobody from Optic was going to be able to get to it.
Yeah, he had the speed. AJ was in trouble. Everything kind of lined up there for Atomic. Now has to go the other way, and is the net open? It is! Wide open net! Magic Bear's not going to miss that. Optic, take the lead of the series.
And who else but Reynolds with the demo to open it up, and then he even gives Chicago a little love tap on the way back through, right after he respawned helplessly to watch that go through. Magic Bear gets his second goal of the series. The second goal for Optic in the game is the golden goal, and they've got a 2-1 lead.
My goodness. Actually, Chicago's the one with the most demos that game at 8. And even with that, even with 10 demos on the side of G2, a lot of offensive pressure. We are here in this situation. Tactical timeout. You see Sathu on the screen. They got to talk it over, get it together.
I mean, that's the guy, right? I mean, he's been brilliant for G2 since being added on as the coach, replacing Jazo with all the great things he did for G2 Esports. But on the other side, you've got an absolute menace in Reynolds. Yes, it was Chicago who had so many demolitions in that game, but it felt like it was like a quiet extermination, right? You didn't even notice that he had racked up so many because they were so spread out.
Yeah.
They didn't ultimately lead to much. And then, of course, Reynolds, the few he gets in that game, they stand out like a sore thumb because it leads to the overtime winner.
Now in this situation, I mean, you think about it for G2 though, just not being able to get anything going in the scoring department. Obviously, there were some mistakes in the shooting area for them. They did create those open nets basically, but not able to really get anything going in that area. And it's going to be kind of tough here. We know Atomic's able to create space. We know he's able to break past defenses, but even when you look at some of the goals there, the only goal Optic scored, or the only 2 goals, it just is normally, it's nothing flashy, nothing to where we have to take you out of the air or, you know, flip reset doubles. They do have that obviously ability, but they didn't need to do that against G2. Low 50s, get them uncomfortable on defense, or just take out that back line. Create just something that you could just roll in. So for G2, spacing, watching out for those opportunities, keeping just like Reynolds, where is he at all times? Gonna be kind of a big thing here.
G2 getting a look a moment ago, or everybody getting a look at who has been G2's Grim Reaper. AJ who has been brilliant. Yet again, he's got 2 of the goals. Everybody's got 2 goals for Optic in this series, where, again, normally AJ is typically the leading scorer. It's kind of looking like they're pulling their best G2 impression, as Reddle's shot didn't have anything behind it. Neither did AJ's at a tough angle. And we're off and running now following the G2 timeout on Utopia. Magic Bear quickly through here. Try to dive down on it and center for AJ. JNAPS has it. Atomic checks AJ out of the way. And back comes G2.
I mean, this is similar to the FaZe timeout where Optic come out of the timeout, immediately we had offensive possession, almost with a goal-scoring chance there, and really had G2 kind of on the back end. Now things starting to reset here a little bit as G2 get out of it. But even with just a minute or 2 of downtime, Optic not losing any momentum moving forward. Chicago almost was able to get a follow-up on that double. Couldn't get it that time.
Reed Curry was going to add another brilliant flash, but now it's JNAPS. His shot on is set off by Magic Bear. 5 goals for G2 in this series. Chicago's got 4. JNAPS has the other. He scored that very, very early on in this series, as JNAPS will try and take this through, play table setter, not happening, and that forces Atomic and Chicago to retreat for the moment.
Ooh, good challenge there from Magic Bear in the corner. Looked a little awkward on the side of Optic, but now Chicago with a free ball. Reynolds doesn't get a bump here on JNAPS, but will it matter? JNAPS still able to wrap around, but AJ making sure to, again, increase Optic's chances moving forward. Nice little flip reset chance here for Magic Bear. Atomic with the block.
Reynolds just ahead of Atomic, and a potential numbers game here for Optic. It's AJ's shot. He had Magic Bear all the way across, but real tough to get that ball over to him. Now Magic Bear across to AJ again, this time denied by Chicago. And Reynolds jumps in the way here, beats 2, but there's JNAPS staunch at the back. And he's got the flip reset. Had that land right on him, but AJ there again to sweep it out. Chance now for Optic. AJ met by Chicago, can't get back to it. Right down Broadway, and Magic Bear dishes that out to the corner.
He's been doing a good job of making sure he has solid touches on the back end. Always playing it out to the side, just thinking about where everyone is positioned as he's trying to carry it all himself. He almost got that dunk. Atomic goal line save there. That is G2's 5th save of the game.
And we finally hit the halfway mark. It feels like it's been forever for G2 here. JNAPS getting this back towards the center line, but it's Reynolds back in. AJ, I'm sure his eyes got real big for a moment as he thought he might be able to put something together, but instead he's got to go back. He's got to do the responsible thing, play some defense. He's waiting to see what Reynolds and JNAPS do here. It's AJ to boom it downfield, and Atomic will have it with a savior medal for him. So 6 saves as a team for G2. Atomic's got half of them. And for Chicago, it's got to be real frustrating not getting the ball and another scoring chance after having that potential double earlier on.
Yes, it kind of be even more frustrating now. He's not even getting some good touches there on the sidewall. G2's definitely playing in that. They're playing with high speed, but they have to make sure that they continue to make contact. Otherwise, they put themselves in some really tough spots, giving the ball to Optic for free.
And they're in a real tough spot in the standings.
Oh,
Because again, they need to win this series. They need to win the next one as well to punch their ticket to the Boston Major. If they lose either of these next 2 matches, then we will have bonus Rocket League between FaZe Clan and Gen.G at the end of the night. This goes across. Atomic didn't quite get that where he wanted it. He'll try again with JNAPS having to avoid Reynolds. He did so. So now a numbers opportunity for G2, and they can't take advantage. That's way too close to the net, not near a teammate, and back it comes from Optic.
Yeah, but Optic haven't had controlled offensive possession here, and it's just them getting the ball to G2 side, and then they retreat back to their own end. We haven't seen too much consistency. AJ, though, trying to set this up for Magic, and JNAPS save using the crossbar there. We are still tied up in game 4.
Absolute hero mode, keeping that one out. Now Chicago try to dish it down, but it's Reynolds to bomb it out. Now Magic Bear at least chasing Atomic as they race after that midfield boost. It'll be Magic to send this across. Another good steal out of Chicago. They haven't chained anything together. Maybe they will here. Chicago playing wide. Now Atomic hit the crossbar. JNAPS, real tight angle, and that's the one that goes in.
G2 had an eye on this. You see AJ and Reynolds on the back wall. You know they're both awkward. They just have to force it. They knew J-Naps was sitting there on that left side, reached and found the perfect angle to put G2 in front.
17 seconds remain, unless we have a tied-up series through 4. J-Naps buying time, wasting time. Optic frustrated in their own end. That's a great first touch by Atomic, but the demolition by Chicago downfield leaves AJ all alone. What can he do though? Just absolutely nothing. This will be spiked down, and G2 level the series.
Big play there for G2 at the end. Again, I think gave them that room to work, and they did what they do best, finding each other and making sure to read those situations perfectly. Again, going back to that last goal of the game there from them, just knowing that, okay, we have Reynolds and AJ both here on the right side wall, have J-Naps left just in case to clear, have someone else right to, I think it was Atomic right to just force it through after Chicago's initial touch. Those are the plays that, like, I mean, G2, they're always going to be ready for those types of situations when you give them room. Optic this series has done a good job of not giving G2 too much room to really think about and plan their offense. But that time, towards the final 20 seconds or so, they let it slip away. And of course, G2, they're going to get that goal tying up the series here. But it's been so close so far. Both teams have been kind of evenly matched, except for, again, 1 or 2 moments that have made a big difference in games this series.
Well, if you want to give Optic fans a real fright, Atomic still yet to score, and this is about the point in the series. We've watched this kid play for a long, long time. This is where he starts to score in series after getting a few assists and not particularly coming close to scoring during the series. There's something about games 5, 6, and 7, and I'd love to have the stats on it at some point. It just seems like he kicks it into another gear, and he may be primed to do that again here as we're at the Oasis. As J-Naps will bring this to the side, try to get this through. It is Chicago following it up. Now Atomic coming in. Reddle's got to have this very carefully, and he does with Chicago all over him. Now it's J-Naps with Atomic waiting, and AJ the clear. That's to a respawning Reddles. Magic Bear downfield, couldn't get the redirect.
Chicago jumped for that too. Have total confidence Magic Bear was going to get a piece of that ball and was ready just in case. You're seeing, like you said, J-Naps, when he's in that offensive third, he's able to just get those demo plays or at least make Optic look a little awkward there, which I almost could have set up something for G2.
There's Magic Bear again trying to force his way through J-Naps. That's a good block by Atomic as well. He'll start the counterattack with a pinch downfield, and AJ off of Reddles. And good quick improv by OG defensively. It's Magic Bear now. Rolled one ahead, but he's had a few that have just gotten away from him on that first touch. Almost like it's very ambitious shooting. This is a good pass over to Chicago. J-Naps will let it go, and Atomic nowhere to be found.
Oh, he goes for that challenge though, and J-Naps was going to be needed coming off the respawn. If there's no demo there, it's an open look at the net, and Optic go up 1.
The narrowest of margins. Magic Bear and Reddles both up for the same ball, and that means Reddles and AJ have to almost crisscross. This is real awkward for Optic. They cannot get out of their own way. And now the shot here from Atomic right on cue.
And that's just G2 offense swarming once again. J-Naps with that low touch. Atomic, great read. You said it, Stacks. He's going to start getting on the board soon. He does there.
So how does Optic answer? After a comedy of errors, that's how. Of course that's how they answer. What happens on this kickoff? Where does Atomic turn? I mean, it's not really that far upfield, but it's just enough. And AJ rolls it home.
Good cheat off the kickoff for Optic Gaming. They're back into this one quickly, and now they can sort of reset here. G2 have to keep their eyes out, especially when things start to get reset kickoff-wise, but so far, it's just mainly been both teams trading those attacks. You see Atomic, he's so far back on that play, just watching just in case a strong clear comes out.
J-Naps trying to release Atomic downfield. Chicago obliterated from behind. Here goes Optic. They've got 3 on the trot, and AJ will score.
There's AJ. Give him that space. First of all, takes the demo, says, well, since no one's going for the ball, I'll put it on the hood. Flick over J-Naps. ball in the back of the net. 2 back-to-back goals for Optic.
3-on-1 advantage, and it's just AJ taking it himself. He's got the last pair of goals now for Optic after they were shut out in that last game. Every game so far in this series has been a 1-goal differential, including the overtime in Game 3. Here's Magic Bear going to work. Up over Chicago, but he's there to range back for it. Across it goes. JNAP's following it the whole way, but he's let it go to Magic Bear, so Atomic's got to bounce it out. That goes right to Optic. They're starting to get real comfortable on G2's half of the field as Chicago roll it ahead for JNAP's, intercepted by Magic Bear. Well done.
It's just still so interesting watching everybody. Even though JNAP's, he's not on that ball, he says, okay, well, if I can't hit the ball, I'm going to try to hit somebody else. AJ, though, playing it low, playing it high. Reynolds with the demo in the back end, and Optic, 2-goal lead.
He went for 1, and it was enough to throw off Atomic. Went for the second, and he deleted JNAP's. AJ adds yet another, his 30th of the tournament to lead all scorers, and a 3-1 lead now for OG.
Reynolds is a menace on that back end. If he can hit you, he will. And you got to be ready, because he will not give up on that no matter what. He's made it very clear. G2 now under some pressure here. Losing this game, they go down in the series. The Optic put it on match point, and the door to Boston starts to close.
Maybe North America's most annoying player all time, who used to be with his mouth when he would frustrate the established pros, and now he's demolishing them left, right, and center. But it's AJ downfield who is pestering G2. Add another to his impressive total and a 4-1 lead.
He is not missing. Optic Gaming, 4 goals. AJ, 4 goals, 4 for 6. We know what happens when he starts to get alive. Reynolds again trying to open up the net. Does get a demo on JNAS, but it won't matter. G2 have to get on a 3-goal run with 1:10 left in regulation.
It's AJ. Yet again. The last thing G2 wants to see. So how about Reynolds instead? Blocked away by Atomic. 3-goal lead now, and G2 maybe having reality set in that they're about to be on their absolute last legs for this spring split. Chicago trying to make anything happen at all, but it's real tough when Atomic gets demolished ahead of the play. Reynolds back the other way. AJ almost in offsides. Doesn't matter. Add another log on the fire. AJ just continues to bully G2. He's got all 5 goals. He's a touch away from a foul.
Is it AJ? Is it Reynolds? It's Optic at this point, because Reynolds again leads that charge with the bump. These bumps are just, G2 don't have an answer for them. They don't. AJ with another flick. That'll give him over 1,000 points here, though. He's been there at every moment. The Bears even getting involved. 6-1. Optic Gaming, they have G2 read like a book.
This isn't kicking a team while they're down. This is an absolute stomping. 6-1. And you know what comes next? And there's 26 seconds to get there. Blocked out by Atomic on the kickoff. Here's Chicago. And they at least get a second goal. They can, so at least they avoid the memes. They see the ball go in the net. Chicago gets his 5th of the series. And listen, the effort's been there. It just hasn't been enough for G2, down 4 goals here with 19 to go.
And for Optic, you have to keep an eye on them, even for this last 19 seconds. We saw what happened Game 6 yesterday against FaZe Clan. We know that if they do take their foot off the gas, they will drop goals. Final 10 seconds here in regulation, though, showing no signs of that. As, yeah, G2 now down to their last life. Optic Gaming take this game and put the series on match point.
Well, that is a break from tradition in this series. After a bunch of 1-goal games, a 6-2 beating delivered by, you see it on the left side, that man. Optic goes off. AJ goes off. Funny enough, the team that scored first has lost 4 out of the 5 games here in this series. Throw that out the window. As Optic is on match point, and we look back and see exactly how they did it. G2 fans, shield your eyes. You can watch that one, and then, well, it's all this. Demo after demo after demo. Reddles, a little more reserved today than he was a day ago, but still feeling it. So too is Magic Bear. How about the relief on Magic Bear's face when they pulled off the reverse sweep yesterday, too? I mean, seeing his expression and everything that has led up to that moment yesterday. What a moment for Optic Gaming, and they're looking to create another here at G2's expense.
That's right. Everybody, eyes on this game here. Can Optic close it out? Will G2 force game 7? Are FaZe and Gen.G gonna have to start finding warm-ups here real soon? They'll know with at least they have 2 games to find out.
Well, here's Reddles. Oh, couldn't get to that ball. If he did, he might have been able to push that just past Atomic. G2 do or die here at Neo Tokyo Champions Field on the horizon if they can survive. Atomic down to Chicago, and he's dealt that one high. Might have been influenced by AJ. All 3 in the net, and Chicago will finally score.
Chicago strikes first for G2 here. J-Naps, great touch out. Awkwardness on the Optic back line. Chicago in the right spot to get a good follow-up touch.
He's just having one of those series where he can do very little wrong. 6 goals now for Reed. Now AJ, he's had so many answers. Looking to generate another here. And it bounces over Magic Bear. Reddles denied by J-Naps. Great defensive effort by the veteran. And now it's Magic Bear quickly up for this. It's free for Reddles. No, blocked out by Chicago. And look how quickly G2 gets it back on the blue half.
Oh, miss from AJ though. And Optic have to be careful of how they bring this ball upfield. The Bear will lead the charge. Flick reset over towards AJ. Chicago recognized the danger, got up in time to deny the shot. And now G2 with room as Atomic flicks it upfield. Battle for midfield ensuing.
It's Chicago. Atomic thought about rolling forward. Instead, he retreats, lets J-Naps take over. Who's going to take charge here? Atomic ranging back, so too is Chicago. G2, a little more reserved here now, playing with the lead. Atomic's giving it back to Magic Bear. AJ's there, so is J-Naps. It's AJ, though, got it through cleanly. Who's steal out of the corner? Reddles waiting. If Atomic makes any mistake, he's going to pounce. And he does play it well to the side, but look at the angle from AJ! He scores it from the corner!
What an angle from AJ! He initially got buffed out the play, boosted right back in, and put that shot. Marksman under the crossbar. Optic Gaming bring themselves back in once again. As, like you said, G2 scored first, but every time Optic's been able to give a punch their way.
Reddles for Magic Bear. Instead, it's intercepted by Atomic and blocked away. We've got a game on our hands here at Neo Tokyo. Game on? No, blocked out by Reddles. Already a savior medal for him, 2 minutes in. Or not a savior medal, 2 out of 3. It's blocked out here. AJ for Magic Bear. J-Naps making sure to grab that corner boost. Got to feel traumatized at this point as much as they've had stolen away from them. AJ slowly through the air, denied by Naps.
Trying to get that dunk through. Now you're seeing Optic here with the ball. Normally getting that consistent pressure, but J-Naps, that demo up Magic Bear, gonna create some space. Magic right off the respawn, trying to 50 Chicago. But AJ's carry will reset things in midfield for Optic.
Magic Bear past AJ.
Oh, he got the bump! Oh,
no! Oh, what a save by Naps! He does have a medal, as he saves G2 and gives them a little more hope here. But AJ now trying to line up a double. Atomic says no. And watch J-Naps quickly downfield. Coming up on 2 minutes. It's Chicago again. No wide. And Magic Bear sends that out of harm's way.
So a little awkward here on the side of Optic. No one necessarily too set. Demo on the play. Chicago trying to force his way past Optic defense. Optic trying to just buy themselves some time, see if they can get another carry downfield. You see Magic Bear, he's sitting on 0. So is Reddles, as he was looking for a bump now. And even though G2 have all this space, the ball just floats. As Optic now able to get boosted up and pushing it all the way back to the orange side.
Well controlled by JNAPS now. The pressure, though, has got to be excruciating. AJ making sure to grab the full boost on his way back. And he'll use some of it to challenge Atomic. 80 seconds, less now. And JNAPS will have it all the way across, nobody home, so AJ will have it instead. He just retreats, realized he didn't have any kind of play on that ball. And, just got a piece of that from Atomic. It's still dangerous. AJ and Magic Bear, that was a little dangerous. Almost went off of Magic Bear, back towards the net. Here's Chicago, push over to Atomic, and AJ read it like a book.
What a save there from AJ. Now trying to move upfield. I mean, AJ's positioning, you talked about earlier, he's able to push the ball out, says, I don't have any boost, I can't make a play, trying to play things on defense, and then comes around once he gets boosted up to make such a clutch save. Optic still in this game. G2, though, has been mounting pressure. Final 30 seconds, ball on the orange side. You saw it was so close there. AJ couldn't make contact.
That's a rare miscue of that level. Magic Bear trying to buy time. Reddle's in position. Bombed away again. Chicago and JNAPS, a long-standing duo, trying to fight for survival in the spring. Try to keep their Boston hopes alive. Reddle's got to scramble back as that's nowhere near the mark as JNAPS put it wide. It looked very inviting. This goes towards ground, but not quite there. Chicago, G2 are going to have a look at this. Now it's Reddles. Oh, they got JNAPS in the air! And Reddles breaks their precious little hearts!
At 0 seconds, Optic don't give up! Off the ceiling, double from Reddles to NG2's run! Who can stop Optic Gaming at this point? They're playing on another level!
Oh, the pain from that jump in the backfield. And as soon as he jumped, he knew. And it was all Reddles to just pick him apart at the end. Optic Gaming knocks G2 out of contention for the Boston Major. And that means we've got bonus Rocket League later tonight. After the grand finals, Gen.G and FaZe will play one series for a trip to Aganis Arena in Boston.
They've got time to get warmed up, though, because this tournament is not done yet. I posed the question, who can stop Optic Gaming? There's 2 teams still alive in this tournament who have the ability to do so. Space Station Gaming awaits Optic in the lower bracket final. Winner takes on Furia in the grand final. The North American Spring Invitational continues to deliver. You won't want to miss more Rocket League as the day continues on.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic. Reality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
3 teams remain. Optic Gaming polish off G2. They send them out of the tournament, and we are guaranteed a tiebreaker match after the grand finals today between Gen.G and FaZe. The winner will go to Boston. The loser will watch from home. What a day. Optic continues to be as entertaining as anything. A buzzer beater, Stacks, to send us home. In game 6 there, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, unreal. For Reddles to be the one that puts that home, I mean, you'd have expected it to be AJ, as electric as he was. It really did feel like if somebody broke this series open, it was either going to be AJ or Chicago. Nobody else. And then Magic Bear and Reddles really step it up at the end of the series, prove us all wrong.
And then G2, they are now not going to Boston. They break their streak of RLCS majors. They were one of what? I think only 2 teams of them and FaZe that have made every major in the new era.
Modern
so
format.
G2, they fought hard. That they're still very likely going to the World Championship. Nothing technically clinched yet, but they will be watching from home, and they will be working on a lot going into that World Championship and very likely World Championship wild card. But Optic, Reddles with that 0-second goal was insane, and their story lives on. Now they're about to play Space Station for the #1 overall seed.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll talk about this match in just a moment, but it's got some pretty crazy implications as well. It's somehow still things not clinched here, folks. And if you want to see these teams play at the World Championship, new tickets going on sale June 22nd. That's Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific. You'll want to get those tickets. The upper bowl, they're going to be as good of a seats as any. And it's going to be crazy. The vibes in there, the crowd. I cannot stress enough how amazing it is to be surrounded by thousands of people all cheering for the same game. So please come if you can, want to be there, folks. It's going to be great. Let's talk about the season points here real fast and kind of give the rundown of what's coming up here, Gibbs, because again, this next matchup so important.
Yes. So basically, every match that we have left is a 4-point gap. So Optic and Space Station, they're about to play one another. One of them will get 4 more points. That means Furia, no matter what, they cannot catch them. So this is for the #1 overall seed right now. So this is a huge game. Obviously, we see G2. They were trying to claw their way back, but they fell just short. And we see, of course, FaZe and Gen.G, our 2 top North American teams, tied at 37 points. We'll see them in a tiebreaker right after that final. So a lot of Rocket League today.
This is going to be incredible, folks. But we do have to finish the bracket before we get to that tiebreaker. Every single one of these matches is so special in its own way. The lower finals here is going to determine the #1 seed going into Boston from North America. The next match is the grand final that determines the Spring Invitational champion. And then the third match will be Gen.G versus FaZe to determine which team goes in as the last seed from North America. So 3 incredible games. You could not ask for a better end to Sunday and a better end to online play for RLCS 23. All right, Furia is waiting in the grand finals for the results of this game. The green wall continues to stack the bricks. The other side, Space Station, man, they can fly over the wall, so like it shouldn't be a problem. But I don't know. Everyone's thought that the wall wouldn't be a problem, Stacks, and yet here we are.
Yeah, and this is kind of the North American leftovers, right? I mean, Reddles, AJ, and Magic Bear on very different rosters this time a year ago. And they have come together through, let's face it, put it on the table here, a lot of doubt. A lot of doubt around Magic Bear, a lot of doubt on whether or not AJ would stay with them through the whole season or if he would look for a better opportunity as the season went on. I mean, Magic Bear's been nothing short of brilliant through this whole spring split. He's really come alive. He's rewarded all of that trust in him all throughout the season. They told us at the start, he's the guy. Reddles was the guy who was going, Magic Bear is the guy on this team. He's the guy we want to bring in. We did the math, or we did the research. We tested everybody out. He's the truth. Well, it's working out so far. Finally.
And it took 8 regionals, but both these teams are looking for their first grand finals. But obviously, both going to Boston, both having an amazing split. But we have to talk about Optic because we saw them yesterday and we thought they were dead in the water when they played Space Station last, when Space Station just destroyed them. It was a 4-0 where Space Station put up 4 goals per game. And LJ put up 2 goals per game by himself. So Space Station was on another level then. They looked a little bit like not perfect versus Furia for 3 games, and then they battle back. So we'll see what Space Station we see it. And obviously Optic has completely flipped the script basically after that, because they went 0-4, they went 0-3, and then we all know what happened. 4 in a row versus FaZe, and then obviously that last series. So has Optic learned enough to take down this Space Station? Is Space Station playing at that same level? We'll have to find out.
I mean, Space Station's been almost historically great in this event. They had they had the blemish just a little bit earlier today against Furia, a team that they have owned throughout the season. But it is still Space Station Gaming. I can't imagine that's going to set them back too far. I don't think Sad Jr. is going to allow that.
Even as a blemish, the way they rallied in that series, dropping the first 3 games, the game 3 a 4-1 loss, it feels like it's over. And then they bounced back. They took their timeout after game 2, by the way. So that 4-1 loss was after the timeout buff. And then they turn it back around 3 games straight to force a game 7. A goal at 1 second is what sent them to the lower bracket instead of into the grand finals themselves. So even that, they took what was I don't know what to do with this series to maybe the best series of the day. And there's competition for it at this point, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. I think Space Station is in such a good spot. It still almost feels like this is their tournament to win, even though Furia is the one in the grand finals with that bracket advantage. Yeah,
it feels like they just had to wake up a little bit quicker, right? Going into that Furia match, it was the first match of the day. Maybe that caught them off guard a little bit, and then they finally figured it out. Now, obviously, it's midday. Maybe that'll help. I'm not sure, but like if they play like they have been on days 1 and 2, they should win this series pretty comfortably. But we saw, that they are immortal, and now they have to battle back here. Like, I don't think they're too concerned about that loss, because obviously you go down 3-0, but you battle back. You're all right, guys. We figured it out. We fixed what was wrong. Sure, we lost in the end, but we won 3 games and then we lost 1, right? So I think Space Station feels like they have figured it out, and they're not worried about like, oh no, we're just playing terribly. While Optic, on the other hand, obviously is feeling great. That's how it always works when you're a lower bracket team. So you come in and win a game, and you just get to play again, and that's a great feeling. So, like, Optic's happy, Space Station's happy. I think we'll see a true battle here. I'm thinking about the stylistic matchup now between the two teams. I'm thinking about especially what we just saw between Furia and Space Station. We saw a team shut down aerial heavy backboard using Furia from the goal line. It was something I feel like I hadn't really seen before, where we're not stopping. You can take the tap off the backboard, it's fine. I know where you're going to shoot, and I'm going to be in the way. It was crazy. That style, though, of like air raid offense versus this boots on the ground, pass it out of the corner, and then homing missile straight into the goalie with the demo that Reynolds has been doing and has been working over and over for against them. They obviously didn't pull it out against Space Station in the upper semifinals when they got swept, but it feels like we're seeing a different Optic now than we saw in that Space Station match, Stacks.
Oh yeah, definitely. And what we're also going to see when you talk about play styles, you're going to see some of the ugliest Rocket League you've seen, and I don't mean that in a bad way at all. You're going to see teams that have combined to average just over 11 demos a game between them. You had 5.8 out of SSG, you got 5.5 out of Optic. You're going to see a lot of 2v2 Rocket League, and I am so here for it.
This is going to be wild. Both teams averaging over 4 demos a game, as you can see here in the stats. It's time to make our picks. Let us know who you think is going to win in chat. Stacks, who you got?
Oh, brother. This miracle run out of Optic, I'm here for it, but I think Space Station is too good defensively. They had their number yesterday. I think they have them again. I got SSG. So as we entered day 3, there was 2 players tied for demos per game, and I'll give you one guess on who those 2 players were. Wave.
It was Reynolds.
And Arsenal. It was, of course, them tied. So you're going to expect a lot of demos on both sides of the field, but I agree with you, Stacks. I think Space Station is the better team. I think they deserve the #1 seed. I'm going with that.
We've been predicting against Optic the entire way through, and I think that underdog energy has helped them. I want Optic, my heart wants us to see Optic in the grand finals on this one, and I'm going to help with a curse here. I think Space Station this is their match to lose. We've predicted a full sweep on the desk. This is obviously Space Station winning this. How does chat feel about it? That's going to be on the side of the green wall there, folks. They've shown up. They are ready to go, folks. It is time for the lower bracket finals. The winner of this is the #1 seed from North America going to Boston. Space Station versus Optic. Game 1 starts now.
Both teams playing for a ticket to the grand finals, but also that #1 seed in North America. Space Station and Optic, two players, that they've touched on. Arsenal and Reynolds used to be teammates, and now they lead in demos achieves.
Yes, two players intimately familiar with how each other likes to play the game. No surprise. It's a lot of fireworks on the field, and be curious to see if that actual type of playstyle comes to fruition. But a lot of questions about if both teams are happy, and I actually kind of think that interview that Reynolds gave at the end of the day yesterday, I mean, a lot of credit to AJ for being mentally tough and bringing them in. And I don't know if Space Station is as happy as they are to be in the situation they are, as the decks may have portrayed. I think Optic may be able to have a bit of a lead here, determining if this goes in. Just kidding. Space Station's fine.
And I think LJ is more than fine. We've seen LJ do work. It looked like also Arsenal bumped Reynolds off that ball before passing it up, putting it on a tee for LJ. So a nice start here for Space Station. But LJ, in that attempted reverse sweep that we saw them almost complete against Furia, Space Station was led by LJ on the offensive end. We saw some crazy plays from him. You saw the flip reset double tap, crazy shots from the corner. LJ was just the point person for Space Station.
Yeah, some real nice shooting, to be sure. Meanwhile, Hoxer, of course, both him and LJ having to work a lot of tough sequences on goal, while Arsenal had to step up big time and make some clutch plays of his own on defense. So really had to be a complete series for SSG, and just when it came down to it, they're probably going to have their hands full of this Optic team, as look at the pass to Reynolds, and they'll just cut the defense down.
Now Reynolds he sprints upfield. If he's not getting the demo, then he's ready for the pass. And that one, he only had 6 boost on that. He was not really working with much boost at all, but still waiting and ready for it. And props to Magic for seeing Reynolds over there.
Exactly, because it's so easy, because the defender sees Magic Bear coming at that ball full speed and thinks, oh, I may have to defend a shot or get up on the backboard, and have Magic just have the control to lay that one off to the side and see that lane to Reynolds. Great vision.
Arsenal flicking towards net. Reynolds was there behind AJ. AJ wasn't able to make the contact. Reynolds still there to support. Now Reynolds, bounce hit into the middle. LJ over to Arsenal. A backflip from AJ. AJ will have to trust Magic Bear to get the stop. Pinched across the net. Fortunately for Optic, there were no Space Station players ready for that pinch. And now a shot towards that. Hawker got lost in the sauce.
Really caught off guard here for sure. I mean, he spawns, sees his teammates, and sees that ball go up in the middle, and he's thinking, I'm not sure exactly where I have to be. He just didn't have a clear mental picture of what was going on the pitch, and see all those cars jumbled up together on the spawn. He's thinking maybe it'll pinch out to the side, and before he knows it, it's over his shoulder.
And when you get demoed, sometimes it takes a second after respawn to catch your bearings. And it just seemed like Hoxer never did. LJ back to Hoxer. Hoxer
beauty.
Will tip it up and over. Now the spike will be saved. Arsenal was going for goal. It's the right idea from Hoxer there to get that little touch.
It's taking a page out of the NRG book. You know, that one extra pass tends to beat that defender that will make the clear, and thankfully Optic had an extra piece on the table to make that save, but great ball movement from Optic, or SSG, excuse me, on attack.
AJ up against Hoxer there, popping it up off the ceiling. Reynolds back down, trying to get another touch, gets a bump as well. We saw a quick start from Space Station, but Optic, oh, there's a misplay here from AJ. He's trying to turn, and he ran into the post.
And he's got so much boost, too. He's kind of just tracking this ball across, sees LJ. Whoops! Gets the best of us every time. You can play this game thousands of hours. All it takes is that one time you hit it, it matters.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you feel a little bit better when even pros run into the post, but it was still a very well placed shot, far post.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't even know if AJ, even if he didn't hit that, would still be able to get there. And that was a close call, cleared off the goal line. Space Station, after tying it up, Arsenal battles through a bump, and AJ demoed from the back. LJ going for a 50, and it leaks out to Hoxer. Hoxer was hoping Arsenal would be upfield. Couldn't connect with him though.
Optic not really feeling it in good control, and that's a nice idea from Reynolds. Just trap it, kind of force possession back in your favor. They were kind of just dumping the ball to force Space Station to reset, so Optic kind of not exactly in as much control of the pace of play as they would like to be, and that's a big touch from Reynolds to maybe get him there.
Oh, and another bump! So you can see Reynolds trying to keep this pressure going, and it still
we got it.
Amounts to something. I think Optic did not give up on that play.
They just kept throwing people at the ball to see what would happen, and Hoxer, he's stuck with ball cam on in the net. LJ as well in the net with 14. Nobody feeling like they can actually go up and try and catch that ball as it bounces. And then when that ball goes out, they're just too slow.
I love that play from Magic Bear. He stays upfield, he gets that little tip towards net. And now we see another awkward ball on the goal line. Reynolds tried to go up the post. He ends up getting bumped off that ball.
Oh, Hoxer, my goodness. Talk about putting Reynolds in a blender there. Reynolds thinking he has the time to make the play because he saw Hoxer get bumped. But Hoxer makes the recovery effort, boosts back to the floor, bounces one off the floor, throws Reynolds into the wall. Says, I'm scoring. What a play.
There's been a battle back and forth. We've got less than a minute left to go. Magic Bear with full boost. There's a block right on him. Good speed from Reynolds. Can't get the block there. LJ, the huge 50 win at the midfield. Magic Bear is going to try to march this downfield. AJ with low boost. It gets launched back to Optic's half. Magic Bear in the air. Trying to get behind it. Couldn't get the flip reset. Now Reynolds up quickly. LJ back down to Arsenal. Arsenal tips it by Magic Bear. Arsenal still staying on the ball. Now Hoxer comes in to support. Now Arsenal will stay on it. And Space Station are trying to set up for the attack, but Hoxer gets beat by Reynolds. Arsenal with a demo from behind. That'll certainly slow down Optic for a bit, but AJ trying to work his magic in the air. And no boost! No, Arsenal ran out of boost. AJ did enough it was enough of a threat to pull SSG out.
Wow. It's like AJ's just dangling that ball in the middle saying, come on, come get it. And right when they do, he's able to just delay everything, that extra second, get out in front of it. Space Station totally bit. Could not make the clear. Magic Bear wants to close things out with an exclamation point. Last chance here for SSG.
Hoxer will hit it right to Reynolds, who tips it down, and Optic will get the win in game one. It started out with a quick goal for Space Station, and then we saw a lot of back and forth, but talk about a performance from Magic Bear. A hat trick, also getting 3 saves, almost throwing up 800 points. Magic Bear was everywhere.
Feed the Bear is very real here in the Spring Invitational. Put that guy in good spots, and to be fair, it's not like they're really designed passes to Magic Bear, if that makes sense. It's just he kind of puts himself in good spots, and good things tend to happen when he gets Reynolds and AJ out in front of the ball, and he's been a very solid put-away player, and that's why he's up there with a hat trick. He just puts himself in good spots, like right there, cuts through the middle of that rotation. You're just so focused on that Reynolds-AJ combo that you can't keep track of the Bear, and he comes through and takes a big bite out of you.
Oh, yeah, he's got a healthy appetite. I think that's for certain. And Optic has been operating with magic, and no pun intended, this weekend with their reverse sweep of FaZe. When I thought it was over watching that series. You know, I was listening to Stacks and Dazzler and Call. It was shocking to see Optic be able to pull it back. And then also now they take down G2. They're here with a chance to go to the grand finals. They're major bound. They could be the #1 seed in North America. And a lot of it due to Magic Bear, who you already mentioned Reynolds' interview, but Reynolds speaking so highly of Magic Bear, the humility that he displays as a teammate, and just the positive qualities. And they really have transformed this Optic team. This is a different team this spring split.
Well, the work's not done. Started off on the right foot. Space Station, certainly not one to take a game one loss lying down. Expecting them to come back pretty hard here.
Magic Bear has full boost and leave that overhead. How many times have we seen this play? Arsenal up against 3 defenders and he barrels in and makes something happen.
It's exactly what you're talking about. Arsenal is a gifted improviser. He sees a couple people on Optic kind of get jammed in the corners. So he's like, cool, I'm just going to go and pressure. That's what I do. And he says, well, hang on. If they misplay, I can still just score. Nice demo off the kickoff. AJ just trying to delay things, and he will do an excellent job of it. But, man, Arsenal, that's where he does his best work, out of the corner.
Yeah, and in that close range. Close range, he's just a close range player. He loves to bump, loves to demo, loves to get up in your face, make things happen. Magic Bear, happy to pick up a couple of those boosts. Reynolds with space in the air, trying to get back to the ceiling. Couldn't get back for the 50. Hawks are, oh wait, hold on, a bit of a panic play there. Hawks are not able to get the touch. Arsenal to the side while Magic Bear will turn a Yui, but wasn't able to make contact. Now Reynolds. Clear out. AJ.
Oh,
that was a fancy little turnaround there he had.
Never count out AJ in an awkward spot. That's what mechanics do for you. They let you make plays. As that one leaks through, but thankfully not on target. Optic actually kind of all over each other right now, and they just have to reset positionally.
Magic Bear is all over the place. There's a quick shot. If it was on target, it would have been a goal. And a tip off to the side prevents a quick counterattack. Magic Bear keeping the ball close. Lovely control. Now taking it airborne. It's it over LJ.
Triple commit. Yep,
and this could be a scoring chance. So Magic Bear gets demoed on the play, but where he put the ball made it so awkward for the SSG defense.
And they had to respect AJ jumping at it. They're all looking at him putting it top corner. So AJ, obvious, easy call off for Reynolds to say, hang on, let me take this one. It'll be a lot easier. And no chance for that SSG defense. Great bit of communication from Optic there on the attack to capitalize.
It certainly was. And Magic Bear, that all started with his wonderful first touch.
Great air dribble.
Yeah, and right, and because of that first touch, he was able to take it into that effortless air dribble. AJ trying to flick it past LJ, but LJ will get a double tap back to the middle. Arsenal back to LJ. LJ off the ceiling, doesn't have enough boost to keep going for it. Back pass from Arsenal to Hawkser. Hawkser waiting, does hit that high off the backboard from Optic. Reynolds, though, quickly in. Now we'll be up against Reynolds.
I feel like you really want to see Space Station put the ball in some real testing positions for this Optic defense. High off the backboard, right towards those corners of the net. See if they start diving at things.
And it is a tight game. One wrong dive can truly cost you. And this play right there, Hawkser needed to get that backboard touch, did so. LJ, though, will give up possession. Reynolds with a lot of boost for a solo play. Off the ceiling now to a 50, and it's tapped around him. Arsenal trying to pinch that downfield, and it's a nice pinch. That'll buy a lot of space here for Space Station.
Hard press. Hawkser, you got to control this ball if you're SSG. You don't want the play to develop too quickly.
And there's multiple demos, but it looked like Reynolds actually got a team bump on AJ as he was flipping through that other demo. Reynolds powering by that bump. Downfield again, there's a bump on Hawkser. But LJ has fantastic speed. He gets there, final minute. You might see LJ drop this one in. Rebound out, Arsenal wasn't able to get around it on the shot. But Hawkser keeps this ball in Optic's half. Now a shot comes in, easily hit to the corner from Reynolds.
Ooh, and Optic got to be careful. That's a nice little chip from Reynolds to beat Arsenal, because Optic, it's a scary bit of rotation right now. They're operating on a thread.
Will that thread finally snap? AJ.
Okay.
He'll flip reset, reading what LJ was giving him, but LJ still was able to meet him on that 50. Reynolds, flip reset, quickly using it, gets it around Hawkser. steals the corner boost. Magic Bear comes in. Now out to AJ. AJ going for a goal. A bump was dodged, but AJ on that angle. I did not think he could weave it around the final defender, but AJ puts that far post.
Man, that's why you practice those training packs with the shots out of the side like that. It's not often that it's relevant, but boy, he used Magic Bear to take this first chance, let the ball rebound out, took a second pot shot at the back post, and off the kickoff. Optic Gaming, 2-0 in the series. Huge insurance, very likely.
This is a deja vu moment. I feel like we've already seen this Space Station series. But then I remembered, no, they weren't playing Optic earlier. It was Furia. But Furia, they jumped out to that 3-game lead. And right now, Optic about to go 2-0 up over Space Station, who made that late mistake. And those kickoff goals, I mean, they hurt to give up in a situation like that, in a position like that, where you're still very much in the game.
Pressure mounting for Space Station, second time today, after having such a lights-out tournament as well. I mean, really, they did come into today looking like they were the best team here at the moment. Could not be stopped, it seemed, you know, averaging over 3 goals a game, tons of shots, lots of pressures.
And here we are
again.
again.
Into today, and it's just bang, right in the gutter against Furia. You regain a little bit, but you ultimately fall, and then you come down to Optic, a team that you kind of walked right through, and then bang, right back down into the gutter. It has been a difficult day to handle mentally for Space Station.
Yeah, and now we are in the exact same situation that we were in the Furia Space Station series, where Space Station drops those 2 first games and they immediately call a timeout. And in the Furia series, they drop that next game. So we'll see what happens here. But you just wonder why the slow starts here for Space Station when they were playing so well against Furia. LJ was all over the place. Hoxer was making big defensive stops. This time, we haven't seen those same defensive stops from Hoxer. We saw him get lost after he got demoed, wasn't able to get back, and on that last play, he had 0 boost in net and he was so far back in net that he could not reach the AJ shot far post.
And it's not really, you know, like lack of trying from SSG, right? It's like the Furia, those first 3 games they lost, they could not get on offense. They were just getting absolutely smothered. Here against Optic, it's been a little bit back and forth, but the big difference has kind of been as they approach the net, right? Feels like that Furia is very direct. It's got a lot of pace and a lot of power behind it, but it's quite direct. You know, it's that hard pass, that really hard shot into a top spot in the net. You really got to be spot on with how you defend it to keep it out. But Optic, they kind of get this ball jammed in close, right? And then they go for this control, these misdirection plays, and they try and operate in a way where they get extra people going through the box to really discombobulate you. And it's just a lot more to handle in a constrained place rather than just being this banger shot that you got to just tip away.
Yeah, we've seen the physical bump plays from Optic, but we've also seen the effectiveness of AJ baiting defenders out with his mechanics. He'll air dribble it and place, go for a flip reset, just beat that oncoming attack. But also shout out to Magic Bear for the work he's done. And already you can see an early physical play there from Reynolds getting a big bump. So here we go, game 3. Will this timeout actually help Space Station? Can they get back on track? AJ, lovely wall dash there to maintain his speed. LJ flip reset towards net. Reynolds clears it out to the side. Hoxer will go for the corner pass, but it's boomed straight down the gut. Arsenal was ready and waiting. Hoxer sweeping the line, but AJ was able to dodge that bump and now gets the stop in the corner. However, LJ pushing it back out. Pass looking for AJ, but AJ couldn't find any boost to go up for that ball.
It's really where it's going to have to come from. That midfield defense got to be solid for SSG. They might have to be willing to give a little bit of ground for some flexibility. As Hoxer all on his lonesome on the goal line, he will just keep things close to the chest and Space Station run back.
And AJ throwing it in reverse, trying to sneak that ball around. Now going back up, Arsenal to the middle. LJ will test Reynolds in net. Easy save for Reynolds. Now ball in the Optic corner. Space Station They've had some slow starts today, a chance to get a hot start in game 3, and they do. Arsenal, the bully on the goal line, pushes it through once more.
And look at him cover Reddles clear here. He just gets all the way on the outside. He says, nope, that ball's not coming across. And you actually really like the adjustment. Reddles hits the brakes because he knows he can't clear it through. He tries to let Magic Bear come through, but Arsenal positioned himself so well, he's able to adapt to both options, and he's able to jam one home.
Yeah, I actually do think our Arsenal hitting the brakes there actually helped him. I think Magic Bear was trying to defend that pinch from a high-speed play from Arsenal. Really was not expecting the brakes. Arsenal having their goal, but LJ really has had a lot of the offense for Space Station in the past. He's been a bit quiet. Can he get activated here? No. Rebound out to Hawkster, and Hawkster will drill that into the net.
Really great press here from Space Station. They bully AJ in the net, so Magic Bear has to challenge from a very awkward angle. LJ just makes sure to keep it in play. Then you let Hawkster, who's been waiting for his chance in the midfield, come through, drive one into the net. That's that disruption Space Station likes to get, and it worked flawlessly there.
Much better results off of that timeout this go around. Magic Bear. Oh, he's making multiple players miss. All three were taken out of the equation. If someone was quickly behind him, they might have been able to take advantage of that. Magic Bear was really cutting up Space Station. There's a flick. LJ denied by Reddles. Hawks are off the ceiling trying to defend that cross from AJ. AJ doesn't find a teammate, but the ball finds its way over to Reddles. AJ, a quick turn. AJ, one of the most dangerous players in the air. LJ doing well to shut him down on the sidewall.
Leak through. Whoa, okay. Magic Bear thought he had a little bit closer support there. He was ready to get out in front of that play. Fake from AJ to reset the attack. Optic seeing if there's anything here.
Ooh. LJ covering the high option, but Reddles put it above the crossbar and then gets demoed. Arsenal. Nicely timed flick. LJ can't get the double tap. He was trying to get that back middle. It might have even been able to get a shot on target, but it would have had to been pixel perfect. But we've seen LJ hit pixel perfect shots today already.
Oh yeah, if LJ's up for that, I totally believe it. And they even did too, because they sent Arsenal in the net to take out the goalie. They thought he was hitting it too.
We have seen that exact play before. Oh, Hawkster with a miss on the back wall. And I'm going back to Hawkster's perspective here. Had about a third of a tank.
Oh, he
just
fell
got
off.
Messed up on the crossbar. Yeah.
Yeah, you see those bottom two wheels fall off the backboard there, and it means he can't jump when he wants to. He lost a little bit of command there and just let it go by. It's a very tough situation, of course, playing it at that speed. And unfortunately, collapse. They get it. Oh, they don't off the kickoff. Just able to get poked to safety.
Now Arsenal got just enough on that ball to pinch it out. LJ, the bounce shot. Get back to the corner, LJ. Trying to put this ball in position for a teammate. Hawkster can't get much on it. Arsenal back down to LJ. LJ catching the defense out, but hits the post. Hawkster dives in late. He doesn't get a touch either. I thought that was another goal for Space Station, but no, the lead just remains at one goal here for Space Station.
Ooh, it's going to have to stay there, unfortunately. Teammates not in position to really push the attack, but Optic can't get command of the ball, and Space Station get to apply free pressure.
Flick aided by LJ up the side. There's a demo. 2v3, Arsenal being harassed. Rebound out. AJ and Magic Bear both jump. Magic Bear trying to get back to this ball.
Oh
Take
my
a little
gosh.
tip. Gets the bump as well. Magic Bear was doing work.
He was doing work because, yeah, you were right. There was the double commit, and so Magic Bear just entered waste time mode. Keep as much command as you can. AJ popped into the middle. Nobody from Optic ready for it. Time, big factor now. 10 seconds.
Optic's been clutch all weekend. Maybe clutch here. Oh, no. The answer to that is no. AJ does not land the shot, but the ball's still rolling in the corner. So we'll give one last chance here for Optic. Reynolds trying to get some help, doesn't get it. Oh, man, I would love to see that play again. It looked like Reynolds did enough to set up the shot for AJ.
Yeah, that was absolute money. Now, granted, there was no guarantee it was going to be a goal, I mean, there was still a defender in net. They could definitely see, you know, where that shot was going to be coming from. But the fact that it never even materialized, that's what hurts the most, because, you know, that situation with Reddles thinking, how do I get this ball, you know, to a teammate to score? And you put yourself in that, you know, high leverage position, and you're not able to come through and swing with as much force as you got. That one feels bad. But
oh yeah, you're going to be left wondering, what if we were able to at least take the shot? Then what if it did go in? What if we could have gone to overtime? You know, could we have won that game? I think that is really what Optic might be thinking after that play. But regardless, Space Station, after the timeout, do get that win back. They prevent themselves from going down 0-3 and, you know, mimicking the first series that we saw with Furia, which I think is huge. Space Station desperately needed that game, especially with how the last series went.
Huge battle back there from Space Station. You'll love to see that. You're looking for them to continue that ability to break out of their own half relatively quickly, because you don't want to give Optic the ability to do what they do best down in front of the goal line as Magic Berry's doing his best to poke it through. It's going to score. Oh my gosh.
I mean, there was a brief moment where I think all three members of Space Station were demoed. They all had to respawn, and, you know, as we've seen before, once you respawn, it takes you a second to get back into it, and Optic leveraging those demos into a goal right away. Great physical effort there, landing all those demos. It's not easy, especially at this level, to coordinate a play like that.
Very difficult. And Optic got one of the best in the game doing it. Everybody doing their part as well with the disruption.
Well, you can see Magic Bear actually used his flip to get back to the wall on that defensive effort. But still, low boost. AJ has 0. He did get the small pad. Magic Bear trying to slow things down. AJ went all the way to the back corner. He's coming from behind and is not able to get back to break up that play. Magic Bear, AJ floating on that post and was able to get the stop. Crazy save from AJ.
Such good recognition of what Magic Bear has covered and what is open. I mean, talk about supporting positioning on defense. That was aces from AJ. Beautiful stop.
AJ was rotating far away and decided to just stay in net and pick the right spot. Still, the low boost struggles continue for Optic.
Yeah.
And now a bump off the goal line. Arsenal also doesn't make a shot on target. And Optic, they're like fish in a barrel right now, but somehow dodging all the shots from the base station.
The Hawks have just missed the ball, and the attack, unless Arsenal scores this, is going to completely collapse. That was tough for Space Station. So many chances, and finally, because AJ's off in La La Land waiting for some boost to spawn, I think.
Yeah, AJ went to the corner.
It wasn't even there.
Didn't have enough boost to do anything. I mean, AJ probably could have been back to near post if he just looked to see if that corner boost was up. I think he was just driving by faith there, hoping that would pop up. But that was one of the most intense boost starvation sequences that I've seen in this event. That was very well done by Space Station.
You kind of write it off a little bit there if you're Optic. Yeah, you left the open net, but at the same time, you probably should have been scored on already. So you could kind of write that one off. It was an incredible attack from Space Station, to be sure.
See if Space Station can keep that level of boost steal and that level of pressure up. Magic Bear back down to the ground. Ball ping-ponging all over the place. AJ grabs the mid. The hard bounce down. It looks like Magic Bear's touch actually messed up Reddles. Magic Bear, can he get back in time? Yes, he can.
And Reddles just trying to slow down Hoxer because he's the one to keep the play going. He will do just enough to let Optic relieve that pressure a little bit, but again, they're just not able to make contact with any of these touches. Arsenal with a gorgeous touch towards the net.
And also the demo, LJ getting a hard hit over, taking out Magic Bear. Magic Bear would have been ready. That shot didn't have a lot of pace on it. If Magic Bear is still alive, he's probably getting that stop.
What a shot from Arsenal and Space Station. Locked down in the midfield. Optic just trying to get some semblance of pressure going where they can win one challenge in the middle of the pitch. and just stop Space Station from shoving as hard as they can into their corners.
You must keep in mind as well that that #1 North American seed going into the major is what these teams are playing for right now. And that seed, that #1 seed, can really help you out. Getting off to a good start achieves.
And the draw outside of the bracket. Some of those teams you'd really rather not play early.
Ain't that the truth? Space Station, they're still looking for that first regional victory as well. And with this roster to make it to the finals, they are hungry for that. Optic now on the attack. We'll see what they can do. AJ at the midfield coming off the ceiling, prevents the clear. Reynolds gets a first touch around one, but couldn't do much to keep it. Now a light shot towards net. AJ landed well, finds Reynolds. Reynolds going for the backboard, gets the double tap trajectory, but the play broken up by LJ.
Ooh, and a transition, and now you should enter time waste. Every challenge should be thinking about how to keep this ball away from Optic if you're Space Station. At under 1 minute, you just think, okay, just manage every 15 to be as neutral as possible.
Oh, there's a demo. Reynolds trying to get this back to the middle quickly, but LJ is able to get it over to the corner. Reynolds with a bump. He was able to hit Arsenal, but ended up tapping that ball back to the corner anyway. Will we see some last-second heroics from Optic? AJ going for another touch, but Arsenal easily hitting that over. Low boost, double commit though from Space Station, but Arsenal in the 1v1 comes out on top, and that'll be the nail in the coffin.
Advantage Arsenal on this last situation. He knows he doesn't have to make anything happen. He knows the person is going to be diving, so just get under the ball, little chip. If they hit it, so what? You're going to be right in front of it, probably jam it off the ceiling, and time's going to expire, so didn't have to do too much. Managed the situation beautifully, and SSG tie the series up. Timeout, Optic Gaming.
That was beautiful from Space Station. The amount of control that they had, they were able to boost our Optic so much. You saw AJ at one point going for a boost that wasn't there. That's how dire the situation was. And Arsenal, big game from him. Two goals that really put Space Station over the top. And it started out with that quick Optic goal, but then it was all Space Station.
Yeah, it was all boost starve, all physicality in that corner. And Space Station jumped all over some of those opportunities, rightly so, able to execute in some difficult situations. So Optic, I think it's a good idea here. Take some time and say, okay, where are they doing all the damage? Answer, as per usual with Space Station, out of that corner. I mean, that ball gets jammed in there and they just send the house because they've got so much control of the pitch. And of course, as mentioned earlier, Space Station, pretty tough to get through in that midfield line untouched. It's been difficult for Optic to clear pressure. Yeah, you can get it away from the net, but it's coming right back at you in such short order.
And you know, when you get that slight boost advantage, that's really what you always try to do. As soon, you want to keep the players on the goal line in their net. You don't want to give them time to swing out and get that corner boost. And even better if you can not only steal the corner boost, but grab that arc of small pads out in front of net. With the amount of boost stealing we saw from Space Station, really was crushing to Optic. They, if you can take away all of AJ's boost, there's no way he can do those air dribble flip reset plays. In fact,
and
just
even if you don't
it.
take away AJ's boost specifically, if you're able to just limit them onto their own half, there's 6 100 boost pads. If you control 4 of them, that means the other 2 and 80 some odd boost in the dimes has to get spread between 3 people. Steal away one of those corners, things get real dicey real quick. And take away that playmaking potential. Very dangerous, and that's why it's so important that if you're getting pushed onto your own half, you can't give away your own corners too. You're already giving up so much.
Yeah, and so we'll see what the game plan is now for Optic. Sometimes you could be a little bit more risky in those situations. Try to have somebody move out, grab the mid boost.
Yeah, you have
trust
to open
them.
up a hole somewhere.
Trust
Gotta
them.
make a play.
Yeah, let one person at least go venture out for a boost and try to hold down the fort long enough to pass it to them. And here we go, getting into game 5. Optic won the first 2, Space Station won the next 2. This is where the momentum will truly shift.
Oh boy. Whoa. I thought Space Station were coming on a hard counterattack. Huge recovery from Magic Bear. And it's actually Optic looking to start the first offensive.
Magic Bear with wall dash, trying to get enough speed to force that out to the middle. Reynolds with a bump.
Oh,
but you can see AJ, yes. AJ had either side flipped or just didn't believe on that play. Reynolds, last one back. Gets 50'd by Hoxer. Putting pressure on Magic Bear in his own corner. At 50, he'll send it straight up. Now AJ airborne. Going for a 50 himself. It kicks out to the center. Hoxer up the gut. Arsenal gets the hit and demos Magic Bear out of the air. Optic, they called the timeout. They're looking to make adjustments. So far, they've been able to spread out a bit more, able to get some boost. But we're seeing SSG creep into their half right now. Arsenal going for the play. AJ getting it around him. AJ still with 0. Goes for the flick out. Hoxer. Low 50. There's a demo from Reynolds. Will that be enough?
Nasty hop. AJ just trying to make the read, and now it's Optic trying to find a boost deal. Hard pass in the middle. It's off the bar. Reynolds with a second chance off the post. And Magic Bear just to buy some time back to his own corner.
But that was a lot more offense than we saw last game. Now Reynolds gonna try to put this on target. Arsenal hits it off his bar and off the post, and it goes out. What an effort there for that save by Arsenal.
Can't afford to have the shooting accuracy take a downturn now if you're Optic. It's been a battle all weekend long, and to run out of steam right now would be tragic. Reynolds leaves it for AJ, but he doesn't even see Arsenal. Gets the ball stolen, and Optic once again pushed back onto the defensive side, but working their way out quickly. Much better show. AJ wants a double tap, doesn't have the boost, but it will freeze Arsenal, and they miss the lower left corner. Magic's all by himself, and he will delay out to the side.
I mean, kudos to Magic to prevent that quick counterattack, but Reynolds really will want that shot back. That was an opportunity to take the lead. You have to at least put those on target.
Oh, open net. Okay, a lot tougher open net than most open nets, but
if only there was simply a shoot button to put it towards net.
Oh no!
But Hoxer will get the first goal for Space Station. And I mean, this is a bit of a gift. LJ though, look at that double pass. That was, I mean, what are you supposed to do to defend that?
And that's exactly what AJ was thinking as he rotated into net. He was getting ready to be the support for the shot, maybe if LJ tried, but you don't see the pass back across coming in that situation. What an effort from LJ.
LJ using those mechanics to do more than just shoot. And I mean, this game is already tough for Optic. They had the scoring opportunity. Reynolds wasn't able to put it on target. Now they give up this early lead. Space Station has been on a tear. Arsenal controlling it up, going for the 50. LJ now moves in. Will stay on the play, gets it around, goes for a bump, but that was well dodged. Now numbers advantage for Optic. This should be a goal, and it is. AJ will put this one in easily after they isolated that final defender.
And the thing that gets it done is the speed from Reynolds. He doesn't care how he hits it, just as long as he's right behind it, because they know Space Station's been coming hard out of the midfield. He just has to get a touch on it, and they're probably going to catch him. He's playing incredibly tight to AJ there and make something happen.
We are late in game 5. Hoxer gets the ball, and that clears the way.
Tragic for Optic here. Look at Magic Bear. It's not a good touch, it's not a bad touch, and Reynolds, I don't know if he was trying to play the ball or get a demo to let Magic Bear cut back through rotation, but either way, that was not the right way to go about things, but maybe the kickoff will do them a favor. Arsenal misses, pass to AJ, pass to net. Not enough.
Hoxer! And I was just going to sing the praises of Hoxer on that last play, the quick thinking to immediately go for the bump, and then driving off the back wall to block that shot. Hoxer doing everything he can to maintain this space station lead. Now Hoxer, back to the ball, will land on the wall, gets help from Arsenal. LJ keeps it close enough to get back to the 50, and that is time-wasting mode right there if I've ever seen it achieves.
Absolutely. Clock management again. Space Station, no. Look, we're quite fortunate that this one's not in Optic's favor or tied up. And they know, look, let's just play keep away for a little bit.
LJ, this is where he's dangerous. Stealing double tap, going for the triple tap. But it's defended nicely from Optic. But Optic, they have to figure it out. Still trailing, about to drop the third straight game. Ooh, Magic Bear getting good power. But will it be enough? AJ has Reynolds in the middle in support, and it's not gonna do it. Space Station will win their third straight game, and now we're on match point. One more win, they're through to the grand finals.
Well, as our good buddy Corelli likes to say every now and again, you can't say they didn't have their chances. Optic definitely could have done it this one, but the shooting...
Well, I was just going to ask, what was the biggest opportunity that you think got away from Optic?
I think it was really the dump, into that corner of the box for Reddles when... well, I guess we're not going to see him on the replays because we don't really show missed shots all that often, but
we should though.
It was that pass back where they had one player out in front just demoing the net, and granted you could only shoot to one of the four corners, but they just threw him off the post, and I think that was probably the best one where it really felt like, look, you've got a lot to pick from. It's just you got to put it right there,
And no timeout now for Optic either, but you're right. In these series, when they are that tight, that was just a one-goal game. You really have to make the most out of every opportunity. And LJ might have one here, but AJ did a great job of making sure LJ would not get a backboard pass.
Yeah, after seeing what LJ's done with the ball around that Optic net, I would instantly go and just chip that one away regardless of what happened next too. I don't want LJ touching the ball anywhere on offense.
And now Arsenal is looking for an infield pass, but Hawks are too far back. AJ did get the flip reset. Now poke it past LJ and got the mid boost. AJ staying on the play. It was a bit awkward. He did get his jump back off the ceiling, but wasn't able to get his car back in control.
Nasty pinch, a lot of distance to cover, and LJ just wants to make sure he gets around. He's through two, and he wants to cut one down to Hoxer, but Reddles, eyes open. Solid enough clear, but Optic, you need possession. Don't panic now. You got to keep the communication. You can't pull yourselves out of position.
And I saw that as well. It looked like Reynolds and AJ both going for that same ball. And the AJ has a rebound come out to him and places it perfectly upper 90.
SSG give each other a little bit of a bump there because LJ has to dodge Magic Bear, so he has to play the 50 to keep it out of the net and get the touch, and it takes him right into Arsenal's path in the net, opens up a small window for AJ, and he did not disappoint.
And those things are heard if you're Space Station. You're just flipping through to try to get a stop on the shot, and you end up pumping your own teammate. And that certainly slowed Arsenal down. That's a big beat, but it's high. Rebound will be tipped to safety by AJ.
A little back pass, cut this right.
Oh,
how about just the net? Yo, why is it open? Why is it open?
We'll have to take another look. So Hawks are...
LJ and Hawks are hitting each other.
Back. And Arsenal's so far back. I am not sure how that happened. That was quite the miscommunication.
Very awkward. Because, I can understand, somebody needs boost, but I don't know how Hawks and LJ managed to run into each other there, right? Like, what are we doing? Open net, can't convert. Small collapse here in Game 6 for SSG. And in the hole early.
Is score line that you can definitely come back from those two goals. We've seen it happen so many times, but to give away one like that has to hurt. Space Station, they won the last 3 games, but it looks like Optic in position to force Game 7. Reynolds, tap out to the corner. There's a demo from behind. Arsenal of the top demoers in North America. And you can see AJ trying to jump out of the way. And a nice clear from Reddles. AJ has to speed down, but had to only utilize flips, was on 0. Now a quick shot to be tested. Arsenal up over AJ. Magic Bear booms it back downfield. Reddles might even have a shot. Reddles scores it to extend the lead for Optic.
Optic really just pressuring defenders to force them to hit the ball in certain directions. They're taking away boost, actually, and they really force Space Station to try and go the length of the field both ways, and they're the ones who get pulled out of position. There's Magic Bear with that really nice solid long bomb. He's been relatively quiet this game, still under 100 score, but delivering big with a crucial third goal there just before halftime.
Magic Bear hit Reddles on the numbers. You know, that was a perfect pass over for Reddles, and Reddles sinking that shot. So Reddles making up for that missed opportunity in the last game. Magic Bear gonna just try to power that downfield again. Grabs the corner and leaves it for a teammate. AJ does get the touch after LJ trying to force it by him. Oxer last one back for a moment. That could be vulnerable. LJ jumping to make the save and does pinch it off his own backboard.
And SSG, now you know that they're just trying to do everything to try and get back in it. You might see them have to play some one-on-one defense in the net, or on a type of approach that's not necessarily a shot. That's going to have to buy a lot of time. So SSG going to be moving a lot of distance quickly, and there may be some passing lanes available to Optic here.
Let's see if Optic can take advantage of that. If Space Station start being more aggressive. There's a quick shot, and Hoxer threads the needle. Reddles was in net, but it was above him and behind him.
Now here's the one thing you can't afford. One, the side flip, and two, AJ doesn't have any boost, so he can't actually go out and challenge the ball. And it's that hesitation from Optic that lets all of Space Station, who's trying to range the entire pitch and put as much pressure as possible, bring all the forces to bear in the one place that matters. And you can't afford to hesitate when you got a lead. You just got to keep the pressure on them. It doesn't have to be anything super dangerous. You just have to keep Space Station honest here if you're Optic.
Optic almost able to get one more. The rebound actually came off the backboard. Magic Bear was not able to sink that opportunity. Under a minute left, still 2 goals. Favoring Optic. We'll see if they can hold on to that 2-goal lead, or if Space Station will start to power back. There's a chance for LJ. LJ is looking for Arsenal. Arsenal ping-ponging all around. Magic Bear doesn't get a big clear, but does get a second touch that throws Arsenal off.
Man, and LJ is such a threat right now on offense, because you're just not sure if he's going to absolutely cook you with a beautiful redirect or push the ball somewhere, and Optic right to try and always keep one eye on him right now.
Optic just need to hold on for a little bit longer. Both teams giving it their all, trying to fight for that top seed in North America. Despite Space Station winning those 3 straight games in a row, Optic Gaming stopped the bleeding, and we are going to be going to a Game 7.
Great job from Optic here. You capitalize on a couple mistakes. One, forced error. You bump them into a team bump, and then you score the open net. The other one, totally unforced. LJ and Hawks are just running into each other without really any type of real threat on the goal, and allow Optic to take that early 2-0 lead. And at that point, it was really just, okay, Optic's just going to press as hard as they can, but it's not going to be anything to where they really think they have to score, right? And so it's just throw it towards the net. And honestly, we're probably going to catch them out at some point or another, just because Space Station feels like they have to make something happen. So just that little collapse from SSG lets Optic right back through the door, and all bets are off here in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you put channel points on the line, I'd be shaking right now. I just don't know which way this next game's going to go. We saw Optic get a hot start. You were wondering, is this the Space Station from the Furia series? But no, Space Station, after their timeout, were able to win 3 straight. But Optic Gaming win Game 6, force Game 7, and now only 5 minutes left of regulation. And maybe we'll see a little bit of overtime, but winner will get that #1 seed and will move on to the grand finals.
And Optic ranging early, trying to take away corner boosts, find some demos, slow down that rush from SSG in any way they can find. I kind of like that approach because that was kind of the big problem that they were having to deal with, how quickly SSG was getting people right back into the play. So you take out at least one piece, doesn't really matter where, it will slow down the rest of the machine.
See, that machine will start chugging though. See a control play here from Reynolds. AJ trying to lead block, but Space Station able to duck and dodge those bump attempts from AJ. 50 from Arsenal. Now LJ and Arsenal will be upfield, but LJ doesn't really get a touch on the ball at all. And now the passing play just off. Reynolds was hoping to find AJ on that quick pass. It was too far away.
Really tough to handle as well. AJ would have been on no boost. Would have had to be perfect to score, and AJ just wants to buy some time here. Optic, I think, needs to go grab a little bit of boost and come back up the pitch. Reynolds not able to find any bumps, but they will find Arsenal in the blind spot and prevent SSG from starting the attack.
AJ was hoping to take that ball airborne, but LJ had him read the whole way. We're back in the hands of AJ. AJ, the challenge. Magic Bear wrapping around the ball, gets demoed, but goes for that high backboard hit. Arsenal can't get it by Reynolds. This is awkwardly above the Space Station net. Now back to the corner. Cleared across field. Arsenal with a tip. Now AJ will lob it towards the back. Hoxer opts to catch it and do a second touch. Arsenal will clear it out. Might even get another 50 here. Does go. It bounces down, but Magic Bear will make sure no shot can come.
Nasty hop, and Reynolds recognizing LJ gave him space. Big fake cut, wants the bump, and Hoxer just cuts through and says, hang on, we're playing the ball. We've seen what you've been doing. You'll make some touch and just sweep the net. And SSG, they're onto the game plan. But that's a big couple of misses and a punch off the backboard. Reynolds one-on-one. He just goes into the corner with a couple of demos and a boost steal to see if Optic can figure out how to do it as AJ will chain dash back.
Now that could have been so much worse. But now we see the bump attempt. LJ weaving around it once more and marching this downfield. Reynolds trying to get this one cleared out. Precarious spot there for Optic after that overextension. They really went for it on that bump play.
Ooh, and Arsenal says, hang on, here's how you do it. Forces Reynolds to cut out of the way, and thankfully he's able to make the stop if you're an Optic fan.
Lovely control by Magic Bear. This puts SSG on the back foot. LJ, though, with a massive flick. Arsenal got a piece of it as well. Hoxer now gonna go up against AJ. Will bail out of the play. AJ gets that corner boost. Wanted to bump LJ, but LJ has been like a greased pig. Optic has not been able to get their hands on him.
And he's the guy they want to hit the most. He's been the most dangerous in the series. Oh, AJ really stretching it. Hoxer really never in doubt whether or not he was going to clear that away, but a chance for Reynolds here off the backboard, down into the middle, and LJ all over it. AJ wasn't really sure exactly where that ball was headed, chose to be conservative rather than aggressive.
Optic having many chances. Space Station much more defensive this game. We see a demo from Arsenal. LJ wants to slow it down and possess it. There's a high pop. LJ into a flip reset. Gets it past Reynolds. The shot off target. The follow-up still dangerous here. Space Station, they are on the prowl. And Optic able to clear this one out, but that was a moment there for Space Station.
Yeah, big missed chance. Obviously not easy for Hoxer, but had a look at the net. Couldn't even get it on target. That's the way she goes sometimes. Gotta clear that one from your mind and go right back to it. Nice lead on from LJ, but Magic Bear able to pick off the subsequent touch. Optic pressing here with limited time.
Bell pass from Reynolds in the corner. Hoxer shut it down. Now that 50 will slow things down even further. Ball in the hands of Arsenal to Hoxer. Hoxer, bar down! Hoxer putting Space Station ahead.
Great touch from Arsenal. Sees the space and just able to poke it around, and Reynolds, I mean, what do you do to stop that? It's a perfect shot. He can't pre-jump because he's not sure where it's going, and goes bar down, brutal. Hoxer redeeming himself for earlier.
Space Station, they were making top four, but that wasn't good enough for them. They want to go to the grand finals with a shot to win it all. Last chance here for Optic. It's a good pass. Reynolds on the bump.
With a bump!
The demo!
Oh my gosh!
AJ scores it, but Reynolds, he was the bull who gave the horns to Hoxer.
And LJ got caught one step too far forward. He couldn't even put a hand up to stop the transition in the midfield. Paid the price with his life, hung his teammate out to dry, and Optic convert. AJ denies the kickoff. Do we go to OT?
Oh, do we? Yes, we do. 5 minutes of regulation was not enough to settle the matter. We've got overtime. Here's a quick shot. One goal. That's what it takes to get that #1 seed in North America.
Ground pinch.
There's a pinch right there, but it's right to AJ. Reynolds has Magic Bear in the middle. Magic Bear is trying to dodge the bump. Arsenal already upfield. AJ to the sidewall. Arsenal looking for LJ. LJ slowly turning. There's a lob towards net. AJ trying to safely hit that down to the corner. Now back out into the middle. The 50 from LJ. Presses it across the line. AJ looking for the pass. There's another demo. Magic Bear taking out LJ. 2 demos. Arsenal's the last one up. This is possession for Optic. Optic trying to make the most of it. There's a nice 50 from Reynolds. Reynolds in the corner, feigns the challenge, and now it's back to AJ. AJ back down. LJ awkward. A double bump from AJ.
So close there for Optic. It's been a tense OT under a lot of early pressure, but can they convert?
Optic has had the pressure, but now it's Space Station's turn. Flip reset maybe from Arsenal, but no, it didn't look like he got it. AJ has Reynolds bumping upfield. There's the flip reset. LJ into a dribble. Flicks it before he gets demoed. Reynolds out of boost here.
Oh, and the demo.
LJ looking for a pass down. LJ got that mid boost as well. Still low boost for Optic. This is the Space Station boost starve game coming back. It might be at the worst time for Optic. AJ panic clear. There's a double tap from Arsenal. And Space Station blast off. They're going to the grand finals. And they clinched that #1 seed in NA.
You could feel the countdown starting to lift off. The demos were coming through. The boost was getting stolen. And SSG lift off well above Optic Gaming in that overtime. Good couple opportunities for Optic, but could never really get the offense started in earnest. Space Station got their teeth set in early, and they weren't letting go.
What a series that was. It has been a treat to witness the games in the series this weekend. I mean, credit to Optic. They really put up a fight. And I mean, even just their performance to make the major was fantastic. The reverse sweep of FaZe, it really made a believer out of many people out there, I'm sure, achieved. So Optic, they had a phenomenal effort, but Space Station, this was just meant to be. They've been so consistent. The most consistent team in North America, making top, or the only team in NA to make top 4 consecutively in these past 2 events. Now they finally make the grand finals. And I mean, to look back, and at the beginning of the split as well, with the trade of Daniel for Hoxer, I never would have imagined Space Station being where they are right now.
Yeah, you think it's a risky move, but it's paid off in spades. SSG, the consistency, leads them back to another grand final. They will get a second chance at Furia. Stick around, you're watching RLCS.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
this one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another, rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his up inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
It all got a little too much. It all got a little too hard to take. This record's broken while I'm falling to the ground again. Can't keep reliving my mistakes. 'Cause I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless. But I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect. Nobody here should see. We're all just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. We're almost making our way through. Oh God, I'm falling apart. Feels like I'm giving too much in bed. This record's broken, I'm just trying to move my feet again. Can't keep reliving my past pain. 'Cause I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless. But I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect. Nobody here should see.
And the conversation for most entertaining series of the day just becomes more difficult. Again, Game 7, overtime this time, a goal at 2 seconds after a goal at what? I think 14 seconds in Game 7 to send us to that overtime. It just continues to get better. Welcome back to the desk, and we've got the grand finals and then a tiebreaker that determines who goes to Boston, still waiting to be played. Achieves, it's just been the best day of Rocket League, maybe ever.
Oh, it's been a wild ride, to say the least. If you didn't get your steps in, that's okay. Today you might have got the heart rate up just sitting around watching car soccer. It's been a lot of fun.
My goodness. But what a series. I mean, the Game 7 had all the fireworks in it. It's the game we'll remember here, Gibbs, but it took us 6 games of excellent Rocket League to get there.
Yeah, it was just battles back and forth. 2 games to one team, timeout. 2 games to the other team, timeout. Then, just came down to a best of 3 at the end, fighting back and forth. That's what we wanted to see for the #1 overall seed. Plenty of demos, obviously. We knew that was coming. We see a lot of plays like that by Reynolds, of course. But I am very happy to see Arsenal with a double tap to confirm the #1 seed, because he got a lot of hate throughout this year of maybe he's washed, he's not a primetime player anymore, but he hits the most important goal for Space Station, moving them to the grand finals.
They hit incredible goals. Space Station now the #1 seed out of North America, going to Boston. You can buy your tickets for Boston ! Tickets. You can also buy tickets for the Rocket League World Championship. That one's going down Thursday, June 22nd. That's when the tickets go live. The 22nd of June, that's here in just 4 days, if I'm doing math correctly, something like that. Folks, make sure you get your tickets if you want to be there. It's going to be an amazing stuff. Upper Bowl going on sale for €79 a piece to start out, folks. Now, we got the grand finals coming up here in just a moment. Before we do, it's time to highlight a player that has helped out his team getting to the spots that they were in. This is your Ally Assist of the Week. Today, it's going to be going to the one and only Sosa. First time Sosa is going to be our Ally Assist of the Week.
Yeah, let's take a time machine back 2 days. Sosa coming out. Game 5 overtime. Look at this brilliant air dribble into a bump. And then, of course, it's an easy goal. That's why it's an Ally Assist. But look at this little fake that he flicks the pass beast mode and gets a bump on Daniel. What's a super team? I don't think he cares at all. He just beats both of them on this play perfectly, and that is why it is your Ally Assist of the Week.
It's incredible. Just like you rely on your allies in Rocket League, Ally is proud to be a relentless supporter for your financial well-being. Because we're all better off with an ally, digitally, financially, and personally. Ally, do it right. We've got the teams starting to get locked into place finally. We're starting to actually have all of the craziness of the spring split leaderboard get solidified here. Space Station locks in the #1 seed after that win over Optic, and now there's only a few things left to be decided.
Yeah, so Furia is about to play. Obviously, they will have 2 lives. They can't get the #1 seed, but they can get the #2. And more importantly, for the World Championship, if they win, they move 1 point ahead of Optic Gaming. Very important, because if they both finish the same spot, like at Boston, then Furia, obviously, is 1 point better than an Optic Gaming. So this match is huge for Furia. Sure, it's not for the #1 seed. It's for a lot of prize money, and obviously they want that regional win under their belt. But to move ahead of Optic is exactly what they want.
Well, before we get to Worlds, we got to go through the Boston Major, the Spring Major here, and we're starting to finally fill in our teams. Our North American teams are starting to find their spots here. Chiefs, you can see Space Station's round 1 match is going to be up against Power.
Yes, and then right into the big boys of K-Corp as well and Ground Zero. So tough draw for Space Station in that #1 NA seed, but what are you going to do? The Major was never going to be easy.
It's not nearly as bad, though, Gibbs, as Complexity's situation.
Oh, yeah. They got to play Team Liquid
into Vital Boy.
which has been an insane team at all these lands. They are just 3 mechanical monsters. And then if you win that, very likely you're going to be playing up against Vitality, who, just 3-0 regionals. Why not?
It's going to be a wild bracket, folks. This is the one going down here in just a few days, the beginning of July. You're going to want to make sure you get your tickets if you can. Exclamation Boy tickets there. Come see us in Boston. But before we get there, we got to finish this bracket. There is only 1 match left. We might play it twice, depending on how it goes. Furia coming through the upper bracket. Best event of the season for them so far. And Space Station, who might still be actually the favorites of the tournament when all things are said and done. I mean, do you feel like this is Space Station's match to lose despite coming from the lower bracket Achieves, or am I making stuff up here?
I I don't know if I would really say that it's anybody's to win or lose here. I feel like Space Station can, feel good that they made it back, but I think you really do kind of get humbled, especially by those first 3 games against Furia, where they really got nothing done.
Yeah.
It's just like, look, they might kind of be like, we were lights out the first couple of days of this tournament, but it's a new day. We've had to play 2 7-game series against Optic and Furia, and those aren't even the teams that people think of the #1 team in North America. So Space Station, yeah, you can be good about how you've played getting here, but I think the scales are relatively balanced, all things considered. Probably tilted in Furia's favor because that upper bracket OP.
But at the same time, Space Station will also be thinking, all right, we lost to them earlier today, but the last 4 games we went 3-1, and our final game was a 1-goal game. So it's a coin flip, I would say. Like, obviously, they can't. They have to play faster because they went down 2-0 versus Optic as well, and they battled back and won that. They went down 3-0 versus Furia. Games 1 and 2 are huge for Space Station. They got to wake up early. But obviously, Furia, like that first series was basically a coin flip, but they get 2 coin flips at this point. Space Station only gets 1. So that is absolutely huge because even if Space Station wins this first series, they will have to do it again. So I would still back Furia because of that, but I do think it is very, very close.
And it's hard, I feel. Sorry to cut you off. It's just it's hard, I feel, because Space Station, they've played Furia one time, and there was a very specific way to get through them, right? You knew you were going to get that really quick transition game. You needed to give a little bit more space to adapt, and then you go against Optic, and the only way to really stop that Optic counterattack was to get really aggressive, put a lot of people up in the box, steal boost, get demos, and I don't think that works against Furia, so you kind of want to be careful here if you're Space Station, and not go right back into that same approach, because if you start sending a lot of people in the box, Furia's just going to dish one middle Tian, and he's just going to score the 1v1, because that's just what happens when you do that.
Yeah. Well, who you got?
I guess Furia.
Okay. We got one for Furia.
I'm going to go Furia as well, just to hopefully save time on the stage. Just not a tiebreaker, too. So I'm going Furia for that.
That's true. We maybe have 3 more matches to go. I think Space Station comes out of the gates hot on this one. I do think Furia wins it overall, but I'm going to go with Space Station for series #1 here, folks.
Fair enough.
How does chat feel about it? Furia having the best tournament of their lives. They're going to be the favorite in chat and on the desk. They're going to be the favorites in their hearts as well. It's time for the grand finals. Space Station had to run through 1 match in the lower bracket, a Game 7 to get here. Furia has yet to lose. Let's play the grand finals of the Spring Invitational.
2 Boston-bound teams find themselves here again. 5 times these teams have matched up, Turtle. And now the 6th is here in the grand final. Space Station versus Furia.
Oh man, I can barely contain my excitement right now. This is going to be one heck of a series, and potentially 2 if we get that juicy bracket reset, Jorby. And oh my word, we've also got a lot of rookies as well in this grand finals. All 3 members on Furia. This is their first North American grand finals, and as well on the other side, we've got Hoxer and LJ. This is their first grand finals in this region as well. And it is going to be a doozy of a matchup, and Card already starting us out with a bang.
A doozy for sure. One from Card to start it out. Hoxer losing control of that, trying to play quickly out of the corner. A nice little dish to squeeze it in against LJ. 3 out of the 9 regionals this season, Turtle, in North America have been won by import teams. Furia could make it their 4th. Sorry, technically it's 3 out of 8 because this is the 9th. But it just goes to show you the impact that import teams continue to have in the North American region. But the Space Station natives, if you will, have put on quite a performance this split, and they've owned this Furia matchup right up until this regional, where Furia were able to take them down in the upper final.
Yeah.
Well, it was a close one. LJ getting knocked out here.
And they also got completely denied in that Game 7 previously that we saw today, where they had to go the distance. And I truly believe that it comes down to a good start for Space Station Gaming. They also had a slow start against Optic. They lost it for the first 2 games, called the timeout, and were able to flip the script, reverse things for a little bit. But for the most part, getting that early start, at least 1 out of the 2 games at the beginning of this series, I think is crucial from Space Station Gaming. They've had such a difficulty finding a good rhythm. Even in game #1, things have been difficult for them to break out. It's just been 1 clear all the way down the other side, but No possession for Space Station Gaming.
Furia have a chance to lock in that number 2 seed if they end up winning this series, but Space Station gonna make that difficult. Hoxer puts in one and ties it up for Space Station.
Yeah, and look at Arsenal go. There's a demo rotating back. Arsenal gets bumped out the play, but with that demo, there's so much space for everybody else on Space Station Gaming to connect with it, have an open shot, and equalize the scoreboard.
I think for Space Station, they've had some tough series today, and I think it just speaks to their mental fortitude, be able to withstand, being down 0-3, also withstand the demolition derby that Optic gave them in the last series. Yeah, that mental resilience can take you really far, and I think that has been part of what has impressed me so much about this Space Station team. Impressive as well as their goal line defense.
Right.
The Hawks are trying to push that one down after that goal line save, but Lost pushing it forward off the wall, and no one from Furia able to commit.
You also know that Space Station Gaming are going to be hungry. I think if they got, swept by Furia, we might see a different Space Station Gaming who's a little bit more fearful in these challenges and spooked mentally out of Furia, but they brought it within just one game, and that's in a reverse sweep in a best-of-7. So things could be different. They just get a better start against Furia, and now they've at least built their way back up on the offensive side as we approach the second half. That's a good bounce, and for a second we thought it was going to roll in.
Looked like it was going to, but it bounced right off the post. And Arsenal, here he goes again. How many times has he scored from that position? It looks unscorable, unless you're Arsenal, of course. Then your car is actually a plow. It'd be cool to have like a plow in the game.
Okay,
Probably a
okay.
hitbox,
New
right?
idea,
Arsenal?
new idea.
Look at him go. He's just a plow, bro. He's a one-man army going down the corner. It doesn't matter how many guys you stack against him. All 3 Furia cars are there, but they can't stop him.
What is that movement behind the ball, too? First, he got the wave dash on the left side, went under it, scooped out into the corner, and landed on the backboard. That is some ridiculous maneuvering just to get through and in between every player on Furia, and he barely had any boost to work with.
Space Station take a late lead here in game 1. And trying to delay the push here from Space Station off the kickoff. Hoxer wanted a soft touch pass, but Arsenal is playing deep. Now he has to help Space Station retreat. Here comes Furia. Lost underneath. What's the bump? He takes Hoxer out, but then hits the ball on his way out. Lost. He has been physical this tournament as well. This time, though, it works against him.
It's a good midfield boost grab, though, from Yan, but it's actually not going to end up paying dividends as Arsenal, good interception, reading the play well. And it's been back and forth between the last, I'd say 60 seconds. That's a quick shot on target. LJ from behind the ball.
Bro, that is a disgusting angle, LJ. Come on, Hoxer just sets that up and LJ's like, yeah, easy read.
That's unfair. That's unfair.
I mean, no one able to challenge him either. You see Lost going back. The only way you stop that is you just got to get to the ball, but everyone was still rotating back on Furia. Lost was coming back around the corner, protecting on the wall. Not a hard redirect to hit at all, but still, nasty angle for Lost to grab sitting on the back wall.
And I don't think anybody from Furia expected it, too. 9 times out of 10, it feels like a player will go for that midfield pass. Good shot on target, saved again from Hoxer and LJ. Both of them exchanging goal line touches to keep them in the lead by 2 and hold on to some security in game 1.
Just find a way to make some magic on the goal line, don't they? Now Arsenal forces Lost out. Furia help them out. They're running out of time. Yan last behind the ball, trying to find Lost. Lost up high, forcing Arsenal to challenge. Right side shot. Furia get within 1.
Oh, and this is a huge defensive mistake here on the backboard. I think it was Arsenal with 20 boost, didn't have enough to catch up to the ball, and that's also a flawless bounce to go down and out, straight into the front hood, of Card. And Furia, 28 seconds within 1, Jorby.
See what they do here. You get advantage on the kickoff. Lost just dumps the ball out. Arsenal keeps it tight. Lost trying to close the gap. Card tried to close the gap. Now Lost and Card in their own corner. Space Station wastes some time on the next clear.
Final 10.
Arsenal?
Oh, what?
He got it!
What?
Arsenal gets down in front, finds the goal for Space Station. Hoxton steals it, and that's the classic Furia. Everybody driving upfield, no time left. Card full faith, and his prayers were not answered.
You feel for Card in that situation. He pushed forward expecting that challenge to at least be a solid 50-50 and not go directly in favor of Space Station Gaming. He trusted his teammates, pushed forward, and all their chances of tying things up in game one come to a crumbling end. Space Station Gaming, this is the first game one win they've had all day in both best of sevens they've played.
That's pretty funny considering how Space Station have looked. You know, you'd think they'd be winning the majority of those game ones, but you're absolutely right about both of the series that they've played, and they've just looked excellent throughout, not just this tournament, but the entire split. Arsenal getting those MVP honors, starting the goal scoring for his team. 2 chances that he's just rolling the ball around the corner on the back wall and somehow gets it over. And then you got LJ with the aerial play. Hoxer, who just never seems to be out of position. And this Space Station team is just such a hard nut to crack when they start on the right wheel. They didn't last time against Furia in the upper final. This time, it's a lot different.
Yeah, and I'm also so impressed with the speed that we're seeing out of Space Station Gaming and their ability to hold on to a lot of the boost. You saw what happens whenever you're running out. Arsenal was the only player I saw at a moment where he didn't have enough boost to make a touch, and Furia were able to punish. So picking up these small pads, finding good rotations into the boost is crucial, and Space Station Gaming have it on lock at this moment. Game 2 might be a different story, but Furia, they've got to make some adjustments, Jorby.
What can Furia do? You talk about that opportunity at the end of the game for Space Station, but that was desperation mode for Furia. Either way, you're right. They're going to have to find a way to beat this Space Station backline. Seems nigh impenetrable at times, and then they just smack you in the mouth in the blue half. A bunch of demos. Arsenal with the catch. Hoxer, he just can't stop. And Lost has to desperately throw the ball away. LJ hard off the wall. Yam barely gets there. Furia getting pushed back to the wall. No answer right now for the pressure of Space Station. LJ, Arsenal building the gauge. That would getting a little tricksy there with LJ coming a little early for Arsenal's pass. Now Lost on the counter. Card misses.
Nice little transition from Furia, the give and go, but unfortunately there's nobody there to find the execution. You could have caught Space Station Gaming too far forward and overcommitting, but nobody in position off the backboard. This could be it if Card can put something on target. Yan from the backboard, the pack pass into Lost, but still red. I don't even know how Space Station Gaming can predict what Furia are moving with the ball.
Great layering on defense. Lost had nowhere to shoot that ball. He tried to go for the weak side shot, but the Space Station car was all over it. Now Hoxter wants LJ, but he's only got 26. Making it work. Lets it drop back to Arsenal. Arsenal still pulling Yan off, and Yan able to get back to the ball, but they're losing boost. Lost can't even get it clear. They're just clamping them down easily right now. Hoxer drops it, and Furia break out here.
Big miss from Hoxer in the midfield. That's going to give an opportunity for Furia to hold some possession. And indeed they do. Card up in the air early. Double commit now for Space Station Gaming. I think a big clear would benefit Furia to come back on a transition, but that bounce was perfect for Space Station. And they will see more and more time wasted. But another transition. Card back and forth game, Jorby. It looks like Furia waiting to find an execution. They're knocking on the door, but they can't get any accurate shots on.
And Lost jumped early at that play. Yan going for the double. Lost had jumped before it was completed. It bounces away from him. And he ended up ineffective in the rotation. On the dribble, Hoxer's not letting them out. Space Station's game plan against Furia. Don't give them space. They haven't given them any. Furia have gotten choked out so far. Despite being able to kill the ball on defense, set up an opportunity, once they get to the orange half, everything tightens up a lot more. And it becomes a lot harder to find space. Furia, they're trying to identify.
That's a good ball. That's it. That's it.
Card collects the first for Furia.
If your shots aren't going through, just pave the path yourself with a bump. And this is Lost behind the ball, and he had many options. You saw he could have gone for a dribble, tried to get past that last man behind the ball, but he left it, allowed it to float down in front of the net, takes the goalkeeper out, and you've got Furia scoring first.
But Space Station are right here with a pass. Arsenal too deep. Card easily cuts it out. Forces Space Station back to the corner. Even on the backside, Furia having to avoid demo attempts from Space Station. What can they do here on defense? There's their Arsenal with no boost. See the respect. Yan gonna push it downfield. Card, full tank, looking for a double. He's not gonna get it. Too committed from Space Station. Yan gonna win the touch, but only 14 boosts. Trying to roll it around, no good. Furia still hanging on to this ball. But Card, that actually works out for him. It rolls back right in the loss.
It's getting scary for Space Station Gaming. I'm trying to pay attention to most of the boost consumption. Looks like they're getting starved out. Card right here is going to take a corner boost back into the midfield, and of course it's going to be dominated by Furia, taking boost, taking shots, hitting the corner, and letting it roll in.
2 for Card. On the redirect this time, Space Station rotating back. LJ trying to cover the in, and he just misses on the challenge. And Hawkster, no chance for him to get back. Not even a bad set there from Space Station. Just a precise pass and a powerful shot.
And also a precise shot. I mean, you're getting power, you're getting accuracy. That's everything you could have wanted out of that play from Furia. 2 goals for Card, the striker for Furia. And we need an answer. Time is running out for Space Station Gaming. They want to have a retaliation in game 2, and they're getting blocked out.
Space Station, sometimes they just close it down. They play so tight on offense. You'll see, we saw Hawkster last time, and a lot of times it's LJ who'll just screen across the goal line on offense and just jump at the ball in the box. Just try to create some havoc. Maybe you get a good 50 out of it. Here's LJ, back to Hawkster! You can't count them out! They split the lead.
Thriving off this chaos. LJ looking for the boost. He cuts in rotation. Hawkster as well sees Arsenal's back. He can turn around, and Card is faced with a reverse situation, and backing it up as much as you want is not going to work out. 1 goal for Space Station Gaming is all they need to get back into this game.
Card look good here in game 2 with his 2 goals, but also a couple 50s like that. It's a loose ball into the net. Yan shows up.
Yeah, and this is crucial. 31 on the clock. You've got to get a goal to secure this game. Arsenal up early, tried to go for a 50-50. Maybe he anticipated a quicker Yan up on that challenge.
I think he was trying to cover the ceiling, maybe the ceiling touch for control.
Yeah. Some kind
really
of
trying to get above Yan on that play.
Awkward situation, regardless. I think Space Station Gaming might have to kiss game 2 goodbye.
See what they can do. Hawkster, try from his own corner. He's got Arsenal on the wing, but immediately challenged and into the net by Yan, and that just may end it here on Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, the defense from Furia. You know, there were a couple of weird mistakes, specifically from Card. I thought was kind of confused on a lot of rotations, but his teammates certainly had his back, and Card was also finishing a lot on the offensive side to give them the security to make those mistakes. I think we got a long series ahead of us, Jorby.
I think we might. Some of the other matches today are anything to go. Heck, if the last time these 2 teams met is anything to go by, you know we're in for a long one. Oh, Card trying to put in another one. Yeah, sends them up. A little bit of BM to end the game with a shuffle step. 5 goals heading into game 3.
This is just toxic. This is toxic right now. You can't be doing this to Arsenal. You're living in their heads rent-free now, heading into the next game. What a way to end it off.
Space Station were able to be successful on offense that time. Yan will get the MVP honors for all those goals at the end, but Card definitely led the pack there and lost with his 3 assists. I think really sells the story of that game.
17 shots, Jorby, for Furia against the 5 of Space Station Gaming.
And yeah, Space Station didn't have that same goal line either.
No.
A lot of times
they're getting knocked off the goal line like that in the Mobile 1 high performance replay. You see him leave the ball, opt to be more creative. And to be honest with you, we started this game out and it looked like Space Station were reading everything Furia had to offer. They were somehow predicting the passing lanes, every single shot, at least in the first 2 minutes. But once Furia broke out, Space Station started to panic a little bit and ran out of boost towards the end.
Just want to say, previously pictured, look at that like very U.S. American chair right there. For anyone who's like, no, Furia are a SAM team, they're an NA team. They're both, all right? They could be both. Clearly the team thinks that we have no more arguments. Let's keep going. Furia, Space Station.
The chair speaks for itself, all right? That's what we're focused on. Game 3, Jorby. We got back and forth so far. I like retaliation, and it looks like Furia are just going to pick up right where they left off.
Well, the King has shown up in this series so far. Nice little soft touch and then that continuing touch as he came up off the ceiling. Just keeps the speed, but also keeps control. And he gets the flip onto it. What a perfect carry from Card.
And you've also got to stay behind the ball. It's so easy to let that ball get too far forward. You lose control and you can't get a solid follow-up. Well done from the mechanical guru Card.
Lost getting a quick 50. Actually some time here. Lost getting a full tank off the ceiling. Card on the wing. Lost through one. Doesn't quite hit the bump. How about that? Try from Lost. He's been hitting highlight reel goals like that one and passes like that. And his story has been a difficult one. Moving to North America in winter. Didn't have a great split. In spring, it's been a slow come up for him. Not perfect by any means, but this tournament, this feels like this is his real debut onto the team, or at least the quality that people may have expected when he first joined. And he is part of that now on Furia, but Space Station, their own pickup in Hoxter has been quite the boon to them. They need a little more offense here, unable to generate a shot with the pressure they put on the first 30 seconds.
And this entire split, in all honesty, for both of these teams has just been nothing but progress moving forward. I mean, you look at Space Station Gaming as an example. They came into top 4 in the first regional, then top 3 in the Spring Cup, moving into the Invitational. Now they're guaranteed at least top 2. These guys have been paving a way, and now they're paving a path to that save on the goal line. But still hungry for their first goal in game number 3, Jorby.
LJ saving his dodge to get through, and tripping, Lost up, hitting the brakes. Another pass to Arsenal. Gets underneath, but Yan somehow shovels it out. Gets deleted by Arsenal. Here comes LJ. Space Station starting to threaten. Oh, it pops right off the wall. Lost with no boost. Hopes that Yan can help him out. Hoxter, nothing for him. Looks like Card's ball, but it's not straight back to Hoxter. Lost gets in front of the 50. That's LJ's ball. 1, and Card steals it, completely killed it, and denies the follow-up from Arsenal.
Look at the composure from Card to stay behind the ball. And now he's also intercepting somebody from LJ who can't get it off the backboard. Arsenal is getting a demo. LJ's harassing Lost. Surely this is supposed to be a goal, but Lost stays alive, dodges the demo, and keeps Furia up ahead.
His mask was just too hot. He couldn't push him. He couldn't push him far enough.
No way.
Wait, LJ. The redirect, but it's wide. Lost immediately up for it. Space Station have been priming. They haven't been able to deliver the goal yet. That one, another hard cleared. Denied by LJ. Hard and Yan, hard. Hit Hoxter back to the side.
Space Station Gaming are doing everything right, Jorby. They're looking for demos, moving the ball well, finding passes. Even the solo opportunities are there, but the defense from Furia is just that strong. And now, it looks like you're gonna have to go back to the drawing board for something even more creative in RLCS, and I don't even know what that would look like at this moment.
Lost going for the corner read. He's not gonna get it. Space Station looking for a way in. Arsenal just may have found it. Hoxter trying to bully Card, but Card just barely gets out of it. There's that demo avoidance we're talking about again. Space Station collect one though. Arsenal, he collects 2. Lost spawns right in the rotation. Dangerous in front. Finally the shot for Arsenal. Space Station on the board.
I saw 2 demos and I'm still not convinced he can get through Furia, but Hoxter, he's got other plans with that beautiful pass all the way across, sliding to the front of Arsenal, and you've got the whole right side of the net to shoot at, and they will work very hard to get their first goal. Space Station Gaming, with a little bit of time left, they can continue forward, and they're getting more and more demos, Jorby.
They're like a carousel of bumper cars. They're just absolutely dizzying them really fast, and an ever-present sense of an impending collision. It's inevitable when Space Station get down the field on the blue half. Here they go again. LJ trying to push Card off the ball. Dan able to find his man. Hoxter just kills it, forces him back. Lost avoids another demo. Gets back to the challenge. Dan gets the follow-up. Space Station trying to protect the ball. Hoxter trying to get away from Yan. Card in front of it. And Space Station survive these really tough pushes from Furia. Pushing multiple Space Station cards back into the corner.
Yeah.
They're able to thwart another hard shot tonight by Lost.
This feels like the first 2 minutes of the last game. Space Station Gaming predicting how Furia want to move the ball. Like this read from Arsenal over down to Hawkster. Look at that movement in a clean transition. LJ also pre-jumped it, getting very confident on the other side of the field, but now you've got a whole team of Fury to deal with, and Lost is bumping you out the way. Card goes in for the 50-50. This is anybody's game within the final 15 seconds, and it might just slip in. Yan, he secures it with 14 to go.
Yan gets the goal here. Card gets a perfect bounce off the ramp, shuffles up the pass. LJ gets there, but it's too little too late. And Furia take the lead late. Space Station, do they have something on the kickoff?
Got to do something special. Try to maintain possession, get this ball down the other side. You've got maybe one solid opportunity, or else this series will shift in favor again for Furia. And they're the team that doesn't need to get the bracket reset. Space Station Gaming keep the ball up, and now smacked down. Furia take game number 3.
2 more for Furia. And in their first grand final appearance in North America, they will have their first victory. But the work isn't done for them. Space Station very much alive in the series, very much a threat every single second.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they had to work so hard for that first goal. Think back to the demos. I mean, we had all 3 players of Fury keeping their heads on a swivel, looking out for when and where Space Station Gaming are going to attempt to get the bump plays. And even through all of that, Furia can stand tall after game 3. And this is not a bad showing at all from Space Station Gaming. I don't really know too much of what they could improve on right now. It just comes down to maybe the timing of the demos coming through, but there's still not much to harp on. This is just such a close series, Jorby.
No timeout from Space Station. They've already taken their positions in the lobby. They're ready to go.
They're fired up.
Space Station, they're the number 1 seed. You know, there's not much for Space Station to really play for, except for pride. And people might not think. People might not think the pride goes a long way.
Crazy. The prize
it goes a long way.
Are you forgetting about the cash flow? I mean, come on, man.
No, look. This is esports, man. There's so much ego in this league. Okay, I'm not saying anyone in particular. I'm saying all of you.
I'm just saying you win this tournament, Jorby, and you could go and put like a down payment on a house. Okay, if that's not motivation, I don't know what is.
That's a lot of money. You're right. Both teams obviously more than joyed that they're going to Boston. No doubt for both teams. They'd love to prove to everybody else that Space Station, you want that win to prove that you do deserve that 1 seed. Not that they don't think they do. They obviously do. Furia got to be feeling the same. Lost tries to move this ball downfield. Lost looking for a pass out. Immediately challenged by LJ. Yan deleted. Space Station take control.
That's a good turn from Card, but it wasn't quick enough. LJ. Oh, that's a big whiff to transition. And now they're getting caught all the way forward. One opportunity on the other end leads to your downfall.
Oh, poor Hawkster. He turned the cam off. He knew the bump was coming. Had to avoid the bump, and he only had like 8 boosts before that happened. So he got taken off his path, made it easy for Lost to get across. And what is Hawkster supposed to do? You gotta dive in front, try to get to the ball. Nothing much he could do after that.
Looks like Furia really want to end this day quickly. Of course not give any chances over to Space Station Gaming to get that bracket reset. I know Gibbs is a little bit happy. It's Father's Day. He probably wants to, go kick his feet back, but with this insane amount of Rocket League, I honestly just want more.
Space Station, they've already come back 1 time. Who's to say they can't do it again? Arsenal got a nice kick. Oxford just gonna come in. Arsenal called off on the play. LJ rotating deep in the rotation. Space Station keep this rhythm going. There's a bit of pause here. Oxford wins against 1. Here he comes. Big bump off the bar. Everyone's still too far back from Space Station. LJ was playing backside of Hawkster rather than forward on the play. And third man was also too far wide the other way. Now Yan's got control. He's got a reset. Yeah, here he comes, but no goal. Card tried to pave a path.
I mean, think about the recovery from Furia right now. They're getting demoed. They're forced to go for a couple of double commits in the air, and they still manage to get back into rotation within a matter of what feels like milliseconds. But hold on, 2v1. One goes for the bump. Card can't get there in time. Space Station Gaming equalize.
Space Station, a big goal there, and Card, he tried to flip back. LJ was already there, and Arsenal already had the edge against him. No product of Card being a little too close to the play, with both Yan and Lost up there. We called them out for that already a couple of times today.
Yeah.
really in this series, not even just today. Yan going for the quick shot, and a card jumps LJ right into the net.
Redemption for Card, and look at this read. It looks like he jumped into a time machine and read the shot from LJ flawlessly. He says, thank you very much. I'll take that as a pass and smack it into your own net.
Just like that. I think Space Station might kill the momentum. Furia find a way to get the engine rolling immediately. Just around the corner. For him. Space Station surviving on defense. Numbers are dwindling. Lost, up high, Card down low and taken away. LJ gets a perfect follow-up from Hoxter. Lost, coming back again, back to Yan. It's not over for Furia. LJ's missed the ball. Hoxter's too deep. Now Card has it. He wants the bump.
He wants
He
the demo.
He's still
Arsenal.
But it doesn't go into the net. It's back to the other side. Somehow Arsenal keeps Space Station within one.
There's just too many layers on this SSG defense. They're gonna have to work even harder. One bump isn't enough. And now there's a chance for Space Station Gaming. They don't have to climb over 2 goals. It's just one that they need to tie things up, and they've got some possession to work with.
Pick up Card after the demo. Tip pass over to Yan. Yan trying to get control, but he gets deleted instead. Maybe a chance here for Space Station if we can find a way around Card. A lot of boost to catch up to this. 50 goes hard out. Now the Space Station get the breakout here. Need to do a little bit more. Backboard, back wall, well protected by Furia. Yan and Card stacking up. Not letting him forward in front of the box. Hoxter anticipating Card bringing that out a little bit more. Card keeps it close to the wall. Now they break out. Yan, hard touch, but LJ is up to the pass.
The ability for Furia right now, especially Card in that situation, to carry it out by himself. That's a 1v2 situation. He got over one player on SSG, then won the 50-50 in the corner. Yan is also intercepting touches, and Card outpacing the striker. Everybody on Furia is doing their job on this defensive side, but how long will it last? One mistake, and they might be looking at OT in game number 4.
Lost looking a little hoppy when he's off ball on the goal line, but they break out. They're able to stabilize momentarily. LJ, little wave dash chip. Oh my gosh, what is he doing? Okay, he got the 50. That was a crazy progression there from LJ. That dude's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants a 1v3. There's a demo. Arsenal,
Here's
LJ
again.
up high. He wants the double, but why do we keep testing the backboard if you're SSG? It's been on lock every time from Furia.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on there? What? LJ might take that. Hoxter putting it back up. Space Station looking for the end of regulation drill. Arsenal trying to keep it close. He's got the boost. He got the ball back to Hoxter. No time, no game for Space Station, and one more for Furia.
Match point. 1 game away from Furia winning their first North American regional event. And they had that backboard, that entire defense locked down, Jorby. Space Station were throwing several different tactics, but at the end of the day, we need something more creative. And now, apparently, we're getting the timeout that maybe we would have seen in the previous game.
Teams are 0-18 after calling a timeout when they're down 1-3. Just want to point that. D-Rec didn't even type that in. I still remember it from yesterday.
They're 0-18, you said.
0-18!
Okay. Hey, but this is Sad Jr. This is why you picked up this man. He has been the leading force.
And look at that keyboard
since he joined the team. And look at that keyboard. Maybe he could serenade them a little bit with some jams, all right? You never know what could happen.
Get the musical rhythms going.
Yeah.
Maybe something will work. Well, look, Space Station, they were down 0-3 and still forced game 7 against Furia, so they still have that going
this
for
doesn't
them.
make any sense. This doesn't make any sense because I thought that after a game 1 win for Space Station Gaming, I was expecting it to be completely different. They had such a horrible start. They almost reverse swept against Furia in a best of 7. So you're thinking surely after they win the first game and have a solid start, it's going to pan out completely different. But Furia have stepped up on all sides of this field.
You know, talking to Mateus in their post-game interview, talked about how the pressure got to them in previous tournaments, in previous regionals, how he had to talk to Lost a lot. Mateus talked about how literally in the middle of a scrim, if Lost made a mistake, like he was saying like, hey, like we talked about this, not like that. So like a lot of workshopping there with Lost and trying to relax him in those pressure moments.
Yeah.
And this is what they're doing right here. Cardi's relaxing.
Speaking of relaxing,
That's
yeah.
what they need. They need to relax.
Hands
But
off the
I'm-
controller,
we're chilling.
focus on your breathing, and that's the most important thing. Now you got the American flag chair, you got good vibes. And I don't think it's gonna be the same thing for Space Station Gaming. I'm sure the air is very tense right now as you've got one last shot to try and get back into this series. You can't drop a game, otherwise you're losing this tournament. You might have gotten the #1 seed, but like you mentioned, the pride, the prize pool, it's all on the line.
It can flip so quickly, though, can't it? Despite Furia up 3-1 as we head to Oasis, it's been tight. 1-goal games. Demos missed by inches. Space Station literally a couple degrees away from a couple of game wins. Can they turn the angle a little bit and align their planets? Space Station Gaming trying to stay alive in the tournament. Our little Boston primer, if you will. We still got one more match after this today if you're watching. FaZe versus Gen.G, the tiebreaker to decide our last team who's going to Boston. You don't want to miss that one. And you also don't want to miss LJ across the backboard. You know you might miss something great.
That's another opportunity. I feel like LJ just keeps opting to go for the backboard in Space Station Gaming. This has been the story all series long. It looks like they're gonna get a goal, they inch up forward, and then it's a quick, speedy transition from Furia that catches them way out of line.
It was that bounce. Hoxter was anticipating a different bounce in the midfield. Then Arsenal has to cover for him. Hoxter has no boost.
That's a good
So
kickoff.
he can't do anything. Now the kickoff.
Wow.
And Furia take 2 goals. I think Furia are believers right now. 2 massive goals at the start of game 5.
And it's match point. Furia, they've got security. They've got the first 2 goals. At this point, all they've got to do is hold on. And you know for a fact it's not going to be that easy for Space Station Gaming to just keep putting shots up. Furia are going to bring that offense and be relentless with it.
Big kickoff from Furia as well to maybe try to catch Space Station off guard. Space Station have handled it. They still got to handle the Furia pressure. Nice catch. Then Oxer. A demo on card. Gan using the chain dash to catch up to the play. Causing a little bit of havoc, but not enough. Card gonna dive onto it as well. Here comes Lost on the 50. LJ ain't gonna let it happen. Yeah, quick shot tonight again. This time by Hoxter. Space Station looking for a way out.
Clinical saves out of Space Station Gaming to let this not get out of hand. But as I say that, Card, 3-0. Furia can do no wrong.
It's his kingdom. He wears the crown. And he defeats Hoxter to the ball to put Furia up by 3.
It's his kingdom. We're just living in it right now. King Card ascending on match point. Hungry. They want their first North American regional win. And they're 3 minutes and 40 seconds away, but with a demo of good bounce as well, LJ has the read, and we've got ourselves a ball game.
When in doubt, demo. It works again on the backside. No one back to cover for Furia. Leaves a free net for Arsenal. And he didn't hit it, so LJ took the freebie.
And I'm not exactly sure what happened to Yan there in that replay. Yan was just flying out of the frame. He might have gotten bumped or just not had the speed and or boost to get up to the challenge. But we'll see now if that lights the fire beneath Space Station Gaming's wings. They needed something, and they're lucky to get a good early response.
Space Station gonna bring it back. The Furia aren't unknown to give up 3-goal leads. They did it against FaZe. I think it actually happened the last 2 times they played FaZe. But here they come. Card and Yan trying to link up. Doesn't work out. Hawks are already downfield. Chip to LJ, but he lost it. Made it easy for Lost. Arsenal trying to cut it down. Hawks are full tank of boost on the other side. Nothing there for Space Station just yet. Hawks and LJ playing tight on the rotation. LJ feeding, but Lost steals his food. Furia just may break out here on the demo.
This is painful to watch for Space Station Gaming. I'm seeing LJ behind the ball several times. He's had so many opportunities, Jorby, but I feel like he's just not connecting the way he wants to with the ball and as well as with his teammates. So somebody else has to step up. Arsenal into the midfield. LJ backs off of the pass, wasn't aggressive with him, and they continue to drag in Arsenal a mechanical whiff. Things crumbling for Space Station Gaming when they need everything to go right.
It's disjointed a little bit. The passes aren't connecting. LJ no boost. Tried for the pinch. Quite get what he wanted. Hard again, shutting him down. Got the 50. And just kicks the ball away. Now Furia. The bump does make up for it. I wouldn't give Space Station free chances.
Oh!
He's just an astronaut playing volleyball on the moon! Oh my goodness!
I called him out. I wanted him to step up, and what does he do? He goes from the ceiling down and gets the pre-jump shot. You can't get any better than that, LJ. 2 goals for Space Station Gaming. They're only within 1.
LJ up there looking like a UFO. Furia were like,
goodness.
what the heck is that? Why is he there?
He shouldn't have been there.
Man.
He shouldn't have. And that's exactly why it worked.
LJ non-touch, that works out. Furia losing the momentum quickly. Arsenal, that one popped up but lost first to the ball. And Hawks are shutting it down. Card was already downfield. Hawks puts it in a perfect spot, spacing the rotation. LJ ends up losing that one. Arsenal filing in behind Hawkster. LJ getting physical in the box. Such an aggressive rotation from Space Station. Now the second and third man pass denied by Lost. Arsenal 12 boost. Gets the pop over. Space Station 3 unanswered.
And they're doing it through the flames. The demo from LJ, he steps up again. Arsenal hits the brakes after getting the corner boost. And they continue to go on a rampage on this Furia defense. Nothing can stop them.
Space Station is saying, wait. Not quite over.
Yeah. And LJ, I can't believe it. This man is getting so much more confidence. He was struggling at the beginning half of this game, Joel. So many chances. And here he is making up for it. Being the all-star, maybe he can get the 4th goal too. Space Station Gaming, but you got to be careful. Remember, they could get caught off guard and caught too far forward. That kept plaguing them in the previous games.
Now look out for ice-cold man himself, Yan. He gets any 1v1 opportunity
Yan,
in
he's
front
up.
of the box. Nothing there for him. Hawks are there to cut him off.
Lost.
Maybe gets the 50 there. Not much developing for Furia. Card has to work the ball in the corner. And again, Space Station take control.
Furia got the first 3 goals in succession at the beginning of this game, but they have fizzled out, and we've barely seen anything from them on offense. So far, LJ looking to ignite the defense of Furia even more with all of these demos, but 10 seconds remaining. Yan, can he do it?
Nothing for him. Card trying. Yan, the least one. Card tries to screen it, but there's nothing for him. Lost has to turn back. Oh man, Lost is getting anxious too. He boosted through every boost pad pickup. OT, golden goal for Furia. The regional win, 2nd seed on the line, and Lost gets bumped off the kickoff. Hawkster, nice catch and a nice flick. Keeps Space Station in it. Here he comes, hard
the
hit.
Backboard, the bump.
Both man!
Robbed indeed. Crossbar and out. And you're gonna want another stab at that if you're Space Station Gaming, but you're not done yet. Furia weren't able, to find a transition. But they're gonna keep knocking, and maybe they'll find something that they've been looking for all game long. It's been centuries, it feels like, since we saw a good opportunity for them.
Space Station closing down the available territory. Again, having to fend off a bump. Hard having to fend off LJ. And they forced to dump the ball out. Fear of getting demoed. Arsenal, next up. His weapon, LJ, who continues to pepper Furia's back wall. Here comes Arsenal again. He got another good 50 for LJ. Hawkster in the air.
Oh!
Yes!
They just don't know when to give up, when to quit. Space Station Gaming, they were down 3 goals and they still battled back and won it in overtime. You can't count these guys out yet. This series continues.
It was too powerful for Space Station. Full belief. And how about Hawks? They're dropping the 7-13. 2 goals on 4 shots. But also all of assists. All assisted for Space Station. And honestly, if you could give a second assist out for a goal, you'd have to for how many bumps and demos helped out Space Station on their offense.
Specifically, LJ, I'm telling you, I feel bad. I started roasting my boy LJ at the beginning of this game. I didn't know what he was doing behind the ball.
He showed you.
He absolutely shut me up 100%. I don't think I should speak for the rest of the series. I'm sure a lot of
you should definitely speak.
would like that. I don't know. It might be beneficial, but either way, LJ, He stepped up when he needed to. And they made it hard for themselves, Joby. I'm not going to lie. I don't think they needed to make it that difficult, but it provided to be quite an entertaining game of Rocket League.
God, that ceiling, LJ just with the mid pass from Hoxer, the mid-air pass. I mean, that was, look, that's the stuff.
That changed everything.
That's the stuff of a major contending team right there. That's what that is. I love watching Space. I love watching Space Station play.
If we don't see those plays in Boston, I'm gonna be upset. If we don't see those plays in this next game, I'm gonna be upset because this has been such a treat to watch. Game number 6, Neo Tokyo. We're still on match point though for Furia, 1 game away from a South American dub and 1 game away from a game 7.
Card back to loss. Furia already getting chipped around, finding it difficult to get by. Talked about it a little bit. That physical game from Space Station. Oh wait, never mind. Lost is just moving around the pitch himself, and he will open the scoring here for Furia.
And Yan was looking for a demo. He did get one on the goal line. And what is that catch on the backboard from Lost to get behind the ball, use up all his boost? I mean, it was made possible just because of the demo, but that control is otherworldly.
Yan tried for the bump. LJ's lost it. And Arsenal having to grab a bouncer. He's got Hoxer to support him. Furia have been able to score quickly. They're hanging on to the lead. A different story in at least 2 of these games. Space Station trying to force another game 7. And this is truly the marathon run for this team. Not only do they have to force game 7, they have to win the series and then win another series if they have hopes of being a regional winner.
But to be honest, I don't doubt that possibility for Space Station. And that's ever more the reason for Furia to close this game while you have the chance before Space Station Gaming starts snowballing. Because you never know what can happen when they start to get more and more confident. Arsenal, a confident flip reset here. LJ with a bump. And look at that third man placement from Hoxer. You remember previously in the beginning of this series, they'd push 2 players forward and that third man would be caught off a little bit too far forward, and Furia got some free goals. They've definitely adjusted here for Space Station.
Meanwhile, Furia's rotation is disjointed, a little too wide. They're starting to shore it up now, though. Yan avoids the bump, but Hoxer, last line of defense, good enough for Space Station. Just a chip there from Lost. Furia trying to find a way to set up here on offense. It's tough, though. This Space Station defensive line moves like water.
Oh, yeah.
It can be really hard to get a good grasp of Liquid. If you've ever tried grabbing Liquid, good luck. That one let go.
I mean,
Lost, gonna kick it up high again, but Furia, nothing for him.
They're really shape-shifting with their approach on defense. That's a double commit, though. Not the fastest follow-up from Lost. And here comes the transition. Flowing like water indeed, but an even better read. We're getting back and forth clears. Not one team can hold on to possession, but one team has a shot, and that's Furia slightly wide.
And holding that covered. Had to go far side of the net. Just couldn't put it on target. Arsenal got the bump on Yan, but Yan still got the touch. LJ,
Arsenal's up there.
Arsenal in the air!
Yan got bumped!
My goodness! Their team play is phenomenal!
Look at Arsenal!
Oh my goodness!
Look at him just park his car above the goal line. You can't even expect to see him up there because the camera's not going to show him. You're paying attention to the ball, but little do you know that it's raining down Arsenal, and you're getting bumped out the way.
They're playing 4D chess like they're mind-reading aliens. It's like, they're unpredictable. You just don't know what's going to happen, and you don't know how to defend it. Here's another one for Furia. The and Lost collects the goal.
A little bit of payback, taste of your own medicine. Finally getting some bumps. LJ's alone on the defensive side, and Lost lands down on the ground and knocks both of them out of the way for that save.
Space Station, for all the effort, having to constantly fight back from 1 goal down. Here comes LJ, though, wins a clean kickoff. Nice from LJ. It was a good try.
Bro,
I like the idea of killing
Card,
the wall. What?
Card has 14 points. How does Card have 14 points and donuts across the board? What is going on? Hoxer looking for the top right corner. This game, I don't even know how to make it make sense. And if he gets this goal, he can kiss those 14 points goodbye. Now he's got 16. There we go. He's racking it up.
What is happening? Up 20. Wait, 18? Every touch is 2 points.
This is ridiculous.
Now another one. Here comes Yan, trying to help him out. Space Station. It doesn't really matter how many points you have if your team is in the lead. Space Station trying to end that one. Yeah, get
got both.
Arsenal. Arsenal bounces off the post and yeah, just landed.
It was an in and out save. He dodged the demo, I believe, and landed right where that ball hit. They are still alive, still in the lead. Space Station Gaming, what more do they need to break through?
Somehow stop the disaster before it happened. And now, Space Station trying to unfurl this offense. LJ can't quite get it going. Still, they rock around the corner. Boxer denied, lost with a full tank of boost. Furia also struggling to get that follow-up touch on the initial clear. Actually, they get punished for it if they can't break out as Space Station still got 45 and the pressure. Arsenal still builds the gauge.
Nobody's
Where
there.
his touch was going. Maybe to Hoxer, but Hoxer didn't want to take the risk.
It looked like Space Station are trying to find somebody forward. They need to connect, looking for more demos. LJ to the ground, but it's intercepted by Yan, who continues to get in the way of Space Station Gaming and their dreams of finding us on Game 7. This might be it, and lost. That could be the final dagger.
Furia overcoming the pressure, going up 2 goals with 18 seconds left. 18 seconds until Furia are your Spring Invitational champion.
Lost has taken this game into his own hands. A hat trick for that man. 15 seconds to go. This is a good kickoff for Space Station, but they need something. 2 goals to ask for in 10 seconds. Might just be impossible, Jorby.
It just may. Furia came into this 0-3 against Space Station today. And now they've won 2. LJ, it doesn't matter what happens.
It doesn't matter.
This is the ground. Furia are your Spring Invitational champions.
South America stand up. Furia's first NA Grand Finals win. Huge for these 3 players. The development, the time they put in, fixing their mistakes, getting back into the game. Even when Space Station Gaming battled back, they had an answer for every single goal, and they closed it out when they needed to most.
Space Station kept it close, kept it tight the whole way. So many threatening opportunities. I cannot wait to see this team on land. Obviously, I can't wait to watch Furia on land, but man, this Space Station team, like,
are you kidding me?
People are probably still going to doubt this team going into the major.
How
but
can
honestly,
you doubt them?
Their synergy is just so good. Like, I love watching this Space Station squad. They absolutely deserve the 1 seed for the split that they've had.
Yeah.
But
look at the tweets, though. Look at Furia. They're already tweeting. You're talking about Space Station right now, and Furia are tweeting, Jorby. They don't have time for you to talk about the other team.
Be civil, okay? Let's be civil on the Twitter.
No, I want the drama, bro. Let's get the trash talk. Let's get the ads. Put everybody in that tweet. Because you can talk your smack talk. You deserved it. You earned it. You're sitting at the top of North America right now.
Man, absolutely crazy stuff. A long journey for Furia. Not making a single major since moving to North America. Then getting to Boston. Then getting to the grand final in the last regional where it was possible this season. They've done it. Wavepunk, please take it back. I'm so excited. This is awesome.
Jorby is losing his mind as he should. Congratulations to Furia. What a victory. What a turnaround on this season, sticking with their team. And now they are regional champions, Achieves.
Yes, stressful, but all the work pays off, and to do it over some really tough competition. FaZe, G2, and a really, really hot Space Station Gaming. Twice, no doubt. Very well played overall, and you're really looking forward to seeing major live event Furia back again. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, because they get that land buff for sure, but Arsenal does as well. Space Station, it'll be a lot of fun to see them. But we went into that series, and I was like, game 1 and 2, very important for Space Station because they started out cold in both their series. They get that game 1 win. You're like, okay, we have something here. But Furia just bounces right back. 5-1 in game 2, and then they win some close games in 3 and 4. And it's just 1-goal games back and forth. But at the end of the day, game 6, some beautiful bump plays by Lost, bumping out 2 defenders and getting the goal was fantastic. And then they iced it as well. And yeah, Space Station put up a fight. But at the end of the day, Card was making fantastic shots like that as well. When all 3 of Furia are clicking and doing those mechie plays, watch out.
It's incredible. It's incredible the way they were able to string it together consistently, especially when the series started to feel like it was going back the other way. Furia, block it down, finish them off again. Furia, the champions, the coach, Mateus, standing by.
I'm here with Mateus, STL. Mateus, congratulations on the win. You got to tell me, what's the energy like with the team right now?
We are really happy because we made the major. That was our goal. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
I was with yeah, sorry. We are really like happy, like not hyped in a way because all the energy like was drawn in yesterday because of the major. Cheers optics, but like we are happy. That's it, just happy.
Well, happy is a great feeling. I'm glad you guys are feeling happy. You guys talk to me about, what this means for you specifically, coming on this team. Talk to me about that process. How did you end up, how does you being involved help them get to this point?
I think that's a question to do to them, like, because I have my ideas, but they have all the answers. But I think having me in person, helping them like in and out the game, helping like in every single possible way, like helping them to play really better, really well. Like I think all 3 of them like are connecting, playing well, not just like Yan or just Lost. So that was like my goal.
Well, it seems like you did a job well done. Now you get to stand behind these teams at the Boston Major. Obviously, I know you guys are very excited here, but of course, I want to dive a little deeper in that aspect because these guys came to North America. We're trying to set out this goal of being one of the top teams in NA. Like, you really, tell me what this means for all of you being able to play on that stage.
It's a relief for sure. Like, obviously, Yan and Card did what they did like last season. Lost started well in SAM for the club in fall. And after winter, we're like, okay, there's something wrong. Like, how on earth Lost, Yan, and Card are not on LAN? And now that we are finally there, it's like a relief. It's like mission accomplished. Let's try it forward, but the major is like really good now.
Yeah, you're right. Speaking of the major, obviously there's going to be another matchup after this, FaZe and Gen.G. In terms of who, give me a preview of how you think that's going to go.
Well, we played Gen.G before our match as a warm-up, so I think Gen.G is going to be prepared. Like they is Mechadus, so I think Gen.G is going to do it.
All right, and then of course, I want to give you a chance to be able to shout out everybody who's been supporting you. I know it's been a tough road. It's been like a lot of ups and downs on the side of Furia, but this is the best you guys have definitely looked, and it's well-earned victory, a well-earned trip to Boston. Of course, I want to give you a chance to shout out those who support you.
Thank you very much, everyone that's supporting us from NA or from Brazil, for SAM as a whole. It will be like really cool to have 4 SAM teams, as I just say, on LAN. We're gonna do our best, try to achieve awards, and thank you very much, especially the Furia supporters. You guys are all amazing. My phone is ringing a lot now, so it's really fun. Thank you.
Yeah, go reply to some of the fans, of course, answer all those text messages. You guys definitely deserved it. Furia is on the map, and they are going to be representing NA in Boston. We're going to send it back to the desk to wrap it up.
Furia made the full upper bracket run here, starting it back in day 1 against NRG. Not a single sweep on this run. Fun fact here, they had to battle against strong teams the entire way, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. They had to play a FaZe in the upper quarters, and it didn't get any easier. G2, Space Station, and then Space Station again. Obviously, Furia, fantastic for them, fantastic for Sam. And Sam just owned this spring split, huh? Complexity won the spring open, and now Furia closes it down in the spring invitational with a huge win, and it meant a lot for Furia for points. Obviously, they were at the outside looking in to get to the spring major, and now They're the number 2 seed. That's absolutely huge for them. And in terms of the world points, they move 1 point ahead of Optic with that win, which is huge. And they can pass version 1 now with a top 8 finish. And if they didn't win that, they would have to go 1 place higher at the Spring Major. So that could mean a whole lot to make it to the World Championship. So kudos to Furia. And we finally get the full Boston bracket. Well, actually, not the full bracket because it's
almost there.
We have one more match, which we'll get to in a bit, but look at this bracket achieves. Can you pick the best matchup of round 1?
Crew Rule 1. I think it's gotta be that one. Furia Moist is a close second.
I mean, Furia Moist has history, right? So
honestly,
I mean,
also given that it's the NA5 and they're having a battle in the tiebreaker here, I don't know. But
never mind.
Either Gen.G or FaZe versus BDS round 1. Just talk about like a name power in a match. That's a crazy one there, and the winner of that will face off against the winner of Crew versus Rule 1. There is not a bad matchup on this bracket. This is going to be quite the day, but that NA5 spot is super important, and we have to determine who is going to be in that spot here, Gibbs. So it's time for tiebreakers.
Oh, absolutely. They tied in points, and normally you would do some things like if it's like a seeding thing, it's like who cares? Just give one team a 1 seed, one team a 2 seed. No, but if it's 4 to make it to a major, we make them battle it out. So that's what we're getting next. FaZe versus Gen.G for everything. Win or stay home.
The winner of the next match goes to Boston. We don't want to take any more time than we can to get that match started. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back on the other side of that, we'll have the match. We'll see the final match, online match of the RLCS season. Stick around. You're not going to want to miss it.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a nick. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his emphasis on the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you. But I have a billion reasons to keep you.
The bracket is concluded, a champion has been crowned, and yet there is still more Rocket League to be played. One more match, a tiebreaker between the NA 5th and 6th place teams. The top 5 teams go to the Boston Major. We cannot have a tie at 5th and 6th. Gen.G will play FaZe right now in a best of 7 to determine who is going to Boston and who is watching from home. Turtle, is this more, as a former player, is this more demoralizing, more like difficult to deal with mentally than like a grand finals? Like which one do you think's harder?
I mean, I think absolutely there's more pressure on the line right now because this is your ticket to playing more in Boston. And on top of that, you're in a grand finals as a player. I mean, I think most people are already satisfied with a top 2 finish. At this point, you're fighting for your life to make it to the major. And on top of that, you can auto-qualify as the #1 seed for the World Championship. There is so much riding on this one series.
That's true, folks. The World Championship going down in the middle of August in Germany. You're not going to want to miss it. If you can get there, make sure you get your tickets. New tickets going on sale Thursday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. Pacific. Also, if you're wanting to go and watch all these teams play in Boston, one of the two teams we're about to see, compete, one of them is going to be in Boston. You can go there as well with exclamation point tickets in chat. Make sure you get, just come to all the events.
Get all the tickets, yeah.
A summer of Rocket League, folks. There's so many implications on the points. And again, just to clarify here, Gibbs, it's the 5th and 6th spot, FaZe versus Gen.G. It's about to be battled.
Yep, we are done with the regional spring split. It is over, but we still have to do one little thing. FaZe and Gen.G, 37 points each, 1 point better than version 1, poor version 1. But we will get this tiebreaker now, but it means more than just making it to Boston, because if you look at the whole year and all the points there for North America, well, you can see FaZe and Gen.G, 2 very good teams in fall and winter. They've destroyed the competition. They were the top 2 dogs, and they are so incredibly close as well. Only a 3-point difference between the two. So whoever wins this is guaranteed at least 8 points at Boston. They will clinch the #1 overall seed for North America. Because that point gap is so large, it doesn't even matter if if Complexity wins the entire tournament, they cannot even catch them. That's how big of a gap it is. So this is huge. This is for everything. This is for bragging rights. This is for Boston.
It's not where we expected to see these two teams clash, but here they are. Gen.G going up against FaZe. The winner gets to play in Boston here, folks. And my goodness, the tension is in the air already. No tournament lives around. Just a best of 7, first to 4 games plays in Boston, Turtle.
I really can't overstate how much pressure is on this series for these players. And the most important thing, I mean, you even heard Reddles talk about how the biggest series of his life, of his career, was beating FaZe Clan to make it to Boston. That's how important it was. It wasn't a grand finals. It wasn't winning a LAN. It was qualifying to compete amongst the best of the best. And you know for a fact that everybody in this series has that same mentality and wants to make it to Boston to secure a spot. And I honestly think this is going to be one of the most ridiculous series we could possibly get. I hope we get a bloody, gory, demo-heavy matchup. I want absolute chaos. Wait.
Now, here's the thing, though, too. We haven't seen this matchup in a while, which is weird because it was a classic. It was Fall 1 they played, Fall 2, Fall 3, Winter 2, Winter 3. They always matched up. But this split, both of them weren't doing as well. They would drop to different ends of a bracket. They have not played at all throughout this spring split. The last time they played was the Winter Major, where FaZe won 4-2. So they haven't played in like 3-4 months. It's been a while.
I also wonder, is it really going to be good Rocket League, or is this going to be scared Rocket League? It feels like it could just be like overtime Rocket League the entire time. And I feel like if that's the meta, that if that's kind of the game match meta that gets established at the beginning, whichever team decides to step up to the plate and actually go on the offense and take some risks will probably get the advantage and punch their ticket to Boston. But how's it going to go, folks? We're about to find out. Let us know who you think is going to win. I do not want to go first on this one. Gibbs, who do you think is going to win?
So the team I always back, and I've always backed them all
here he
year
goes.
long. You know,
here he goes.
First killer. I'm going to go FaZe. I expect this matchup to be great. These are two fantastic teams. They know how to play Rocket League in big-time moments. I'm going FaZe.
Turtle.
I just think that Gen.G played themselves. Like, all the losses that I'm looking at recently for them, I feel like it comes down to them having opportunities. They forget how to shoot the ball, and then they beat themselves. If that isn't the case, and we see Chronic stepping up, I mean, he even tweeted about him having a poor performance previously against G2 to get them out of this tournament. If he steps up, Appjack is still being aggressive as that first aggressor, and Nolly's hitting ceiling reset shots, and it's all finally connecting in one cohesive unit, then Gen.G take it. Even against the peaking FaZe clan, it's Gen.G.
I think I'm also going with Gen.G on this one. They just got their warm-up against Furia. I do think this is going to be the team is going to have their back against the wall, and it's going to galvanize them into a win over FaZe. But my goodness, is this one close. Gen.G, the fans in chat have their back as well. FaZe, can you take them down one more time? Let's find out, folks. The winner of this goes to Boston.
9 North American regionals and 2 majors. And at the end of every single one of these weekends, one of these 2 teams has played the final match. Now they don't make the finals of the Invitational. They've still got the last match of the weekend. Time to close out the North American season with FaZe and Gen.G. Everything on the line for the Spring Major in Boston.
Both teams have struggled here in the Spring Invitational, but they both have one last life to make the major. It's going to be a showdown already. You're seeing pressure coming out from Gen.G. On the side of FaZe Clan, they have to be locked in as well. Again, coming off of yesterday's loss to Optic Gaming, FaZe Clan trying to make sure they can correct those mistakes in such a short time.
5-4, the head-to-head advantage this season for, I believe it was FaZe Clan that had that edge just barely, with the last 3 in a row going to the FaZe squad. And they keep that rolling, or does Gen.G return to form at the last possible moment? Make their way to yet another of these 3 majors. It's first killer to roll one downfield. Nolly intercepts him, and it's Chronic now for Nolly. Stopped by Typical. A lot of familiarity between these 2 squads. Apparently Jack will play one across, and he is met by Sip again. Both these teams, so much firepower, but also excellent defense to go with it. Who's gonna blink first here on Manfield?
So far, things have kind of been shifting left and right. Gen.G have already 4 shots to their name. FaZe are sitting with 2, but FaZe has been able to transition into possession really well, making Gen.G have to earn every spot upfield. Missed, though, with a good shot on. Noli is save out.
That's Noli trying to catch the defense napping, and his first killer. Good communication with Mist. First, as that blocked away by Chronic. There's apparently Jack right at Mist, over to Typical. Both teams unflinching at the moment.
But still, saw first killer get a little too aggressive there on that back third line. FaZe have to keep their composure. One wrong bounce, things could go in favor of Gen.G, but it's still been a tight game so far.
A single best of 7 with so much on the line, not just for the major, but of course, as they mentioned on the desk, the #1 overall seed for North America at the World Championship. Here's Mist. He's got a lane to shoot through, and apparently Jack recognized it immediately, cut it down. Here goes Nolly now, with Chronic running underneath them. It's all Nolly, blocked by First Killer. Apparently Jack up the ladder, and Zipical stopped him there too. Zipical putting in a lot of effort defensively here, where normally we expect that to be Mist, but it's been Zip who's picked up a lot of the slack.
Things are still kind of slow on the side of Gen.G. You can tell they're just trying to get their feet planted, figure out what's the best way to approach this game here. But as the game continues, things have been warming up. That being said, FaZe Clan sat here with a little bit of room. You saw First Killer trying to get that initial dribble. So far, still scoreless, with both teams had at least 4 shots on either side, but no one necessarily making things too threatening just yet.
This falls right to Mist. He'll have boost and ball, and a lot of time and space. Got around Chronic, got the bump, and First Killer scores!
Good aggressive play there for Mist to start things off. Gets this one on the hood, past Chronic, sees Jack come up, take him out the play, and First Killer's just that much faster. FaZe with the first goal.
It's a great setup. Kind of breaks up the monotony. Now here is Mist. Just throw it at the backboard, try and generate another opportunity. Gen.G, much as they've struggled, they've been afforded this kind of last call here to try and right all the wrongs from the split. It was say the wrongs. It was so incredibly tight all throughout the standings. 1 point separates these two squads from a team like Version 1, who, of course, won one of these regionals and will be watching from home with the Boston Major. That's what a couple of 9 through 12 finishes will get you. As Jack and Nolly couldn't get out of each other's way. First Killer, drop down, pass back to Mist. Oh, that should have been converted. It goes just wide, and new life now for Gen.G.
Yeah, good numbers advantage play there from FaZe, but unable to get that final touch on the goal. Back-to-back demos, and that was going to be a different question coming into this. We know FaZe are used to the physicality. As Mist with the double! Chronic tried to stop him. You give him that for free. That's what happens. 2 goals for FaZe.
Yeah, Chronic in a real tough spot here, and he just goes splat on the crossbar. It's a difficult read even for the top guys. And with 40 seconds left, FaZe get that all-important insurance goal. Gotta be time to scramble now for a Gen.G. Apparently Jack right at Mist, trying to stay with it and maybe bring it down central. Did not work out. Here goes First Killer. Final 30 seconds, and no incentive to give it away. Just burned another 5 seconds off the clock, and Gen.G, I think reality's setting in here that they're going to be down in this series, barring one really good push here.
Final 10. There's at least a chance there. As Chronic gets a ceiling pinch, Nolly will get the light touch. Jack will try to get the shot pass, but First Killer will deny any chance of Gen.G Mobile 1 getting back into this game. It's going to be all FaZe here on Manfield Night, as they are now 3 games away from Boston.
Wouldn't say it was necessarily dominant, but it was as good as you could ask for. These two teams coming in obviously very cold, but they get 7 shots out of Mist. 1 goes in at the end. That's all it takes. FaZe Clan get a shutout over Gen.G to kick off our tiebreaker.
You got to think about Mist here, too. A lot of criticism from him after yesterday's loss. People were bringing up his hours left and right. He shows up and shows out here with 100% goal participation, 7 shots. You see him even getting a little bit more active there as we take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance replay. Big double there for Mist to kind of set the tone here. And you got to think, too, looking at FaZe Clan yesterday, they went 7 games against a very physical Optic Gaming roster. They're going to take that and apply that forward. For Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing, they have to be able to get not only locked in and ready for that type of play, but if they come out too slow, FaZe are just going to take this series into their own hands. Game 2 getting started.
Philosophical question here. Can it be the Mobile 1 high performance replay if there are no Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing highlights?
I don't think I'm contractually obligated to answer that question. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Here goes First Killers. We start game 2 at Forbidden Temple. Best of 7 still for the qualification for the Boston Major takeover at Aganis Arena. Nolly with a good pick. Got to score this on a tough angle, and he does.
There's one there for Noli, able to get on the board here. You see First Killer trying to get that initial challenge. Noli takes it away from him and then just puts the shot through. Very narrow angle there. Gen.G start off with the game, or with the goal in game 2.
Yeah, it took him a while to get really any good looks in game 1. There were so few and far between, so it's great for Gen.G to see them off and running very early on here. We so often talk about, the timeout buff and the importance of having the extra time in the timeout. But sometimes, at least when you've got a really good coach and you've got really smart players, that minute in between games can be very valuable as well. Apparently Jack will leave this for Noli. Chronic lurking on the right side. He'll come up and give it a look, but First Killer's got it around him, so it's apparently Jack bringing it in. Flip, reset, under 1, tried to roll it through Sip, but again, his defense superb. Follow up here, no. Apparently Jack to make it 2 and Mist saved it.
So close. Noli went for the bump on Mist, but didn't get it. Now ball transition here for FaZe. Dunk off the back wall. Chance for Mist. Could not get it past Gen.G, who's set defensively. Now we're starting to see things move up and down the field. With both teams getting settled, now starting to take shots at each other.
It's only going to get better as the series rolls on, too. Again, two teams very, very familiar with each other. 10th meeting of this season. First time they've met since the Winter Major. And the shot here from apparently Jack. Far side, 2-0.
Well, you got Noli blowing up the goal line. It makes it real easy for Jack. Takes out First Killer, Toodaloo miss, and Jack able to get that second goal for Gen.G. FaZe Clan just couldn't recuperate after Noli took out the back line.
Well, this was the scoreline in reverse in game 1. So Gen.G really kicking it off now. It is Chronic over Mist. Got clipped on the way through. Can still stay with this, though. First Killer had to be sure to get around him. Typical, avoids contact from Chronic, but there's Noli with the block, and Mist will have to go all the way back to his back line, but give the boost off to First Killer. First Killer on the back wall, and he uses that boost to challenge Chronic back all the way to the Gen.G corner. Oh, Typical could still play this. Mist is waiting, and apparently Jack just skied up there because he knew he could not go right at Mist.
He's starting to get more in control on the side of Gen.G. So far, very solid movement, possession of the ball. And FaZe, even though they've had strong chances there for a counter, they haven't found the back of the net. Even with that shot from First Killer's off target. And now FaZe Clan gonna have to try to recover the ball.
Missed opportunity there, and there is Mist to stop this, but now it's Chronic. Right at First Killer, off of First Killer, and Typical in the right place at the right time. Give him a savior medal at the halfway point now of game 2. And now the shot from Mist. Saved away by apparently Jack, and now Typical in a real tough spot. Not really sure what to do with this ball. Instead, he gave it away to apparently Jack and then took it right back. Noli now, taken away by Mist, and he'll just throw it downfield and let everybody reset.
And Mist's shooting has been elevating. If he continues to get more of those looks, FaZe definitely can see them on the board here very soon. Gen.G let FaZe to their own half, and they really were able to get kind of a decent foothold there. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. Still less than 2 minutes to go. And it's a 2-goal game in favor of Gen.G Mobile 1. They started things off strong, but FaZe still looking for a way back. They've got plenty of time to do so.
FaZe Clan had their opportunity to punch their ticket themselves into the major yesterday, and it looked like they were in great position to do so. And then disaster struck. They were reverse swept by Optic. The one silver lining you could take from it, at least it happened yesterday. They've had a whole day to get over it and get ready for this eventuality. Of course, they knew very early on, as did Gen.G, that they'd be in this match after G2 dropped in the opening series, or rather the second series of the day. Here's Noli and Typical battling in the corner. Noli comes away with it, and more frustration now for FaZe as they continue to trail, and it may be by 3. There's apparently Jack adding another.
I didn't think Jack would get a piece here. He looks a little awkward on the initial touch. Goes up, gets that light touch, activates the dodge, and just got a piece of Typical's tail, throwing him off that ball. 3-0 in favor of Gen.G. What a turnaround from game 1.
Yeah, this has been as good as you could ask for out of Gen.G. Noli dropped down. Chronic A little wayward there in the corner, but they don't need anything else towards the net. They just got to hold the line now for 40-some-odd seconds. Here's apparently Jack. Chronic redirect is on target. Typical the save, but can they stop this? Well, there's nothing to stop. Jack's shot at the end is sent away by Mist. They did get caught a little forward there, but of course with FaZe all packed in like sardines, it didn't really matter.
And they're going to keep this control. I mean, look at this. Even Jack trying to dribble it back before it gets demoed. Keep the ball low on the ground. Not giving up anything late here on the side of Gen.G. Final 15 seconds in game 2. And they completely shut out FaZe so far. They'll have one more chance to try to get things going. Shut down in the midfield. Jack, with that double, just has to ground the ball. And it will be grounded by Gen.G. 3-0. Shut out on the side of FaZe Clan Gen.G. Well done to keep this series entertaining.
One good defensive stand deserves another. And despite 6 saves out of FaZe Clan, they did not have an answer for the barrage of shots out of Gen.G. They storm back with 9 of their own and make a statement of their own. Chronic on his way out. He'll be back presumably with a different car as we look back at...
Crazy.
Yeah, no kidding. We look back at what we now can call a Mobile 1 high-performance replay, more like a Gen.G Mobile 1 high-performance replay, as apparently Jack and the squad feeling a lot more confident than they were about 7 or 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, and speaking of confidence, that guy on the screen right there, Chronic, you saw him with a little bit more mechanical plays there towards the end of the game. I think someone said it even on the desk. I think it was Turtle. Anybody, like, once Chronic gets things going mechanically and he feels comfortable and confident, this is a different Gen.G team. Noli and Jack are doing their parts, and it helps them equalize the series. But on the side of FaZe Clan, things were looking very shaky, normally known for how good they've been playing defensively this split. You didn't see that, especially towards the end of game 2.
Well, we are off and running very quickly now on DFH Stadium to break a 1-1 tie. Again, in this best of 7 with the winner taking all, not just qualification to Boston, but the #1 seed for North America in Dusseldorf, as that's deflected wide. And now Chronic got bumped on the way through, so first killer just waits for a pass that doesn't get there, courtesy of Nolly. But there's a clear from Mist. You got the All-American squad here in FaZe Clan versus everybody's favorite, obviously American player in Nolly, leading this Gen.G squad. Now Mist. First killer to his right. Mist going to call his own number and get nothing out of it.
So, though, good showing there on the side of FaZe Clan. Being able to move the ball around, their rotations are starting to get a little bit more spaced out. Early aggression was working for them in game 1, but then a couple of demos later on the side of Gen.G, and FaZe have had to kind of rethink their strategy. Still a little awkward there on the ball, but first killer gets a little help from Typical, and they'll finally get this to the midfield.
Dished off to Mist, and that goes to the corner, but here comes apparently Jack very quickly. Tried to get a little wave dash on the challenge, did not work out, and now Jack will have this ball right into his lap. Second touch not there, so first killer will boom it away, and everybody will get boosted up for FaZe Clan. They haven't had a lot of sustained attacks on the offensive end, even in game 1 where they got a couple of goals. They didn't get many second and third chance opportunities. They've been one and done for the most part through 2.5 games.
You see just a little bit more speed on the plays here as well. Things start to kind of turn up on both sides. Missed. Oh, that's a big dunk out too. Gen.G have had this space, but they haven't necessarily been able to gain control. That's credit to FaZe's ability to be able to get things down. No way. That is crazy. Pitch in the net from Mist. There was a little bit of blue on that trail. Chronic and Mist come together, and the ball goes all the way into the lower left corner. FaZe Clan up in game 3.
76 miles an hour by the time it got in there. That's after friction did its work. All right. So that's how FaZe breaks a scoreless tie here in game 3. First killer up to meet this ball, and now Chronic right there at the center line, and he's just going to buy Gen.G as much time as they could possibly need. And he even got the challenge there on Mist to keep it neutral. But now here goes Sip. No, not so much. Instead, his first killer, who did not go for the pinch. Chronic, he get around Mist. He did well enough, but then Chronic himself got sent back. So it's Nolly on the attack. That falls right down to Jack. He can bring it to the corner. Chronic's still waiting, and now he's got to go right back where he was and have to play this ball with pressure from Sip.
Pressure from Sip and Miss. You saw that 2 demos. Chronic had to just buy Jack and Noli time to get back in this play. Still awkward, Chronic. Good touch out. Sip trying to play that high, but no one there from FaZe Clan to be able to get a follow. First Killer and Miss were waiting for the clearance. First Killer trying to do it all himself. Triple commit, but it's enough. Miss was too far forward, and now Sip will try to keep the ball in for FaZe.
What does Typical have up his sleeve here? He just kind of brought that down to ground, and apparently Jack didn't afford him any time. Chronic, took a pot shot there. It was off the mark, and the follow-up nowhere near the net either, so Noli's going to bring it back to Jack. And Chronic can't jump for it. It is Typical instead. Back and forth the teams go again. FaZe Clan working on another shutout. We haven't had a game where both teams have scored yet. Jack's got something to say about it, but it's blocked away by Sip.
Ooh, Chronic trying to keep that in play. Noli with the speed, but Miss had a read on that ball. Gen.G trying to out-pressure FaZe Clan. But now you're starting to see that defense come together. That's a good touch. Oh, Noli, it was needed there at the goal line. First Killer almost scored that one off a bounce off the ceiling.
This is just lobbed forward as FaZe Clan shaking their heads, I'm sure, collectively thinking, how? How does that not go? Here's First Killer. A little bit of time and space. Got around Chronic, but there's Noli. Only one to beat is Missed, but that's a good one to have back if you're FaZe Clan. Still numbers advantage. Finally, everybody files back in, and Jack will have to work from square one here for Gen.G. Going after Mist, not finding him. Down to 37 seconds as Chronic dumps it into the corner. Little awkward play there from First Killer, but it works out. It kicks all the way out to the wing. Jack will have to bring it back in, and Mist will have all day to play with this.
You saw Noli trying to get that bump there. That immediately makes the backboard open if he was able to take out Mist. Now free ball in the midfield. Sip is going to pop that up high. I think he wanted to be able to give Mist an option to go for it, but wasn't necessarily the play that they wanted. Now 10 seconds to go. Gen.G got to go the length of the field.
Oh, they got caught forward a little bit. First Killer came up way too far, and they're going to pay the price for it. Noli gets them with 2 to go.
Takes his time and lines it up. Mist tried to add some pressure, but Noli snipes it to the right corner. We are still playing on.
It looked like FaZe Clan was playing that last 10 seconds like they were down a goal rather than up a goal. And now this stays up. Remember what Reynolds did earlier. This finally touches down, though, and we go to overtime. What a wild sequence of events in the last 10 seconds of regulation.
Yeah, this will be very concerning for FaZe Clan if they drop this game.
Backbreaking.
Seeing as the only goal they scored, it was off of a pinch that, was technically assisted by Chronic. We still haven't seen them successful on the offense yet. They have not been able to out-pressure Gen.G except for in game number 1. Even there, a little awkward there. Noli able to get a piece of that ball. FaZe Clan have to lock in here in this moment.
Race to the corner boost there between Mist and Chronic. And now out in front, apparently Jack boom it downfield. It comes off cleanly but high. So First Killer will have it over towards Typical. And very quickly downfield, maybe a little quicker than FaZe was ready for, but still moving forward. And now nobody's at the net. Apparently Jack's got a scramble and he won't get there. Mist wins it in OT.
You see it? That little aggression there. Noli's trying to get a high ball. No one home. Mist will pick the pockets. And FaZe Clan will take overtime. They hold on in game 3.
Well, FaZe surely felt like they were about to have that game stolen away from them, but I mean, probably more appropriate to say they almost handed it away on a silver platter to Gen.G with that equalizer with 2 seconds left. But it does not come back to haunt them. They just get to play a little extra Rocket League, get one more shot for Mist, it goes in. How about the performance that Mist is having, where we so often talk about his defense and his teamwork and his passing. We don't talk about Mist, the scorer. He scored 3, including the OT winner.
Yeah, you could tell, I mean, after yesterday's loss, like I had said earlier, that kind of criticism, Mist probably took that personally, because the way he has been leveling up has been phenomenal, and a big factor here on the side of FaZe Clan. First Killer in that last game, 116 points. Mist sitting somewhere close to 500, and seeing how well he's been performing offensively, great goal participation from him. he may be the problem, and he may be the focus on the side of Gen.G.
I wonder how many K-Corp fans are staying up watching this FaZe Clan squad struggle here in this tie-breaking match with Gen.G. You know Twitter is going to be a firestorm one way or another when this one's all said and done. Here is Nolly with Chronic to his left. Pass down, and it ricochets around. Jack can go up for it. Flip, reset, drop it down. No. Follow-up is blocked as well. What can Chronic do with it as he twirls his way through? It's going to fall down freely and finally deflected out.
FaZe put up a wall. Literally everybody going up there defensively to stop that ball. And it works out for them. They're able to get space. Gen.G, they had the pressure. Everybody was in the right spot, but no one could just get past his FaZe defense. That was the defense we were looking for from them in game 2. They're showing up now.
Hard out of the corner there, but Mist couldn't follow it up. That touch just getting a bit too far away from him. So now it's first killer. Around apparently Jack, stuffed by Noli. Loose ball in front here. Chronic shot's gonna whistle wide. Mist went after it anyways. And now he can start the surge downfield with Chronic trying to pick up a demo. Not finding one, but at least he forced him off the play. And here's apparently Jack. Only one to beat, but typical again. A great defensive stand.
Oh, Noli was trying to see if he could get the dunk there on Mist. Again, crucial clear there on the side of FaZe. Infield pass, there's the shot. Jack got a piece of it. Won't be a follow-up there on the side of FaZe, but strong counterattack coming out from them.
I wonder what this does maybe to the routine of some of these players too, because of course you're used to playing maybe a long day on Sunday. These guys haven't had to. This is just the one match they're here for. You know they prepped in some way for it, but it's still very much out of the norm as FaZe Clan tries to work downfield. It's Mist with first killer waiting in midfield for a pass that once again never got there.
Oh, Jack got the double on that too, trying to set up Chronic. The first killer, Reddit got up in time. Starting to see a little bit more confidence, a little bit more speed on the side of Gen.G. They're gonna need that because FaZe right now have been going toe-to-toe. They've been matching their energy so far over the course of this game in this series. Gen.G kind of looked like they let some things get away. Can Chronic get this one in the back of the net? He keeps it wide open. No, he won't miss that shot. And Gen.G get on the board.
FaZe Clan collectively just unable to do anything about this other than just watch. Mist and Typical way out of position downfield. Chronic gets his first tally officially with the assist, and Noli gives Gen.G an all-important one-goal lead here in game 4.
Oh!
Jack for Chronic? No.
They kick off on that play. Thought that would lead to something. Chronic was up very early for that ball as well. But first killer on that back wall, able to shut things down. Halfway through the game, FaZe down by 1. Mist trying to lead the charge to see if they can get on the board. But Jack, with the denial on the back wall, Noli will clear things away into some space, and FaZe will have to start from scratch.
Feels like anytime you see unconventional kickoffs, the conversion rate for goals is much higher in Europe than it would ever be in North America. Just the execution doesn't quite seem to be there. It's Chronic with Nolly deleted off the field. That leaves apparently Jack to wait for scraps. Chronic getting the boost arm out of the corner, so FaZe Clan's got to be very, very careful here. Midfield boost still sitting there available. Mist will take it. First killer had it drop down right to Mist, and he's got to rush back because Chronic threatened a big clear.
Like the hesitation though from Noli. He thought about just rushing the clear, but saw Mist, said instead slow it down in case he has to play a 50, and then the light touch gave Chronic enough time to be able to react on that. At least they have their eyes on Mist because he has been showing up. First killer though getting some demos in the back end for FaZe as they try to look for a chance upfield.
First killer going to try to play this for himself, and Noli had it read the whole time. So the lead still remains for Gen.G. About to add to it. No, Mist there with the stop. First killer ahead. He's going to have to play this himself. And that goes off of Typical, and just all he could do to get it back towards Mist. It gives him an opportunity. Now apparently Jack got nothing behind that, and Gen.G's got to rush back again.
He's feeling pinch. You see Gen.G, they're controlling the ball, and then they go for the long clearance out. Instead, so FaZe, they don't end up having to play a 50 game in the midfield. FaZe always have to take the ball from their own back wall. Kills the clock, and even kind of challenges FaZe defensively. FaZe moving upfield now. You see Mist is trying to get a redirect play out. Sip will put that netwards, but not enough on target. They're trying to out-pressure Gen.G on the counter, but they just don't have their pieces set on the board.
And that clearance there from Jack will let everybody get boosted up, including himself. But here goes first killer. He's beat 2. Only 1 to beat, but it's Chronic who makes the stop. Now Typical. Got to work quickly, and he does not have miss, so he's got to call an audible in the air, and that's just not going to happen. Now Nolly, without first killer to contend with. It's available for Chronic, but sailed high. Apparently, Jack with the dagger right through the heart of FaZe.
They turn it around right on FaZe. Noli up quickly. Chronic with the beat on Sip. And Mist can only just try to put a hand up as Jack has that ball all day long. Gen.G, after taking the lead, have controlled FaZe Clan, and they look to control Game 4 all the way down to the final second.
Very similar to Game 1, looking like a similar scoreline. No, add one more to the puzzle as Chronic gets his first goal of the series. It comes in effectively garbage time, but it certainly erases any doubt.
Yep, quickly off the kickoff. Good 50 from Noli. Keep that ball going. Networks, no one home on the side of FaZe Clan. And now we're looking at a tied-up series here after the final 10.
So the final countdown here at Utopia. About what we expected, 2 teams that have been evenly matched all season. Certainly through this split, the points indicate that, and nothing separates them. But a little bit of distance on your screen right now. Gen.G level the series.
Both teams still have timeouts available. And we'll see if we get one out of FaZe, but you're right. Gen.G leveling the series, but this series has been kind of close here. FaZe Clan have shown signs of life. We ended up seeing it. Gen.G, whenever they've taken wins, it's been in this fashion, 3-0. And one of the things that's really interesting about the stats is only 2 shots on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, against 13 on the other side. Gen.G just did not let them relax at all on the offensive end. FaZe did have a couple opportunities that, look, no team is ever going to convert 100%, but there's some that you can't afford to miss when you're afforded those chances. And FaZe had, I think, a couple of them that I think one of them didn't even register as a shot. So unfortunate for FaZe. Gen.G, a lot of credit to them. They put the clamps down on FaZe and limited those chances. And now we go on to Game 5. And now the pressure really mounts on both of these squads because one slip up could mean you're looking up at match point the other way.
Gen.G looking like a well-oiled machine. I realized what I just said there. But on the side of FaZe Clan, the biggest thing here, we talked about missed performance. We have not said First Killer's name that much. He's been playing well, but not to the impact that I'm sure FaZe fans are known for. And he's not even going to have that touch at the beginning of the game. Full whiff. He just goes straight into the Gen.G net. We need to see more First Killer on the side of FaZe Clan before this series gets into danger time.
Yeah, Gen.G have had their hands full keeping him at bay. He's had quite a few mechanical looks that the entire defense at some point or another has had to step up and defend. Chronic just skyling up and Typical will boom it away. First Killer was downfield, and you wonder if that may be more of a theme as this series rolls on. It's going to cost him here. Chronic with the strike, and it comes just over 40 seconds into Game 5 off a great feed from Jack.
Yeah, great feed from Jack. Chronic able to push it into the top right corner. Full faith on the play. And now seeing Chronic getting going here with the goals. Just showing Gen.G, everybody getting involved here offensively.
He scored the last 2 now for Gen.G. Going back to that kickoff goal in Game 4 that really put it away. This is like a conga line for Gen.G. They come away with possession somehow, and First Killer's forced to make a save, and that's got to be frustrating for Raul to watch, to see them all bunched up like that, and FaZe not take advantage.
Yeah, because Noli and Chronic, I mean, Chronic was right behind Noli that entire time. Someone rushed the ball, no one from FaZe able to, and not only that, Gen.G ended up getting the possession from that, pushing it to the back half. FaZe have not been able to kind of speed up the pace of play here. It's been very awkward for them.
Oh, that's a good job by First Killer, at least getting one on target, but easily dealt with by Chronic. Was kind of an unconventional opportunity, and now here goes Noli, just slowly bringing this out of the zone. Then Jack will change speeds. First Killer was ready for it. Now Chronic, throw it at the backboard. No rebound. Oh, it is. It's Noli, easily stopped by Mist.
Plays it around first killer too, so Jack's gonna get a flip reset on that. Noli looking for when he's getting involved. Gets involved on the 50, missed on top of the ball, will clear it away. And first killer able to assist there too. Gets a good beat to the side. This may be all FaZe. No, Typical couldn't get there. Chronic with the block. Follow up again. Blocked out by Chronic. Gen.G keep this a 1-goal game.
It's a different player every time for Gen.G. There's nobody whose set role is, hey, I'm going to be the best defensive player on the team. Everybody's stepping up, putting a hand up on whoever is bringing it in for Mist or for FaZe. This time it was Mist. Now first killer. As Typical rotates back, he'll have to circle around on this ball, and he missed it. So now apparently Jack running forward. He's trying to steal the corner boost. Now he'll finally take it, but maybe a missed opportunity to just get back on the ball and maybe double this lead. Instead, it's almost a tie game, but Jack got back for the save. First killer there again, and he'll score.
There he is. He won't quit when he's in that upper half. Gets the initial shot. Miss. Puts it mid. He says, I'm going up again. Amazing speed over there for first killer. FaZe Clan tied things up.
Does it feel like there's still over 2 minutes to go here in this game? This has just been back and forth. There's been a track meet between these two. Now first killer and Mist are up ahead. Typical waiting. He'll come in now. It's a real tough angle, so he'll try and slow play it. Chronic will swat it away and deal with Mist on the way back. Mist got that midfield boost, and first killer will take the ball. Mist in behind him. Typical forward as well. All hands on deck offensively for FaZe, but it's apparently Jack with the save.
And it's really FaZe in the midfield right now. They're winning every challenge they need to, and then they're putting Gen.G in tough spots on that back end. FaZe Clan dominating the space right now as they're looking for another goal.
FaZe Clan so much more deadly when it's first killer leading the attack. Not much to fear when he's not, as that's deflected out. Chronic will have to bring it all the way back towards apparently Jack, but Jack needs boost, so he'll go back to the corner and he'll play it here. Very smart decision making there from apparently Jack and the Gen.G defense, as Chronic has Noli running interference, and he breaks the tie.
The call there for Noli to go for that. Noli initially last back on the play, rushes out in front, looking for that bump on first killer, making it awkward and missed. Tried to get a piece of the ball, could not do it. Gen.G with the lead.
Chronic has come alive here. You go back to that kickoff goal at the last game. He's got the last 3 now for Gen.G. Throwing this one forward. That first killer will let come off the wall, and, well, he just kind of got a little squirrely there coming off the side. So now it's Noli. On a ball that was left alone for far too long. He got the bump, but got knocked back into it. Doesn't matter. Chronic adds another.
You gotta give it for Noli again, creating the space here. Gets the bump on Mist. That touch actually throws Typical off. He has to land and then get back up in the air. Chronic took his time, placed the shot perfectly.
The lead extends for Gen.G. Looking at match point. If they can hold on for a minute. 2-goal lead. First killer over towards Mist. First will pump the brakes and let Mist cook, but it is sent away by apparently Jack. Typical dish it off towards first killer, who had to turn and travel a long way to get to it, but at least got back into the play for now. See what Typical can do here with 45 seconds as he skies it up to the ceiling. It's just a giveaway to Chronic, and that's the last guy you want to see on the ball if you're FaZe.
Things have been getting a little bit more physical, though, as time ticks down. FaZe have been making a lot of off-ball plays, trying to look for a way past Gen.G. There's a bump right there. Set up a lane for Sip. But Jack, good reaction in time. First killer tried to leave it for Mist, but Mist wasn't in position. And now Typical has to get back to stop the shot. Does do so, but now time killed on the clock. 17 seconds. FaZe need 2 goals, and Jack is killing so much time as he stays on top of the ball.
5, 6, 7 seconds burned there. Now first killer got to add one here, and he does with 6 seconds left. So remember those few extra seconds that Jack just killed there as FaZe get back within 1.
Keep your eye on the kickoff, too. FaZe get this one. They only need 1. They can have, no matter where this ball goes, they'll have time.
6 seconds feels like an eternity when you're in this situation. Mist got it through cleanly. First killer's there for the rebound. Can't get up for it, though. It's typical. No! Bar down and away! Oh, he had a tight window to shoot through with all the traffic in front, but it's at least got to be on target.
Oh, man. That was such a good shot chance for Sip. Free ball, final seconds left. Hey, you're right. He had to put that on. They had everything, though.
They did. I mean, they did everything right.
Yeah, they had
the finish.
Except the finish. I mean, Gen.G crowded the net. There was only so many places to put the ball there, but even then, Sip did have the free lane, and now FaZe Clan, they can't take it with them. Use the timeout. Tiebreaker point. Winner this, we either go into game 7 if FaZe take it, or Gen.G are going to book their ticket to Boston if they win this next game.
Trying to do some very quick math here. Both teams had come in to this series having scored exactly 90 goals each against the opposition. Just crazy how equal these two teams have been. The goal differential here in this series, quick mental math, +4 for Gen.G, with, again, Chronic really coming alive here. He scored the last 4 for Gen.G as we get set to go to Neo Tokyo, and that man, First Killer, has a lot to contemplate, as does Roldiz. The coach once said that a certain someone felt invisible during one of the European regionals. Could be that FaZe Clan's about to pull a disappearing act for the Boston Major. We look back at the highlight reel from Game 5 and how Gen.G hangs on for dear life at the end, thanks to that man, Chronic. Neo Tokyo, the backdrop, Daz. What does FaZe have to do here? What's the one key to victory to get to Champions Field?
I mean, biggest key to victory is kind of shaking off this pressure. I mean, you got to think about last time FaZe Clan were in a high pressure moment with a game 6 down in the series was against Karmi Corp in the last major grand finals. For them, staying composed and locked in during this moment is going to be great. If they take this game, they'll have so much momentum going into game number 7. But Gen.G, when they're in that offensive front, they've been able to get those demos, get those bumps, make FaZe uncomfortable, similar to what Optic ended up doing in their series against them as well. FaZe Clan got to play around the demos, got to get more physical on their own. Can they push Gen.G to the brink, or will their run in the spring split end here?
We're off and underway in what could be the last game of the regional season. Here in North America, it's typical. Intercepted by Nolly. It's just barely high. And apparently Jack will pull a solo act of his own, but Typical is going to sweep it away. Nolly and Chronic gave it a look. Chronic will get demolished. Nolly won't get back in time, and Typical scores this one.
Long clearance here from Sip. Gets that great touch to set things up. A little bit of a chain dash, getting an extra power on the back of the ball. And like you said, Nolly couldn't get there in time. Good here for FaZe. They have the lead early, and there's a lot of time left on the clock.
Mist had scored that overtime winner in game 3. And then from there, all the goals had come from First Killer. You know, all 2 of them after they were shut out in game 4. Finally, Typical getting on the board to go with a pair of assists for him. Here goes Mist. Might have a second touch lined up. He does. First Killer will continue to chase. And it's bounced away by apparently Jack through First Killer. And he's got Nolly in position, and First Killer comes back for the save.
Nolly looking for a bump here on Mist. Tried to see if he can get around it. Jack there with help. Gen.G are going to force their way back into the game. Everybody involved is a tie.
This is just craziness for Mist to have to deal with. I mean, he's got to look at all angles coming through here, and still finally got a piece of it. But apparently Jack forces that through, and we're right back where we started here in game 6. Nolly trying to beat First Killer, but the shot's wide. Typical got a piece of it anyways. Loose in front for Chronic. He might be able to stay with this play. He is, but Mist there to help out. First Killer has the boost spawn in behind him after he leaves it, of course. And here goes Gen.G again. Jack for Chronic. Nobody there, though, as Chronic takes the corner boost and has to dump it back off to the side.
Chance here for Chronic if he can get there. Mist there with the speed. You were right, though. No one was there. Nolly was looking to see if he could disrupt. And even though they headed off the back wall, there was no one to take the shot. Still good pressure. They are outpacing FaZe to the ball, but if they can't increase the scoreline, what's it worth?
Typical pumps the brakes here, realizes he's got to get in position. The shot's wide, and the follow-up here rolls right to Mist. And he'll bounce it away, but only temporarily. It's coming right back in. Nolly with Chronic circling around in midfield. It's going to be apparently Jack's shot. That is set away by Typical. Now Mist has to control. And FaZe collectively doing okay on boost, but okay is not very confidence-inspiring as Chronic double tap, bang, bang!
Chronic is crazy. Look at this. That first touch out gets the speed over Sip, dodges the bump, and hammers it home. Double to put Gen.G in the lead.
So the gauntlet thrown down now to FaZe Clan. Team that scored first has won every game in this series. And FaZe keep it going. Apparently Jack, he sailed that one way high. And if he'd hit that any harder, it would have been a clear breakaway off the rebound for FaZe Clan. Very fortunate that the shot, I guess, wasn't as bad as it could have been. Nolly's first touch wasn't a whole lot there, and Typical almost took it away. Here goes first killer, blocked by Chronic with authority.
And Mist was waiting there first. FaZe Clan haven't been able to connect here on the passing like they're normally able to. And it's been tough. I mean, they've already been starved out boost-wise in that last goal that was scored by Gen.G. Being able to play together is going to be a big factor here as time starts to tick down. That teamwork needs to come into play for FaZe.
First killer opting to call his own number, going downfield quickly, and the infield pass. Typical can hang around for this. This shot's on, but the entire defense swarming in for Gen.G.
Gen.G not looking to give things away easily. There's a demo on the play. Shot was blocked out. Good pass in transition, too. And Snip tried to jump up for that early. Thought he had a read on things. Just trying to push things to the limit. How far can FaZe go with their backs against the wall here and time ticking down against them?
Gen.G have been caught forward maybe a little bit too much here. You tell maybe they're pressing for a knockout blow. They got to be real careful because they've almost got beaten over the top a few times in this game alone. Here's Nolly leaving it for apparently Jack. It'll ricochet around for Chronic to Nolly to make it 2-3-1 Gen.G.
You give them time. Look at what they do. Typical last back, sees the pass. Nolly, great angle to the top right corner. Everything going in favor of Gen.G in game 6. They are 1 minute 17 seconds away. You can bet FaZe are going to send the fire as the clock ticks.
Typical quickly away, but nobody else downfield. Now Mist will try, as Typical will try and chase it down to no avail. He got a piece of that, though, and that's maybe the only reason it stayed out. Now Chronic, throw it up high, and why not just chuck it at the back wall and make FaZe Clan do all the extra work. First killer, right there was Nolly. So Typical will try now. He gave it away to Chronic, who puts it under the bar and in.
And disaster on the side of FaZe. Typical trying to see if he can get some control. Straight to Chronic, straight under the crossbar. That could be Gen.G booking their trip to Boston right there.
With 43 seconds, FaZe Clan has a mountain to climb. First killer couldn't get a piece of it. Mist will bring it around. Nolly in the way again. Mist trying to bring it down to first, but it's just outside. Now Typical, nothing behind it. Oh, first killer found a way to wizard that one through.
It's not over yet. They get it with 30 seconds left. Look at this, the first killer all over the ball. Just no chance he was letting that opportunity go. FaZe Clan are gonna need some magic if they want to get back in this game.
Well, 30 seconds. Plenty of time for two, especially with only Chronic at the back. Typical, throw it in the air. Chronic and Nolly kind of got tied up there on the corner, but apparently Jack should have this away, but he doesn't. First killer shot sent away by Chronic. Gen.G is gonna have to work for it here because you know they're gonna get FaZe's best shot here in the last 10 seconds. First killer, pop it up. Nobody's home. Nolly will clear it away. And it looks like time is going to run out on FaZe Clan. The final few seconds tick away. And some way, somehow, the British are coming. And they're bringing the young Prince Chronic to Boston.
They finish this one out. FaZe will get 1 goal for the road. But Gen.G Mobile 1 will be your 5th North American team at the Boston Major. Well earned from them. And you can even see it there, the celebrations coming out from this squad as the regional split wasn't probably up to par for them. But I know even for them, being able to make it backs against the wall, having to go up against a FaZe Clan team that they've had history with, I mean, so much emotions in that victory.
I mean, you would probably know better than anybody, right, Daz, that they didn't make it easy, and they seldom ever do. This is not the fall split Gen.G that just kind of steamrolled all over everybody. They had to earn it as the rest of North America has kind of caught up with them. They've wisened up to their tactics. But even still, through all of that, Gen.G is coming to Boston. They make yet another major. They'll try and add to the trophy case after winning the fall major in Rotterdam. And a combination of relief and joy on all the faces of the Gen.G players.
Yeah, I mean, you had said it yourself. I mean, like, knowing that peak of winning in the fall major, things not necessarily going as well as they would have liked for this squad moving in. You could tell just a little bit of hit to the confidence on this side of Gen.G Mobile 1, but did not stop them. I've always said it, whenever they get hit, they always are able to kind of bounce back. They've been able to do so here, and they aren't able to miss out here on Boston. They'll still be able to play in the spring major as things move forward, and maybe they can reach that former glory. We'll have to see when we get there.
Comes down to about 8 or 9 times they've played the last match of a given weekend. But this time, as we look back one more time at how they did it, Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing survives and advances, and we'll see them in Boston. Desk, why don't you close us out?
The final online match of the Rocket League Championship Series season for 2023 is over and concludes a day of maybe the single most consistently entertaining day of Rocket League in the history of the series. I don't know, Gibbs. What do you think?
It was wild. We saw some fantastic Rocket League, some messy Rocket League as well, but it was always close. That's what made it exciting. And everyone put on a show for all the fathers out there watching as well. It was so much fun to watch, but Gen.G, your fall major champions, are going to Boston, and FaZe, your winter major, the grand finalists, will not be attending Boston, which is also huge. That breaks the streak for FaZe to make every single major, and the only player that was left to make every single major was First Killer. That streak is broken as well. There is no player that has made every New Era LAN at this point, but Gen.G, they were on point, and that's all that matters. Abjack, Chronic, and Nolly. It was a shaky split, but they pulled it off.
It was an amazing victory, a battle well fought. Apparently Jack is standing by to talk about the win.
Welcome to the desk, apparently, Jack. Glad to have you back. It's been a wild ride, to say the least. This split and, waiting on pins and needles just to see if you even get the chance to play a qualifier match for Boston. Talk to me a little bit about what that's like for you and your team.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. I appreciate it. And this interview is not going to be my best one. This is a feeling stronger than any other one I've had in this game, probably in my life. This weekend has been one of the best weekends, one of the worst weekends of my life, in terms of having to wait, in terms of not knowing what's going to happen, in terms of not being, happy with how we played, and then happy with how we played, and then back and forth, and just to finally, make it. I mean, I've got so many people we need to thank, first of all. But yeah, it's an absolutely insane thing.
And you have to play against a team like FaZe as well. You've played a bunch of times, not yet this split, but how do you go about preparing for such a familiar team for such a high pressure scenario?
We didn't. That's the thing. We
there you go.
Listen, we thought we were done. Yesterday we talked out, we lost to G2. We were like, I said to the team, I've been here before, boys, with my old team. It sucks, but there are things to look, there's positives to look for. And if we do look for the positives, we're going to be fine. And we're going to have Worlds, and we have Saudi, we have, the next tournaments to work on. But we didn't prepare because we had no idea what was happening. Somehow Optic reverse swept FaZe yesterday. huge shout out to Optic. Absolutely huge shout out to Optic. Seriously, like for a team, I first of all, I'm sorry I'm going on a tangent, but I did an interview with RLCS before, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think Optic were gonna make the major beforehand, and then my major life was in their hands. So seriously, first of all, Optic, I'm sorry for doubting you. Second of all, thank you so much. Those guys are amazing. But yeah, with the preparation, we just said, just have fun with it. Seriously, just have fun with it, and we did.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to be able to have fun against a team like FaZe as well. Of course, everyone knows very difficult to play. And in that back and forth series, adaptation always so important in the middle of things. Did you feel like you really have to do that? Or since you didn't prep, you just say, you know what, we're going to go out there, we're going to hit the ball, we're going to see what happens.
We know if we play our game, people aren't going to like it, but I think we're the best in the world when we play our game. It's as simple as that. We've done it before and we can do it again. We know that if we play mechanically sound, we're going to be fine. And that's what we did. Because we just had fun with it, we just made sure we had good mechanics and the rest took place. Nolly was going for a lot of demos, which he hasn't really done since fall, and that worked really well. And we all just played really well, finally. All three of us played really well in one series. And it was just in the right time, You definitely deserved it. You got about 2.5 weeks or so until Boston, your first round matchup against BDS. You got to go back and play against all your old compatriots over on the EU side of things. What's the preparation? What's the game plan to get ready for such a long and tough process? We've been given somehow so many chances to make this major, and we did it. We should not be in this position, and we are, which means that we're going to go absolutely full force into taking this one like it's our last. It's as simple as that. We're going to grind so hard, especially myself. We're not going to take this opportunity for granted. So BDS, they're an extremely good team, and I'm sure Rise is watching this right now, but I'm looking forward to playing you, mate.
Well, of course, I'll give you an opportunity to throw out any final shout-outs you'd like to say to anybody, thank anybody you'd like, and give you a moment to say anything you'd choose to tell anybody.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Gen.G. I'm proud to have made another, LAN for you guys, and they always give us amazing support. Same with Mobile and Racing. Everyone in that part is just incredible. Shout out to my team. I just have no words. I love you guys. And the biggest shout out again to Optic. You guys, you may be the best team in the world. I love you guys.
Well, of course, apparently, Jack, thank you so much for joining us. Take a moment, enjoy it, get ready for Boston. We'll see you there, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Apparently, Jack experiencing a wealth of emotions here as his team now sits with the tiebreaker win in 5th place. While they have the same amount of points as FaZe, they have won the tiebreaker, so they will be representing North America in Boston. FaZe had multiple chances to get the win, to push themselves through. You have to go back to that loss to Optic, the overtime, the reverse sweep there. That if they had won that game, Gibbs, they're in, and instead they're here now.
Yeah, they're here now, but maybe this is a learning experience for them. They will be going to Worlds. They're very likely the 2 seed, probably going to the main event. So the best thing that you can do after a tough loss like this is make it count. Make this feeling count now to get that hunger back and grind back to grind for Worlds. But for Gen.G, there's 2 things that they got to do. They're very excited. Obviously, they got to prep for BDS, but they also got to prep for 2 very nice dinners for Optic Gaming. Because not only did Optic take out FaZe for them, they then took out G2 the following day to allow them to play in it. So that's 2 dinners I think Optic gets from Gen.G. But we got our full bracket. It's going to be wild. There's so many good matchups, and that's just round 1. And then lowers and quarters and everywhere. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I just can't believe what a weekend we've had, what a weekend and or week we're going to have in Boston. I mean, we have been so fortunate with what we've been witnessing, the entertainment value. I mean, Europe has been crazy. MENA's been crazy. Every region's been unbelievable. And of course, we ended on a tiebreaker. Like, you can't write a better script, man. This is really peak Rocket League.
Yeah, it gives you really can't write a better script. You've outdone yourself this week, man.
Great work.
Here's the leaderboard for the season points in North America. You can see with that win, Gen.G has solidified themselves number 1. Nothing else is on the line. FaZe will be in 2nd place. They don't have to worry about anybody overtaking them there. So they are now getting ready for the World Championship.
Yeah, we got Complexity in G2. I think, if I'm doing my math right, I think you get 48 points if they win the major, so they would pass FaZe by 1 point, if I'm doing my math correctly. Yeah. So FaZe could drop out of second only if Complexity or G2 wins the Boston major. But besides that, like Gen.G has clinched number 1. And then we have...
Well, G2 isn't at the...
Oh, yeah. So of course. So it's only Complexity. So, yeah. I'm sorry, G2 fans. Sorry I got your hopes up.
You got to bait them like that, man.
It's been a wild split. It's so weird what teams we are sending. It's been crazy across the board.
We could have had G2 if they did the dream run, the Cinderella story. They got denied by Optic. And we've got Gen.G now are the biggest Optic fans on the planet. And I think they're going to die on the green wall. It's ridiculous.
The amount of like multiverse butterfly effect spin-off universes that's blossomed out of this event, folks, is just unparalleled. But in our universe, there are still tickets on sale for Boston, folks. ! Tickets if you want to get those in chat. rl.gg/spring tickets live, July 8th and 9th. Gibbs, 3-word pitch. Give me 3 words why people should go to Boston.
Great Rocket League.
That's the real. That's 3 words.
So lame. It was 3 words.
So
what do you
lame.
want me to do?
It's Father's Day.
Allow
let him
me.
have it. Okay,
Come on.
Allow me.
Let them have it. Also, folks, Turtle, get ready. There's tickets available for the World Championship. They go live June 22nd. That's this Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific. You're going to want to be there. They start at 79 euros. Turtle, 3 words. Why should they go to the World Championship?
Okay, well, can I have like a couple of sentences? I don't know about 3 words.
3 words.
No, 3 words.
3 words.
Hearing Alpha Boost.
Okay.
I'm telling you,
like
the speakers. Listen, you already know we're gonna get amazing Rocket League. I talked about this earlier. It's gonna forever be ingrained into my brain. The bass of the Alpha Boost echoing through a giant stadium full of Rocket League fans. Like, how could you get any more sick than that? That is going to be amazing. And if you're missing it, I feel bad for you, to be honest. I just do.
I'm with them, chat. You guys got to be there. Make sure you get your tickets. Try to be there. I'll be there. We'll all be there. We'd love to see you. And chat, definitely come up and say hi if you make it out there to Dusseldorf. This has been a crazy weekend. What a story. I mean, I don't, there's no way to wrap them all up. We're going to be talking about it for months to come here, though. Turtle, if you had to, any final thoughts before we sign off?
Ooh, listen. We are at the point where we can see the finish line, okay? It's all coming down to an end. And we are in the golden era, the golden age now. The next 2 months are going to be crazy. I just hope everybody buckles up and prepares themselves, because I don't think anybody can expect what's going to happen. You never know. This is just a representation of how crazy these games can get.
Gibbs?
These teams just have to find a way to carry their momentum through 2 live events. That's what you got to do. Like Furia, you just won a regional. Carry that through Boston to the World Championship. That is the goal for a lot of these teams. There's still World Championship spots on the line at Boston. It's going to be so incredibly exciting. You won't want to miss it.
And it's not just Europe anymore. You got to worry about. Every region is bringing threats. Got to look out for them. North America's going to have their hands full. And the rest of the world's going to have their hands full, too, if this last weekend is anything to see. We have no idea what to expect, folks. It's been an amazing, amazing Spring Invitational. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to our partners for making this possible, for production to the back, for running the show with us, for all the other casters and all the players for putting on the show, and to you, fans, for watching and hanging out with us. None of this happens without you. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you in Boston for the Spring Major.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Feeling lonely, hey, and hearing music that can make me smile. taking the opportunities like this. Ahmed off the ceiling. Ahmed with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a product, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Let's see how much flip. He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side.